It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet stuck.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
DreamLeague Season 19 is brought to you by Intel, Acer, Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.
Hello guys and welcome to DreamLeague Season 19. We're still here. However, we have changed to the casting pair. Richie is sick and John decided to graciously come in. And what a match for you to come in on, John. You know, you have your Filipino brethren, Execration, a great team to watch as well. This DreamLeague has been the delight of the DreamLeague, in my opinion. Not just because I'm a C fan, but just because they're fun to watch. They're playing against EG, another very fun team to watch. So this promises to be a really nice best of two. John, how you feeling? EG doesn't actually need to win this except for seeding purposes, right? Execution does need to win this if they want to secure that upper, or not upper bracket, that spot, making it through the group stages. Do you trust your Execration boys here?
That's something to answer. I love the guys in Execration. Yesterday in the lobby, they told me to tell Abed they're sorry, but it's going to be a complete wash, and it wasn't. It was a 2-0 against Execration. You know, they love the sign. It was the reverse. So I don't know if Execration's feeling it. Hopefully they do. They ran some really interesting drafts, and I think that's one thing that you can expect from both of these teams. They have really interesting drafts. I think for EG, I love watching Whisper play. I love thinking about what Whisper would pick, because a lot of the times I keep thinking about something like his Timbersaw. And I didn't see it at all yesterday, but we saw a lot of like the Bat Rider coming out, fun stuff like that. But it should be a good clash here, Avo. It should be a good time.
Yeah, the storyline that Richie and I have been feeding about Execration, which I think is the correct one, is that this team is using this tournament to really expand their, not I want to say their hero pool, but their strategies, right? And really solidify some of the concepts they've been working on, like the consistency and the choice to go back sometimes. Also, Bob not dying. I think they've been doing a pretty good job of this, but they haven't really found that yet against the top teams, right? Sometimes when you go down this path of trying to be more consistent, less chaotic, you lose a little bit of the sometimes passionate play that has defined Execration for a while. Though I do think it's going to be better in the long run for this team. But even though I'm talking about expanding, they start out with a very classic strategy, which is a Zoo hero for Tino. It's going to be the Beastmaster. Their other option when Visage is not there.
Yeah, it's a little bit disappointing, because EG did ban out the Marcy, so we're not going to get to hit this ridiculous trio of Execration that they love.
I love
the
that.
Visage, Marcy, and Luna, which is just... It's a funny thing to watch. It's all really broken, so I'm glad EG does get a read on Execration loving that Marcy 4. But Beastmaster, it's also one of those years that's like a first phase ban in general, right? Like it's like Broodmother plus Beastmaster, and then you kind of figure out if you want to ban NP, DP. In this case, we have the Primal Beast on top of that in the Marcy. So it's a solid pick. As you mentioned, Tino just loves Zoo Heroes on the offlane. But there's the Bat Rider we were talking about. Just the first phase pick sliding through for EG. I don't mind that at all. There's some flex there, depending on the lane, whether Chris Luck or Whisper picks it up as well. So you can still kind of toss it around wherever you want. And it's also like a deny pick from Execration, because Bob does love that hero.
That is true. That is true. I would say that Bob has been expanding a little bit this tournament, to be honest. So I think the Battery is not such a key hero for him as much because I've seen him play Pango, which I think was crazy, man. I can't believe Bob learned Pango, and he played it really well as well. But I'm with you. I think that EG excels in this Battery because they're one of the few teams that they flex it. It doesn't feel bad when Whisper plays bad because he's so good at it, right? And then they also now pick up the Clockwork. They also flex this hero between 4 and 5, but particularly stands out on Panda, who learned this hero. And I think besides the Ogre, is the first non-save hero he learned, right? Which Panda was very proud about. He told us a lot about that. How it took him like 2 months of greasing pubs and 1,000 MMR that he lost to learn this Clockwork hero.
Yeah, I remember hearing that story too. Like he was just super happy about it, and he has performed well on it. Like the potential flex, I think even if you look at say a Batrider offlane for Whisper here with Clockwork, that's a pretty scary lane already.
Yep.
So I think even if you don't flex too hard and just give it to Whisper instead of Chrysaluck, it looks pretty damn good. But with a Clockwork on the 5, stuff like NP, stuff like maybe a Drow coming out, all these ranged cores still really enjoy that lane as well. So you get a lot of value coming out here for EG. For Execration into the Mirana, I mean, it's a fairly strong comfort pick coming out from Execration. We do see Shanks play it and Carlo play it. So there is a little bit of shift around. You don't really have the setup for it. Like, you have Roar to set up for it, but it's not the best feeling. It is still a good follow-up, though.
I do want to ask you about this Mirana pick because I've seen this a couple of times for Execration. I think it's the second time I see this, where they pick a Mirana on 8, right? And picking a support on 8 when your first pick is relatively rare because there's not much to care about. Like, what are you banning to save the Mirana? Who cares, right? So I'm very surprised that that Execration keeps doing this on the Mirana, and I wonder why you think they see so much value in this hero, or why they pick it specifically on 8.
Yeah, it's always an interesting one. I think it's Winter who has really strong feelings about picking supports on 8. Like, at this point, he'd just be malding. He would get super mad. And, like, the
I
entire...
hate when they do this.
Yeah, but Winter would literally talk until the
point.
bans. I think it's just a comfort for Execration. Like, they just want to get it in. I don't think you really expect anyone to ban out the Mirana, to be fair. So putting it as high priority as Execration puts it is always a little bit strange. It's probably just down to comfort. They're like, all right, we've got the Beastmaster. Let's take the Mirana for flex. Keep the draft open. Okay. Pretty hard to read, right? Because you don't know what you kind of want to do with a Mirana. And EG, like, their bans are focusing in on supports, like very meta supports. And Shadow Demon to save, we've seen a couple of times now. Disruptor has just been a menace in a patch. So in a way as well, like Execration, sure, they're not getting too much quote unquote value from the 8 Mirana, but at the same time, I don't think EG are also really banning out a lot that Execration likes to play with either. Like, there's still a lot of pocket Palos heroes, a lot of pocket Bob heroes left in the pool. So you can just kind of, you need to find one way to kind of deal with Batrider though, like at least one save from Lasso or just out-tempo him, but otherwise you're kind of all right with it.
Would you mind if I venture a theory? Because I'm looking at this draft and I think that it might be that they value this Mirana Beastmaster as their like 5 and 8, right? And a normal draft would be 5 Mirana, 8 Beastmaster. But if they pick Mirana, they think EG will steal it, which is a very common pick as well for Whisper, of course. And they believe that getting the Beastmaster, because he's not a very easily countered hero in general, right? Like, you can pick Ench or whatever, but it doesn't matter with Axis build these days. It doesn't matter as much as he's a 5. So they just want to make sure that these picks are out, and they think this is the most consistent way of making sure they're not stolen. Because it's happened to Execration a lot before that teams will actually block pick against them. It's one of the few teams I've seen this happen commonly against Execration. So that's what I'm thinking, actually. Their logic lies here.
Yeah, I think it could be like a mix of both. Like, they want these heroes in, and they kind of want to leave the pool open a lot wider for Bob and Palos. I feel like Bob and Palos are very not picky, but they have heroes that they really, really enjoy. Bob in particular, right? Like his Ember, his TA, his Bat. Yeah. So like, just kind of picking like this just leaves it open. And if EG took their time to instead just ban Bob heroes, like, that entire point is moot. But they don't. They ban 2 supports and a Slark. Just again ensuring the Batrider has a good time. They pick up the CM now as well. So the spam for the Batrider is going to feel good. Yeah, should go out to Panda. The lane is also just solid, depending on your safe lane. But most Crystal Maiden lanes nowadays, as long as you start with a couple of mangoes, you feel pretty good in just spamming out your spells. And that is a way to handle Beastmaster. So the Boars aren't as good of a build just because of Frostbite. You might actually opt to just go for the Axis regardless now on Tino, and depending on the lane matchup, sometimes the axes don't feel as good. So,
Right.
I mean, it's not bad, as you said. Like, it's still very viable, but sometimes you don't really manage to apply the pressure you'd want to with the axes.
You're right, and this enables a couple of carry picks that usually you want boards against, and they don't work against X's, like Faceless Void, like Anti-Mage, right? These are heroes that excel much more against Beastmaster Axes, and CM deviates you into that build whether you like it or not. Execration, though, they'll pick up an Ember and a Snapfire. There's most likely a Snapfire for Shanks, but I love this hero in general. They played on both positions, they have a massive flex, and it's a very, very solid hero when your lineup is lacking damage, but you have excessive lockdown. With Ember Mirana, that lockdown is definitely happening. And this Ember explains the Mirana Nate much more as well, right? If you value the Mirana, you want Ember on Bob, one of his signature heroes. This is a very tried and true combo. And now, EG, they might be forced to go for a hero that forces Ember into a Flame Guard build, but I don't think that's possible. I think Bob is searing chaining no matter what.
Yeah, he's always going to get the value point up. I
Yeah.
think if you look at it from EG's end as well, I'm pretty sure Crystalluck would still feel pretty good about the Batrider versus Ember lane if he wants to force it out. But again, I feel like I've seen Ember win that out more than I've seen Batrider nowadays. Like, the
Yes.
Ember players have just understood how to dance around. They understand his timing with the early Blightstone into phase boots and Orb of Corrosion timing,
You
and
can
just physically output.
if you monkey your TA, for example, for EG here, then you do force the Ember into a different build. Ooh. Is that gonna? I think that might be a mid Underlord. EG is one of the teams that likes it the most on Crystalluck, and they particularly like it against the Ember because it destroys that lane.
Yeah, that's the force change that you're looking for. It's not going to be too fun for Bob if Crystalluck does take it. It does look like a really good game for the mid Underlord. At the same time, there's a weird flex for Execration where you could maybe run mid Snapfire, give Palos the Ember Spirit, but that kind of leaves you with a very wonky last pick support.
Does Shanks play Ember at all as a 4? Has he tried it?
I'm trying to really pull back here. I want to say I probably saw it once at around the same time Motivate Trust was playing stuff like Storm Spirit 4. You know, that really weird time.
Yeah, I
where
remember
he had
Zephyr would have a
mids
lot
as
of these
4.
heroes too, right? And that was
Yeah.
a signature of him. Yeah.
So
Okay.
I think I have seen Shanks do it, but I don't think we're going to go that hard with Flex. Although
Okay.
it would be pretty interesting. Like, you'd have a pretty good rotation on your
Right.
Mirana 5 and Ember 4.
And you have the Sapphire mid, which honestly, I'm sold on your idea. I mean, it's a little bit crazy. I agree, it's probably not going to happen, but I think the Snapfire mid, you're onto something. I actually would like to see that. I think that'd be really, really cool because neither Batrider nor Underlord can deal well if you're a good Snapfire player, right? So you could actually really surprise with that. But we'll see. The last pick is still for EG, so flexing on Execration is a little bit harder, right? They kind of have to reveal their cards no matter what. What are you thinking for Palos carries here?
Evil geniuses turn to ban.
I'm not sure what he'd really feel good on. I feel like everything that he'd probably want to run is a little bit rough. Maybe something like...
Okay, this is a
I don't
banner
know,
off lane, by the way. These bans are definitely
All
banner
right,
off lane.
yeah, for sure. Maybe just, I don't know, like, they ban out the Life Stealer and the Void, which are heroes that deal with it. You could maybe gun for, something like an... I hate saying AM, but people have really loved the AM recently. Like, the first few levels
Yeah.
feel pretty atrocious, but it
Against
isn't
Bat,
too
though.
bad.
Yeah, I see that.
You can play it. It's not amazing, but I can also see a point where you just pressure Bat, be aggressive onto him, melt his mana early, maybe threaten with, say, your Mirana 5, with just pushing him away. They go with a Morphling instead.
Okay,
So,
that's better.
fairly straightforward draft. The lane shouldn't be too bad up against Batrider. That does, of course, mean we're more than likely just seeing Bob Ember come out, which, again, considering the matchup against Underlord, not going to be the best of times. I'm really curious as to how Bob handles that lane, because Underlord is just way too tanky to shove out, way too consistent in the clearing. And if he does get a rotation on top early on, like say 4 or 6 minutes in, Clockwork and Crystal Maiden are actually pretty good at running down with the Underlord.
I feel like EG forced him in a really bad situation. I was just thinking about like these heroes that deal with Bad Iron Lane. I was thinking, the illusion heroes, but Underlord counters them. So you were forced into the Morphling. Then they go for the AM. Remember I told you earlier that the CM sets up for a potential AM, and that's indeed what they did. I think EG kind of like, I wouldn't say outdrafted because that implies that the Execration like played badly or drafted badly, but I do think that EG had to control this draft the whole time, and I think the draft is superior. I think this is a really good draft by EG, honestly.
yeah, like it has a lot of answers in every lane. They've got really good tempo.
Yes.
I think for Execration, it's just back to maybe that first phase, just going for the Beastmaster and then closing with a Mirana, and then picking the Ember Spirit early on there as well. And it's just super awkward. Like,
yeah, it is.
There's still a timing for Execration to play around,
10
right? Like once you hit, say,
seconds
6 on Bob, rotate around with your Mirana at the very least. You know, once you have your level 6 on Shanks, you've got good global presence, although you pick the Snapfire into the Clockwork as well, which is always rough. It's very easy to triangulate where the kisses are coming from if you don't have anyone close by.
Good point.
Once Matthew has Hookshot, you can just jump in. It's a much easier game for EG to play. I think they've got the tempo. This is very... It feels like a very strong comfort draft for them, whereas for Execration, yes, they open up with Beastmaster Mirana. I just don't think it's a great game for Bob or Palos. And I always talk about Tino being the key to Execration's timing, but it's more like Tino and Bob, right? If either one of these two cores has a slow start, then there's just no play. Like, they are both playmakers to enable Palos, and once one of them's out of balance, the equation is just not there. It doesn't equal to anything.
I do want to ask you, sorry to deviate from the norm, but now that I have an actual Tagalog speaker here is very nice. Palos is the right pronunciation with that like slight almost Spanish accent, right? Because I naturally go towards that by accident, but does it have a meaning? Do you know what the meaning is?
No, I don't think so. I don't think it has any meaning. I'm trying to recall, because there's a place here called Rancho Palos Verdes in my city, and
because it means sticks in Spanish, right? So
yeah.
Yeah.
In Filipino, palo is like to slap someone or to spank them.
Oh,
right? But it's
in
palos
Spain too. But only
wow,
in Spain.
I wonder why.
That's
I wonder
crazy.
why. That's crazy, right?
Okay.
Huh.
No, I'm not getting into the history. All I'm saying is it's pretty cool that you guys use something that's like a very colloquial word. Like dar de palos is like a very street kind of language, right? It's not very common to say in formal Spanish. So that's very cool. Thank you for teaching me that today, John. I am a little bit more Filipino today.
Just a little bit more. I'd say you're close enough. You could probably understand a lot of Tagalog, or you'd randomly understand words in Tagalog, to be honest. There's a weird mix. Yeah, like a sentence comes in, then suddenly there's one word in Spanish, and it's like, what are they saying? Why do I partially understand this? We're weird people, man. You know, our history is just funny. We're funny people. That's all it is.
Paalam, John. Paalam, my friend.
Paalam, yes, no problem.
That's the one word I've learned. Let's get into the game. Thank you so much for the educational lesson, but we have an exciting game in front of us. We've talked a lot about the strength of EG's lineup, and you talked about the playmakers in Execration, but give me a couple of strengths. Give me some copium for this team and what they can do besides playing around Tino and Bob that you think is good about this lineup that EG might be missing or lacking.
It still ties down to like that level 6 tempo they'll get, like Kisses plus Roar, along with Arrow plus Chains, or Chains plus Arrow. I think that's where you really shine. In fact, I kind of think you just enable Bob as much as you can from mid. If you can get timings for Call to dip out and just look for these opportunities to play with Chains Arrow, apply some slight pressure to Underlord, because it's really hard to shove him out. You just kind of do that and try to give as much as you can on the start for Bob. I do feel like the rotations from EG are strong, but you are pretty slow in moving. Like, you don't really expect Panda to run up early on. It's pretty telegraphed when CM is missing that long the lane. Whereas in comparison, at the least, Mirana can get onto the mid really fast. So I think you just try to use that for Execration. Maybe try to build up some stacks as well. You can clear them out in Tino, and that should rush up your timing as well for aura items, which can make this game a little bit harder. Like, the one thing with the AM is it does have pretty decent pacing once you have Battle Fury plus your main item up, but you tend to get delayed with, say, a Vanguard. If Bakas does opt for, you know, that usual durability disassembly play. So there's a little extra time for Execration to try to find and apply that pressure onto the AM early on, if that is the case.
Yeah, do you think that's the choice for this game? You would like a Vanguard on the AM to disassemble?
I don't think it's necessary.
Okay.
Like, I don't think you're getting as much value, even though it's a Beastmaster, but you're not really the target being run down by Boris and the big creep anyway, when he does have his Dominator up. So I don't think you need to. But it feels like in general, AMs just pick it up just to have that little extra HP on the rotation in. So just in case they are jump, it's like security for them to have on hand.
Right. I do want to touch on this mid lane matchup as well. It's a matchup that most people probably have not seen very often, but EG loves running this against the Ember. They think Underworld's the biggest counter, which everyone's like, okay, bro, it's not a mid hero, but whatever. You do you. And we see Bob actually choosing to go for the Flame Guard. We talked that he might not ignore Searing Chains. Oh, wait, sorry, bottom lane, Pakas. He's fine, he's fine. We thought that he might not ignore Searing Chains, but you did say that using the Marana to gank Underworld seems kind of impossible. Do you think this might be a lane where he just Flame Guards and you ignore the Underworld as much as possible to secure farm?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that too much. Like, you just go for maybe a 0-3-2. Yeah. Jump back in. A 0-3-2 build doesn't feel too bad. I think the inactivity will punish you once you do rotate on Bob. So he will need that skill point sooner rather than later. I think a 1-3-1 build might still be more safe for the actual tempo in the game.
Right, because you want Bob to be the tempo maker this game. That's something you care about. Okay. That makes sense. And who does he play with? Do you do like Bob Shanks, Tino ganking squad? Let Marana secure the lane?
Yeah, maybe that's one way to go around. I still think it's important to drag Carlo in to play with the Ember. And Tino generally actually soaks up a lot of farm for Execration. Like, it's Bob who runs around, Tino farms until he's ready. Bob just gets going when he hits 6 or 7. Right. So I'm expecting it to be Bob and Carlo once more with Shanks on top, but adding a little bit of that magic damage. My issue there is there are times when Execration does focus in on those rotations so much that their support levels get sacrificed if the kills don't come out, and that's where things get a lot dicey, so they have to pick and choose those fights really well in Execration.
Right. Okay. We'll see how that advances. For now, the lanes are actually going pretty well for Execration, particularly the top lane where Palos is destroying Whisper. Do you expect this matchup to go this way? Is Batrider usually decent against Morphling? How do you find that?
I'd say it's not too unexpected. I think Batrider can, like, harass the Morphling fairly well, but the Morphling just has such an easy time CSing. You already have the early magic wands. Well, it's hard for Matthew to get on top. Well, no.
Yeah, he was very close to dying. Sorry, Seasma almost got him just an auto attacks. Bob living life on the edge once again. He loves this. Bob really likes to get as close to this as possible. But he's not going to die because he just got the last bottle charge and will survive this onslaught of C-Smile's auto attacks. Not much you can do as on the road to actually force a kill. You just kind of harass him out of there.
Yeah, he just keeps spamming out that Firestorm. They're gonna
look at this.
Tussle a little bit, but Bob at least finds his rune. And he's still staying. That's the nutty part. He will TP now, but just back his tower, and he'll find another rune. There you go. That's how he played.
Yep, yeah, that's how you play the Ember versus Underworld. I mean, honestly, he's doing a pretty okay job considering how difficult this matchup is. I can't understate how difficult it is for Ember to play. So as time goes on, he does go for the 2-2 for now. We'll see if he goes for the final point in Searing Chains afterwards to play with a Marana, or if he chooses to just enable his own game, which is a very Bob kind of play. As in the bottom lane, Tino, he is being harassed a fair amount. We have a blink now, and because of the mana break, he's slowed, but Shanks gets a nice scatter blast, which saves his teammate and puts Shanks in trouble instead. Tino summons the boar, and now they'll both be safe. Good team play here. Understand that nobody's going to die in this lane if they play it correctly.
But this is almost a runaway lane for Pecans. Like, sure, Tino is farming up, but it does feel maybe a little bit better for Pecans to actually hit this early farm timing. Like, for now, he's not queuing up the Vanguard. He has his Ring of Felt going into the power treads. If he's allowed to just go straight Battle Fury, there's not much Tino can do to stop it. Again, Tino tends to just sit back and farm.
He might die. He used the Fairy Fire here. Bob is chasing him down. 6 more seconds for the next Light of Fist. C-Smile playing life on the edge, much like Bob. But here's the rotation from Matthew. Let's see if we can find Bob. No, he's just here to secure C-Smile's life and make sure he can reach a rune. I'm not really sure where C-Smile's going, actually. The slug is lost.
Yeah,
bottom
just
lane.
juking around.
There's also a little bit of harassment to Pakas, who's forced to blink away. He's gonna be fine.
I'm loving the back and forths. Lots of pokes from both sides, but also a lot of discipline to not overcommit, not dive. You know, don't get too crazy, which both sides are kind of known for getting a little bit crazy sometimes. It's much more measured here, which is always good to see. I think for Tino, maintaining his harassment with the Axis is a little bit tough. He does have the Arcane Boots up, but without the Basilius, you know, like, you're not able to spam out as much. The levels start to go up. You've got the Value Point and Counter spell for Pakas, so the harassment and Axis, even the harassment out from your Snap Bar, doesn't feel as snappy, as unfortunate as it is for me to make a pun there for the side of Execration. So, again, just a passive lane, which Pakas is starting to pull ahead from, and I'm wondering how active Tino will want to be, and he just has this tendency on the off to farm a little bit longer than most offlaners. He doesn't leave his lane until he's like really set on the item. So Dominator timing maybe, or the aura timing for him, and it's just more passive time. And again, you look at Bob, you look at his laning start. He's not that ready to run around as well, especially since, again, no chains, so no connection with Mirana. It is all about farming for Execration.
How strong do you think that timing of Dominator is, considering you have a Frostbite on the other side from the CM that can just stop the creep forever?
Not the biggest. It's not the biggest timing for Tino, if you will just dip back into it. I think it might arguably be better to just go for the aura play.
What do you think aura play? What do you mean with that?
I think just a mech. Maybe just, you know, try to be the mech carrier for the team. Or if you really want to, be aggressive, maybe like a drums.
Okay.
To run down. I don't think you get a lot of value from it, but the added move speed chase could be helpful in trying to lock in these heroes.
You don't
Bob
think
is
Helm will
scouting
be
around here.
Rushing the Helm?
I think it's still fine, but if you were looking for activity, it's definitely not the play. Ooh.
He messed up the flame break play. Bob actually got him with a spirit, and now Bob, he wants a high five, slide of fist, last spirit, gets the kill on Whisper. Around point, Whisper could not get rid of Bob, and now Matthew is trying to kill him with the help of Panda as well. They have a frostbite. They know Bob is out of spirits. It's a very classic Bob play, but with the help of Carlo, they're gonna divide his battery assault. In comes Smile as well. Bob very close to dying. They don't have a last bit of damage though. Carlo's led to the neutrals, but that's okay. He sacrificed himself so Bob can live. We have cogs on Matthew, but they can't reach him quite yet.
A regen!
As Bob gets the regen rune on his way out, and he'll be safe. The Madman gets away with murder here.
That is just nutty.
Bottom lane, there's a Primal Roar also committed to Bacchus, but Bacchus is tanky enough. He's not going to die. He did not go for the Vanguard, just straight treads into Battlefield.
Yeah, I don't mind that. Again, not the highest value Vanguard game, considering that no one's rotating onto you as well. You probably don't need the added HP. I just want to go back to Bob. I mean, to have all of that line up for you, to have a regen rune on hand on the spawn, you know, you stay in your lane, you get the kill, you're getting active, and as soon as he hits 8, if that is the point where you get the Searing Chains, that's where some more aggression can come out consistently for Execration. That's where things can maybe get a little bit dicey for EG if you're not careful.
Carlo is hot and cold. He's yes and no. He's finally dead. And they're going to get another kill on this Mirana, who has no TP this time. So we'll have Carlo out of the map for a while. Bob might be forced to play a little bit more defensively while he doesn't have his sacrificial lamb with him.
Just stave off the aggression from Execration just a bit more. And they finally get some punishment out for the movement of Execration up there. Like, they have the sentries down to ensure their camps are open as well on EG's side. So you're not really stopping the stack up that Whisper will eventually eat up for himself. And our Bat Rider has gone off to a much slower game. I think that is a little bit of a cause of concern. I mean, so has Bob, to be fair. But it does feel like the Ember isn't as hurt. Like, you get Phase Boot or Corrosion, you're still pretty happy with what your Ember can do in these fights, whereas the Bat Rider, you know, you're looking for your aura, you're looking for the drums at the least to start running around like a madman, and it's just a little bit slower off the back of that, but your gains elsewhere are just compensating for it. Your AM's free, your Underlord has a free lane.
He's found 2 supports, which will make his life hell. Send him to it, actually. Bob, still playing in the Pit of Malice. That's not the cleverest of plays, but Bob is actually baiting Smile while taking the rune regardless. Once again, this man likes playing life on the edge, and Smile doesn't have much outplay potential with an Underlord. So it's about keeping on hitting and hoping that you calculate it correctly.
Yeah, and that is one thing with the Underlord, right? Like, it dominates lane, but it can't really make too many big plays. I'd argue that your playmaking comes from Fiend's Gate utilization, which, again, I feel like is a lot harder to do than it is to say in practice, to theorize it. Because there's a lot of theories that I love to think about, but Underlord's like, okay, let's smoke up, let's go in this spot, let's drop the Fiend's Gate in the tree line, and guys will pop out, we'll kill them all.
Okay,
but
Avery.
you don't tend to see that too much. You want the Avery boards, like, yeah, this lane is like really hard to play for the Ember. But,
oh, that's good.
Like, right?
That's very good. Oh,
I got a chuckle out from Avery when I did that to him. Well, I'm not sure what you're talking about, Cap. I was the best NA player in my time. I'm pretty damn good.
I am very impressed. That's incredible. I swear, I think you're about to abuse me. It sounds just like him. Frostbite in the middle lane. Bob is been hit by the Pit of Malice twice. The Cogs keeps him in place. And now, he was playing on the edge a little bit too long. He ends up getting cut by EG. Finally a kill for Smile, who will get closer and closer to that timing of the run of Atos. Palos join again, covering to make sure he can somewhat sapping his experience. He's going directly for the Lincolns himself.
I don't mind the Lincoln's pickup. I think it's pretty safe when you're up against the Bat Rider. You're up against a CM. At the very least, you'll have a moment to react and waveform out. If you do notice the pop fast enough, and it's not chain stacked correctly on EG's part, so there's a window for Palace to still bail out. It does mean that, again, you're probably just looking for a slower game on Execration. You have to respect the chain hold from EG. Like, playing with a pit for their lineup is super easy to do. Once you're clumped up in a bad area, the cogs are there. The slow Nova.
Oh, Panda actually made it bomb into a bad play. Pops out his remnants. He's gonna do Bacchus. Panda gets the tip from Matthew. Hey, no, he denies the illusion rune, and Bob thought easy kill, surely, but the extra armor from the freezing field saves him.
Just a bit aggressive on Bob, and you mentioned that this is something Bob loves to do. So he just goes ham no matter what the state of the game is.
Honestly.
And he's punished. He's bottom network core right now, which is a terrible position for the Ember to be in, despite my arguments that you just need phase boost Orb of Corrosion. Guess what? That Orb of Corrosion isn't even up yet. So his output on even the CM is not as strong as you'd want it to be. Execration, nothing's really connecting yet. Like, they do have level 7 on Shank, so Kiss is available with, say, Aurora play from Tino, but really not tying into that. Again, Tino is just camping this bot lane. He has the Dominator, he shoved it in tower, but he's still looking for farm. Atos up though.
Yeah, Pit of Malice, hookshot as well. Can they cog pushback him? They're using the front fight first. Chain, they're stunned very well. Bob's Sleight of Fist though allows him to get away just barely as Seasmouth residual Firestorm damage gets him down. So Bob dies for a Clockwork. Still a good trade here for EG, but almost got away. Next time, it'll be getting away fully as he gets a little bit more HP. That's all he needs. In the bottom lane, though, the Centaur stuns Bacchus. Bacchus finally gets the Helm of the Dominator creep, and that is what Tino went for, by the way. Just rushing that Helm of the Overlord, not caring about CM, because Panda is busy in the mid.
Yeah, I think it's just down to how Tino plays. He knows he's just camping bot, so why not just farm your way towards the Overlord if you're not going to be showing up anyway? And again, this is one thing Execration does. They buy space for Palos and Tino. Like, if Tino doesn't have a great start, he is also just sitting and farming. And it's really just Bob and the supports kind of engaging with EG at the moment, which, again, it's hurting them in the sense that, well, Bob doesn't have that initial farm. He is rushing the BKB. That'll help the cause, but here comes a smoke play out from EG.
Yeah, see Smile. As gonna start with Atos, there's the Pit of Malice as well. They can do the same play once again. Frostbite into the Cogs pushback. They don't even need the Cogs. They use them instead to close Shanks in. As the arrow does hit C Smile. The hookshot to continue the play. They have a last one out ready for Bob. Is the damage here with a freezing field? It is barely getting the kill on Bob as Palos cancels the freezing field. Now thinking of killing Whisper, but settling instead for Matthew, who's happy to sacrifice himself. But the Fiends get here. They have to re-engage. Matthew's already dead. In comes C Smile with a Pit of Malice. Whisper falls as well, but C Smile feels confident. Wants to kill both Tino and Palos, but he might have bit off more than he could chew, as Panda's now left alone against the Lincolns carrying Palos, and Palos know this little princess is minced meat. Another kill for Execration that now punished the overextension from EG.
That is massive for Execration. Palos just willing to join in, just with the Lincolns. He knows he's more than protected in these fights now. They had to pop all their control onto Bob because they understand how slippery he is, but they don't expect the Morphling to show up. And Palos just cleans up. This is, again, one of the things that Execration does. They love to drag in Palos when the fight does call for it. Might be overstaying his welcome, but does waveform away, or not.
No, it seems like he's in trouble. I think he might just die like this.
Okay.
Only Matthew and Whisper are needed to kill him off. Surprising. As Palos only has 2 points in attribute shift. Top lane, though, they're trying to do the same thing here. 2 supports against the carries. The revolution is here. The hierarchy has almost been toppled. Bacchus in the trees, showcasing why he's the real Palos. He's the real eel, the slippery man, getting away from Execration's onslaught.
And he bailed. Just the one charge is more than enough to keep him alive. Level 3 counter spells here. Magical Burst is just not bursting the AM at this point in the game. And Execration, I mean, after a big play from Palos, he sneaks in for a bounty and dies because of that. It's one of the things with Execration. They're like one of the most 50-50 teams that you could ask for in Southeast Asia. It's them and like SMG that are like really 50-50 in their plays sometimes. So they get punished. They're still keeping game even, but I think where the farm difference matters is where it gets a little bit scary. Like, sure, you're evening out with Tino and Palos on Chris Luck and Whisper, but you're so behind on Bob. You're only ahead in your supports to kind of get that less than 1k lead. They'll try a smoke play.
Oh, Frostbite. Stopping the Ancient. Not as effective though, of course, as if it was a creep. Normal creep. There's Matthew with a hook shot, but he's closed in with a big scary dinosaur who's frostbitten. And they've dealt with it quite nicely. In fact, they're gonna get the kill. So maybe you were right about the Helm of the Overlord not being the play.
It's still effective, but I don't know if Execration are maximizing it well. Like, because you don't have any jump on the Beastmaster, you're depending on perhaps just Bob coming in. When you do run up like that, it's just really easy to break up. Again, think about all the AoE control EG has. Just the cogs there, along with Frostbite, was more than enough to break off that smoke gank from X. And their smoke broke to Panda as well, which is not ideal, but they don't even find a kill off the back of it either. So the movement's just not worthwhile, and for Execration, the one big thing they're having is at least it's space for Palos to farm onto his Manta, but even he might not be safe here.
Palos will have waveform in 1 second. He's gonna lose a lot of mana though, but they don't want to continue this. In fact, it's in the triangle where they're fighting against Panda. The freezing field won't kill anyone, but it did deal a lot of damage to Carlo. And now C-Smile running away from an army of units coming his way. The Cookie, that Dragon was looking in the wrong direction. C-Smile gets hit by the searing chains into the arrow. He's tanky, but against the Mortimer's Kisses and 5 heroes plus Dragon, sorry, 4 heroes, they're gonna get the kill easily.
Finally get a core kill they're going for Execration. They didn't have to sacrifice too much. I think one thing for Chris Luck as well, when you do go Underlord with more emphasis on playing with your pit, the Athos, you're not as durable.
No, it's true, and now Whisper is also going to die. Very nice combination of spells here from Execration. As Bob, he's looking for more, and Matthew, he seems like an easy kill here. There's a Spirit, the arrow will connect. Wow, Carlo from downtown. As in the top lane, Bakas is almost killing off Palos, does have the mana point, but the Lincoln prevents him from using it, so he's just concentrating on killing Bob instead. Here's the Underlord coming in as well, but there's not enough tankies on Bakas to survive this. C-Smile comes in against Bob, who has no mana, utilizing only his auto attacks here. Saved by the Force Theft though, and C-Smile says, okay guys, I'm out. It was a joke. I didn't mean to come in. Ignore me.
Just a bit of a prank. You know, you come in, you try to make a play, you bail out. It's all good. You don't lose too well. You lose quite a fair bit, but you trade. Yeah.
This poor CM. Another arrow? No. Panda was forced to avoid it, but that's going to be enough for the Dragon to kill him. Yeah. These arrows, though, by Carlo. Man, oof.
They've been on point. Like that last arrow onto Matthew, I don't know how that clipped him. It looked like it should have just flew by his head, but hey, you know, the hitboxes are square. Sometimes you get a pixel out there and just bonks you in the head. And off the back of this push now, Execration are starting to find more control on the map. They still hold onto their mid-tier 1. They hold onto their top tier 1. They've taken top and mid themselves, so they've got more leeway to just stand in this triangle, cut off the farm that Pakaz does want to build up. Interestingly enough, Pakaz is going back for the Vanguard now.
Oh, the Cookie, the arrow, Pakaz is going to be perma-stunned. Wow, the combo by the supports once again used to kill off Bakas. Here comes Matthew trying to stop the Snapfire, and he does, as Whisper successfully steals the Morphling away. Into the Pit of Malice he goes. They have any more stuns, they don't. The Cookie will save him, put him in safety now, as the freezing field is ready. A Panda's been stunned for too long. Panda is going to go down, Whisper together with him, and Matthew joins them in the grave. Just a matter of time before they get the rest of them. It's only C-Smile left. C-Smile running the opposite way from home, because home is where the heroes are. And now he's going to go underground to his grave. Execration get a team wipe.
He is quite tough.
Their aggression's kicking in. Like, they're executing so well on Execration. I love that Palos is actually prioritizing turning into the Underlord of Chris Luck. Like, having that Pit of Malice on their side on Execration as well is just huge. You've got AoE control with your Cookie to follow up. You've got the chains to spam out there as well. And they just find a really good angle into that fight. Again, they take control of that triangle off the back of taking that tier 1 top. and they just catch Pakas trying to farm. He wants to retake that area for his own build-up, but they're not able to angle in this time. They fully commit onto Palos, but he had so many opportunities to bail out. He was just always ready with the attribute shift, and if you can't burst him down before that shift is up, it just doesn't feel like you've got the output unless you melt the mana with the AM. If Pakas was alive longer to hit Palos and ensure he doesn't get too much of the shift going, could have been a very different story there for Execration.
Now with an Aegis in Execration's hands, what is EG's plan to deal with this Morphling? They've been kind of playing a little bit like headless chickens, not really on their timings, and they've been not successfully taking these fights. Do you now wait for Pakas to get a big item to actually engage next time?
I'm just not sure what the big item for Pakas will be. You know, this is here that doesn't really enjoy going to BKB, but it might feel necessary to just not have to worry about that control.
Bob? Okay, Frostbite. No way you take enough mana. If you had the Manta style and he committed it, maybe. But it's hard.
Doesn't quite.
Yeah.
Maybe they were also a little bit worried with the chains up. Maybe Carlos in the air. He's not even remotely close by. They'll find a tier 2 for free on Execration's end. And there's a DD rune spawning as Matthew said fall.
Yeah, not much this guy can do. He bought a 4-step now, so that is going to maybe change things around next initiation. As Pakas kills a courier. Are you the Beastmaster? Well, I just killed your donkey.
Yep. I mean, I guess he's a Beastmaster. You would argue that the donkey is a domesticated animal here, Ava.
But he's a beast.
It's a beast of burden, I suppose.
Yeah, have you never seen a donkey? They are beasts. They are bigger beasts than the monkeys here.
They're pretty adorable. For the most part. I haven't seen any wild ones, but the domesticated ones are docile enough. They're nice.
Yeah, I haven't seen a wild donkey either. We're right. Except for your casting. No. They're gonna go and try to take this tier 2 tower mid. I think it's gonna be quite easy as Palos is unstoppable right now. The Power Roar will show Whisper his place as well. He's stuck halfway through the cog. They're gonna go for Matthew instead. The lasso catches Tino, which is the victimless engagement. If Pakas joins from the backline, starting to kill off Shanks, and he does succeed. Going for the next support is gonna be Carlo, who now gets frostbitten and destroys Pakas. They didn't need any item timings, he just needed the right initiation. Now he's chasing down Palos, who still has the Aegis, so not the great kill. Bob activates the BKB. Hard to finish him off, for C-Smile's definitely chasing after him. They know he's out of remnants, and that's why they're committing so much. There's the Pit of Malice, catches Palos instead, and actually Bob at the end of his BKB, really well timed here, as Pakas lays out the damage, but Shanks interrupts with the cookie. Pakas goes to die, Mamba style dispels some of the damage, and now he can still kill off Shanks, avoiding the adaptive strike in the middle of this fray. Palos, left alone from his tier 2, he doesn't know where to go, where he's safe. They're gonna kill everything around him first, as they retreat Pakas away to make sure he doesn't die to a scary Palos. Palos is capable now of making his way out, but Matthew catches him with a hook shot. Pakas joins yet again after the healing from the Fiend's Gate. The arrow won't connect, but they do save Palos with a 4-staff. Now the waveform, Palos is safe, and maybe they can turn against Pakas, but they need Tino, and he's not close to the fray just yet. Execration will make sure at least their carry lives through this engagement, or on the second life.
This is what we want to see out of both teams, you know? Execration
this
lays onto EG, EG punches back. This is like one of those classic Manny Pacquiao boxing matches. You know, not quite the same nationalities, but you've got, well, I guess Mexico is North American, but Latino versus Filipino action, right?
There we go.
It's almost there, right? Like it's just a beatdown. It's great. I love it.
Yeah.
Throwing me back to early 2000s with all these punches thrown out. It's maddening, and they just need to isolate right on EG, right? Like if they jump this backline, if they force an awkward roar coming out from Tino without the follow-up, like that was roar on BKB, so they couldn't follow through with the arrow. Whisper was still free to lasso up, take Tino out of the equation, and just clean up from there. Execration, though, I mean, they're still aggressive. They're still in that bot jungle area. All their cooldowns are off now, but so is EG's.
They go for the smoke themselves because they trust the Lasso and Whisper a little bit more. Lasso is still level 1, by the way, guys. He's maxed everything else to maximize that damage. We also have a Basher on Pakas, and he's available with a TP. There's the Lasso for Tino. DP not coming out just yet, but Tino might just die. And hookshot from Matthew. They want to continue this. They're going for the Mirana. Matthew put himself in a difficult position. Will Execration fight back? Apparently, the target is Matthew, but with the force step, he's safe. He's not going to die just yet. Mortimer's Kisses, though, committed fully for this little robot as Searing Chains finishes him off. Now, thanks to the Fiend's Gate, Bakas can also join, and he has, in fact, but he's just joining for farm right now. As Execration, they run away fast enough, so they won't be caught by the rest of EG.
And Execration, I mean, it's still a big sacrifice to make. You lose Tino, so without the Roar again, you just don't want to take that fight. Okay. They find Bakas?
Yes, that was not something I expected.
No, absolutely not. Maybe expecting the full back from Execration, but they still hang out close enough. They were under wards as well.
Yeah.
That's a strange part. So,
Bakas
playing a bit too close to the sun there.
I mean, this support duo from Execration has gotten so many core kills, or setting up for so many core kills, right? I feel like Shanks and Carlo, to me, have been stellar this whole tournament. You know, PC is always known for their great cores, and I feel like some of the supports get overlooked, but Shanks and Carlo should not get overlooked. These two guys deserve all the praise they get.
Absolutely. I mean, I've watched Carlo for such a long time. I've seen him switch from a lot of duos. Before, it was like this Carlo, Vincenzo, or BDZ RR duo that looks super good. I felt really bad when that split up, but him and Shanks are just finally in tune as well.
Right.
It's good to see that rise in form back for Carlo and for Shanks to have a really strong partner to work with. For EG, and to be fair, like that kill on the AM shouldn't happen. I think Bakas just has to respect some of that holdback. He is working towards the Abyssal, so these fights get a lot harder for Execration. And once that is up, like just having this instant lock-in is going to be scary. They have so many ways to pop Lincolns anyway. Now they don't need to worry about the BKBs. Bob going for the Desolator is also rather intriguing. Going for the physical output here on the Ember. Maybe again just looking for the softer targets. Like Panda and Matthew are really big parts of these fights. So if you do manage to just have the Ember clear out the backline that much faster, I can see the value in that.
You know, C is actually the only region that still somewhat commonly does a Desolator build off Ember. And the two biggest guys are Bob, which he does it more in non-official matches, like not DPC, right? Double buff and stuff. And Cox from Geek Slate is the other person that does it a lot as well.
It's one of those things that I guess they feel really good about, because when you think of Southeast Asian mids, they do like to play pretty aggressive, right? Yopaj at his peak was like a hyper-aggressive player. Bob, as we saw earlier on, is just an insanely aggressive player as well. Execration, going first.
Oh, Bakas. They found him with Searing Chains. He dispels it immediately. Oh, Cookie catches him. It's once again Shanks setting up for the skill. Panda, he's just dessert right now. They got the main course already. They're full. 2 kills on Bakas straight after another. Whisper is now desperately coming to cut the way. Guys, don't worry. I'll make space. It's all good. I did this for Ictor 1,000 times on Beast Coast.
Yeah, just trying to stall. You might be found out, like you're still chasing the Cookie.
Ooh, that was so close. Shanks is insane. It's crazy. The Cookie feels like the easiest kill shot to land when Shanks is playing this set part.
It doesn't feel difficult. Like he knows which ping to Cookie forward when it's facing the right way, and
it's so slow as well. And they never avoid it because he always surprises them with like the right angle, the right out of vision. Very impressive.
Yeah, like that move on Bakas, like he was mid animation for the blink out, just not fast enough, not early enough to bail, and now the high ground just melts the output from Balas, just way too high with the auras coming through from Tino. They won't go for too much more. Roshan is a longer spawn though. He's not gonna be able to instantly snipe that one out, but they've got good control on the map. 16 to 23, 9k lead for Execration. For EG, they're definitely not out of the game. What I'd like to see come out from them is like a big movement out with Fiend's Gate to be aggressive. Like a sneaky Fiend's Gate catching Execration off guard with a vision of the flare to kind of give you that information. That's where you can really catch Execration off guard, although they'll just go for a straightforward smoke.
Yeah, smoke on smoke. Matthew starts flying. That's Bakas. He gets rid of the golem first, but he might even put himself in a precarious position. They don't the Cookie once again. Shanks is the Bakas killer. He has his number, his Instagram, his Facebook, his MySpace at this rate. Panda dies as well because if his carry dies, Panda feels the need to die too. And Sisma, I mean, This would actually be an impressive kill if they get him. He's the high ground defense. C-Smell doesn't have anything. He can't activate his BKB. He's out of mana. And Palos turning to the AM. Matthew saves him. There's the cards as well. Pushing Palos back. Lincoln's though will proc so to make sure the Athos does not sentence him to death.
Yeah. And it forces the fortification early, so they'll switch up over to top. They're going to be able to find a Rax. Whisper?
Okay. I think they get 2 lanes for this, if not all 3. They're staggering the deaths on EG, man. Now when Vakas comes back, you don't have a bat laner to back you up.
That's massive. No threat of lasso, no threat of pullback to isolate one key hero in these fights. And you're right, they're going for 3 lanes of Rax. They're going for the Megas here on Execration. Nothing to stop them from EG. EG just pouring in one by one. I mean, they forced the smoke out, but just not really able to play aggressive with the Underlord. That's just one thing I feel like if you play the Underlord, you have to maximize that spell. Like, it's so weird to say. They call the GG.
Okay.
I can't fault the side of EG. I think Execration play a phenomenally aggressive game, but I'm not taking away from EG. I think they played a really good game as well. It's just this surprise factor from Shanks pinning Pakas every time. Like, it's just not something you expect. You expect something like a Sight of Vice to pin the AM. You expect like a Hex from Lion or a Shadow Shaman or a Roar. It was none of that. It was the bloody cookie. The bloody cookie kills Pakas. Grandma's love is too much for Anti-Mage. He had an edgy pass. He can't take any of these cuddliness from Snapfire.
I mean,
and it's just madness. Execration, they just play so good.
They do. They play an incredible Dota. I feel like you can fault Pakas for maybe. I don't know. The chain feeding was too obvious. I think it went too far, right? So as you can swap to our cameras if you want to now, but I think Pakas died maybe 2 times out of position. The first 2 deaths. The last one in the team fight was the only acceptable one to me because that was a surprising cookie. But the first one down bottom and the next one in this jungle, that was too much, right? Pakas got too confident. I think he underestimated Shank's cookie, and those led down the hole of death. But it's hard not to just gush about how great Execration is at their execution, man. Like, this team just looks good, man. They feel good, and now they're fixing some of their tactical issues, which I think was their biggest drawback. They're looking like a top-tier contender for C, honestly.
Yeah, and like we talked about before this game went off, wins are very important for Execration to stay in contention for the top 4. So this win gives them a pretty good chance if they win the next, and that'll leave them at like 7-7. So there's a chance where if TSM gets yet another bloody draw in their group stage and goes 7-7 as well, we could have already at least one tie to kind of have to break. So Execration have to keep this momentum up. EG, of course, if you have a chance to eliminate the team that you're not quite sure how you'll deal with in the next phase, eliminate them now. Get that win next, even though all you're fighting for is seeding. At the same time, you're fighting for whoever you have to fight against next time, and this is your chance to bury one of them. So if EG finds that win, that journey for the tiebreakers, it becomes, I think, much more circumstantial for Execration, and it never feels good if your destiny's out of your hands there.
Yeah, for sure. So now we'll see if Execration is capable of making this into a full 2-0, right? Completely secure themselves, or if they only get the 1 win. EG still has strong chances. Again, their draft looked very good. Let's see how they do on the first pick, which is what I'm assuming is going to happen now as they change sides and picks. And we're going to take a small break before we get to that match. So hope you enjoyed the first match. I think it was very, very fun. And let's see if the second match is equally as riveting.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
Hello, guys, and welcome back to DreamLeague Season 19. We have the last match of the series between EG and Execration. First match went to Execration, 1-0. And honestly, Buckeyes is going to be driven by cookies for the next 3 days, it seems like, because those are one for each kill he lost to that incredible cookie. What a game by Execration, and this is pretty demotivational if you're EG coming into the second game.
Yeah, it's a rough way to kind of lose out, just getting caught out by Cookie and all of these big fights. Again, you don't expect the Cookie to be the one thing to catch the AM, but then like 3 of those fights, it was the Cookie first. Not the Roar, not the Chains into Arrow. Cookie from Shanks. Like, I don't know how Shanks did it, but
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
it's insane. And I think EG, I don't think there was any big drafting error. I don't think there was anything like that. It was just down to Execration really executing well. Like they play around their aggression timing really nicely. I kind of complain about Tino farming, but you know what? When Tino farms and it ends up well, it feels good. Tino is just that kind of player who sits back and literally does not move until his item timing is smooth. And it works. He's not punished as much in lane. He was left alone, which I think a lot of other teams just punish this static off lane a lot more. And I think that maybe that's one angle where EG can kind of shake things up. Like, you throw Tino off his guard, he's never going to join in. You're going to be playing 4v5. You feel good there on EG with those terms. And you just run it down from there. So, again, drafting-wise, I don't feel too bad about what EG had. Maybe you could argue a little bit about the mid Underlord. Like, yes, it dominates the lane, but like play-wise, it did have certain connections. Like, we did see like the cogs. We saw the Frostbite into that control, and it felt good, but down the line, it's just not really a playmaker, and that is something that you also sort of lacked from EG's lineup, outside of, I guess, Whisper on the Batrider, jumping in, getting a good lasso. No one else could make a big play, whereas for Execration, it felt like almost everyone could kind of go in to make a big play.
And as much as we praised the Underlord mid, right, against the Ember, because it was a good matchup, I feel like that tempo that you're expecting from the Underlord mid wasn't really acquired by EG, and it ended up resulting in a little bit of a okay, like he's just there, right? Just a random tank that you have there, not really an initiator, not really like a potential win condition. And it did feel a little bit weak towards the end. So maybe EG thinks twice about that pick. Maybe they just consider that their playstyle this game was not optimal. They will be banning the Beastmaster though this game, which is very interesting.
Yeah, they banned the Beastmaster and the Marcy. So still taking away like this Shanks Marcy that Execration loves to run with. So still depriving us of our classic Execration Visage Marcy Luna.
But they can still Visage Luna though.
They could still Visage Luna, but I feel like without the Marcy, it's just not as ridiculous.
Okay.
You know, it's not as insane as like, oh, look at this machine gunning familiar taking a tower in like 2 seconds.
That's true.
I mean, it's still fun, but it's not as crazy. I'm trying to think. Is there any other way to buff that? I think Venge. Oh yeah, Invoker's there. I guess Venge is actually pretty terrible overall, but I love the hero. But like aura stacking Venge and Luna as your supports sounds like a really, really bad idea. And I like the respect ban for the Batrider. Whisper was really impactful there as well. Like it was his lassos and some of those really disruptive fights that turned him. So I like the respect. But Death Prophet left in the pool. Death Prophet picked up by EG.
Yeah. They love this hero. Not only can they flex it, of course, in more than 2 positions. They can play as support sometimes. They're still one of the teams that is comfortable doing that for Matthew. But more importantly, it's one of the most consistent heroes for Chris Luck. I think he discovered this halfway through Lima Major, and he never looked back. His performance on this hero is almost always stellar, and he always gets the tempo the team needs. So it's one of the few teams that actually values this hero, not as an off laner, but as a mid laner, right? So I think it's pretty solid. as Execration answers with a Doom immediately. Something they've been doing a lot these days. I don't know if you've seen this, John. This Doom offlane, they love running.
Yeah, I think it's a solid response. Again, it kind of plays into how
10 seconds remaining.
and just kind of go from there.
Evil geniuses turn to Radiant
Into the
team
Primal
ban.
Beast. Enjoy that as well. I think this is a lot of regression coming out from EG. With this early DP timing and the Primal Beast lane, like you have a pretty good time. You're not worried about being disrupted in the lane. I guess Enchant is actually pretty frustrating for the Primal Beast to walk into. Because, well, you will
10
get like
seconds
extremely
remaining.
slowed down, so probably not the best feeling to try to trample there if you
5
run into the
seconds
Enchantress lane.
remaining.
So keen to see how the lanes play out, and yeah, I like it. Like this kind of blocks off the potential NP pick for Execration if they want to go there. NP into Primal, it's not a good time. So it just kind of covers a few bases here for EG.
And we'll also, I want to talk a little bit about draft theory with these picks because I think there's a notable difference as to how Execration played the first pick and how EG played it, right? You see Execration, they pick on 8, they picked the Marana support. Here you pick 2 cores from 5 and 8, right? Even though they can be flexed, but that's the idea. And the logic behind this is very similar to last game, where with your first pick, EG still wants to control the draft. And by picking up Death Prophet and Primal Beast, EG is forcing Execration to respond to this with usually their 15, maybe, though 15 usually just try not to reveal much, and also their 6 or 18 pick, right? As a result, EG manages to control the draft for much longer. It does not feel that bad that you don't have the responses to second picks all the time. And this is a very good for teams that particularly like flexing heroes. If you can flex heroes, it doesn't matter so much that your DP, for example, got countered because you can always flex in a different position and change its role completely. So it's very interesting how both these teams approach draft in 2 different but successful ways, I would say.
Yeah, for sure. I would say I always prefer, I personally just, when watching drafts, I do prefer like having second pick overall. I think that's just a position that allows you to play to your strengths a little bit better.
It's easier.
And just
Yeah.
it's easier. And I think I was trying to check. I remember in Tour 1 when I checked like almost every region, it felt like second pick and Dire were like the ideal start with like a stupid 63% win rate or something.
But
It was
Lima
just insane.
Lima changed that because, first of all, top teams go there, so it being easier doesn't matter as much, right? And also, they kind of figured out the patch by then that there were certain heroes that were just really OP, right? So then first pick became broken because first pick becomes really strong when you have some certain heroes that are just very, very above the rest, right? I think right now that's not necessarily the case. There's some team-specific heroes, but I can't think of any hero that you're like, okay, this like Lina level of broken, right? So I think that's why second pick, like you said, is a little bit better now or feels better now.
Yeah, for sure. Like since that Lina nerf, nothing really stands out. I think NP is actually still up there, but we haven't really seen too much of it in this tournament. At least in the DPC, it was like popping off, especially in Southeast Asia where you and I were. We'd see that almost every time. Execration, they take the CM themselves. So they're setting up for a pretty aggressive top lane coming in. It's an interesting support duo. CM Ench, this time around, Execration doesn't have a lot of play from them, right? Like you're not expecting those crazy plays you were seeing from Shanks with a cookie, no arrow connections for Carlo to play with. It's stable and again, very focused on lanes, but I don't know if this is going to fit into any sort of early aggression from Exe. Like you could still get a good creep in your inch, but it's a lot harder to just run up with a creep and try to melt someone down, or just play with a Crystal Nova slow and chasing some of these heroes. It's a little bit less streamlined than game 1.
Yeah, I would agree. It's difficult. This is the hardest pick for second pick, which is 15, right? And it's sometimes difficult to be like, I don't want to reveal much, but I also want to do something that seems good in this lineup. I think the best option, they banned themselves in the Disruptor. I know Execration's a little bit iffy on this hero. They don't really know if they love playing it or not yet. But the Crystal Man at least adds more damage and a stun that you were kind of lacking, which I agree with. Or stun, that's root, but acts as one, right? But I'm with you that I don't think this does too much just yet. Let's see what they do with their last 2 picks, right? What Bob and Palos, I think, has to bring this home.
Yeah,
there's the Matthew pick, it seems like.
I like it coming out. Like if you are still expecting DP offlane, DP Tusk is pretty damn annoying. to kind of deal with in that lane. Although again, I think we were expecting Chris Luck to just take the mid DP. Tusk Primal Beast maybe a little bit awkward, but you can still kind of set up for the Primal Beast, block off with the shards, run someone down. Crystal Maiden's going to be pretty easy food to eat down because you can only root one. So if you play your cards right, force the early Frostbite, CM's just food in that lane, and they'll go with the Undying, so never mind. It's still really lanes for both supports from EG.
Yeah.
Like, I like it. Like this fits how they like to play. This entire lineup acts on ridiculously early timings. Execration has to find a way to fight back in because you're fighting back with an Ench CM. So already really soft heroes with the Undying on top, like they'll die to like 2 hits or even just 1 punch from Tusk. Like a couple of decays are on you.
One thing they did fix on the other draft that I think was missing, and what aspect we didn't touch on, is vision game, right? Undying will give a lot of vision that they were lacking, and you also have 2 relatively tanky initiators. You mentioned the fact that if Underlord goes mid, you play around the Atos and the root, and you don't get him as tanky as usual, right? So this time you have Primal Beast and Death Prophet, both tanky, Tusk 2, and Undying with a Tombstone. So a lot of vision here to make plays as Execution responds with a Shadow Fiend. This is the hit on the table I was expecting. Something big, something potent that shows why you went for these vanilla supports. The Shadow Fiend mid, as a response, I think, to... They might be considering it might be just a Primal Beast mid, which makes sense considering the Tusk pick. I wonder if EG will still run the DP mid now, seeing the Shadow Fiend, because one of your lanes is going to look worse with the Shadow Fiend. There's no chance that you get to win both mid and the off lane. Good choice by Execration.
Yeah, you're just going to have to accept that. If you run Primal Beast mid to get this ideal DP Tusk lane, it's not going to be a good time. If you run the DP mid, Primal Beast Tusk, I still think it works, but it's a lot more awkward with double melee in that lane. Like, you can still theoretically run down the CM, but depending on the core that Execration picks for Palos, you might not really harass the one target you need to push away anyway. So it's pretty big. I think the one thing with the Shadow Fiend pick here that kind of doesn't sell me on the pick is that I feel like Shadow Fiend has been best when you tie it in with like the minus armor strat, so something like the Lycan would howl, or maybe I don't know, just any more minus armor coming out, like even a Snapfire can have some utility there. You don't really have too much of that here, so your physical scaling, it doesn't feel as ramped up as it usually is for the SF. But the laning phase wise, like this early tempo from early to mid game is still there. So that is something Exa can play around with.
I see your point. The other concern I have with the Shadow Fiend is that he usually doesn't do well when there's a good support that can gank him early, right? And I think Tusk definitely fulfills that role because he's just bad at surviving ganks. And I don't know if Crystal Maiden and Enchanters are the ideal supports to save you from a Tusk running at you with, say, Primal Beast or DP as well, right? He does bring a lot of damage though, which is something I think, again, Execution we're needing with the Doom and Enchantress picks, and this will help deal with the Death Prophet, particularly try to burst her down. He might even go for the Magic SF that some people are running these days, like this kind of aura carrying Magic SF that is very, very effective at winning the early mid game.
Yeah, so, I do like the concept of the Magic SF. There's a really weird flex Execration can do here though. Like, say you run safely in Doom for Palos, and then you pick Tino like the Lycan. Then suddenly that the Howl comes into play. It's a little bit of an awkward draft, but there's an argument for it. And EG go back into the Pecan's Luna coming out, which I don't mind too much. If you're expecting that Doom offlane, this is manageable for the Luna. You can just sit back, farm. Not much of a threat coming out from the Doom, especially with the Undying to frontline for you. So it does feel pretty tied into how Pakaz would like to flash farm into like a mid-game timing. Luna does that spectacularly well. And you can just kind of group up. You have insane push coming out from EG with Luna DP. You can melt these objectives and just play this really fast game. I think it's a very EG-like draft. It fits her playstyle.
I do like your point though about the Shadow Fiend carry. Perhaps like now that I see the Luna, it's not that bad, right? Because you just want to outrange this hero. Drow is out of the game, so and Terrorblade too, and they're gonna opt for a Monkey King instead for Palos, I believe, right? Yeah. Interesting. I don't see how this particularly deals with Luna, but maybe they just arm SF as a secondary carry, and that's gonna be your way to dealing with Luna.
Yeah, I think the mindset might be more like, all right, if the Primal Beast does decide to jump in, if this is like Primal Beast Tusk, Palos gets a lot of value out. Like, it's easier for him to land these massive Boundless Strikes with a Jingu running on 2 cores. It's easier for him to play with the aggression of the CM as well, like the slow plus the frostbite. You run down, you get your Jingu, and you can actually provide a lot of pressure. Granted, these are two really tanky heroes from EG side, but it does make the lane pretty playable for XA. I think one thing as well is this is a physical core that can play with Bob's minus armor rather than the other way around where you're kind of buffing each other up. So
Yes, that's true.
if the SF is inside Wukong's, your damage output is pretty ridiculous. Presence of the Dark Lord is pretty strong, and they will actually just run the Primal Beast mid in the end. So they stick to that flex. They give Chris Luck the lane up against Bob and Whisper with the Tusk. So DP Tusk lane is, again, it's the much more idealized lane, and this does deal with Paulus really well, but Chris Luck up against Bob, like Primal Beast, Shadow Fiend, I can see the Primal Beast like having some early aggression timing. Like you can onslaught, trample in, and the SF can only really comfortably land one raise. So I think if Chris Luck manages to force Bob where he can't line up his shots, that can feel all right for the Primal Beast.
Yeah, I can see that, but it's a tough one because the Primal Beast, I think his model is so big that unless you're like literally kissing Bob, you're gonna be eating the medium and the short raise, right? So it's a tough lane. We'll see how C-Small plays it. Clearly, Execution thinks that Bob will win this lane, otherwise they wouldn't pick Shadow Fiend because I think that was their idea. But yeah, I don't know where this lane goes. I will say the one point we haven't mentioned at all that I think Execution is missing a little bit is they don't have a tombstone hitter. Sure, Shadow Fiend can kind of do it, but it feels bad to waste him on the tombstone, right? I feel like that tombstone will stay alive for a while. Either the combination of like Shanks plus Bob plus Carlo all trying to hit it at once, but it's not an easy thing once you get to like mid game and the tombstone is stronger.
Yeah, it's going to be really important for Panda to find like these good choke points to maximize tombstone overall, and I'm keen to kind of see that. Early tip out for Matthew there from good old Bob.
Probably shared a pub, I want to presume.
Yeah, there were a lot of tips in the last game as well. So probably just again one of those consequences of interregional tournaments when everyone's gathered in one area. You have everyone in your pubs as well, so you get to experience all your friends when they're playing Dota. And we know what people are like when they play Dota in pubs. People are not themselves, Avo. They turn into different beings.
Did you see what Carlo told us in the interview when we asked him about the pubs in EU?
What did he say?
He said, people here, they don't, like, not all pros queue at the same time, like in C, right? So you get to play with a lot of different people, and you get to meet tons of different animals, is what he said.
It's like going to a zoo for Carlo then. And that does sound like the pub experience sometimes, Sometimes your games of Dota just go that way. That's the nature of our game. Is what it is.
Oh, look, I like that honesty, man. I'm surprised a C player says that about you Western Europe, which is often talked about as the best server. But if you're in that level of C, right, you're probably playing in a good time as well. Matthew versus Tino and Shanks, he realized that is not something you can win. And apparently, they'll be running a DP versus the Doom, actually. And instead, Bakas is going to be laning against Monkey King. Very interesting.
That is interesting, because I don't think the Luna has as good of a time in that lane. Your attack range as Luna is pretty atrocious, so it's not like you'll get free hits onto the Monkey King. Like, Palace's range is 30 units less, not by too much, so you can still walk up harass. I guess this lane for EG can be devastating. Like a couple of the Ks into a Lucent, if you're actually going for that build, can be pretty nukey on the Monkey King, who doesn't have the best starting strength stats. Like, he is soft, so like 2-3 decays plus a Lucent Beam, that's a good amount of EHP taken away.
Yeah, and again, Monkey King also dislikes Tombstone because of the fact that you are wasting probably either Jingu potential stacks that can activate Jingu Mastery, or just Jingu Mastery damage on a stupid zombie or Tombstone, right? So it's not very good. I do agree. I do think he has to go for Lucent Beam, though. I think this lane has to be at least 2 points in Lucent Beam, because the first point feels pretty bad on this skill.
And they're also running a tri-lane down bot. Like, they've got Matthew camping Carlo, trying to get the creep pull. Carlo not willing to contest it.
Carlo's like, I'll fight you to death, and Matthew is like, okay, I'm melee, dude. Palos is suffering against this combo of Panda and Bakas, and Bakas getting too close to him. Bakas might suffer. Whew, that was very, very close. Palos, though, being level 1, he can't actually, or sorry, already using the Boundless Strike, he can't actually get the kill on the Luna yet.
just a little bit tougher, but they're already forcing him down, and that's pretty much Palos by himself. That is one thing as well with this kind of lane dynamic, and something I love to talk about when you're playing Undying. You get the decays off, you drop your HP, but that also means any source of regen you have fills your relative HP really high, although Palos
is close to dying here with a Boundless Strike. He does get a magic stick off at least. There's another decay. Matthew doesn't have Orb of Venom, so not much chance that he can catch up to him. Oh, only Windlace here. Monkey King quite fast. Survives this whole onslaught.
That's so much pressure. They are making this lane hellish for Palos. So your Monkey King isn't farming too much. I say that, but he's still slightly ahead of Picaz. My one worry here for EG is the EXP gain on your Tuscan Undying. These are two supports that need a lot of EXP. So you are sacrificing those early timings, the tombstone we're talking about. The tempo probably isn't going to be as high there.
See Smile dies in the mid lane. They call Hunt Palos in the bottom lane, but a beautiful battle circuit to 3 almost stops this, but they'll get the kill regardless. The two melees managed to mow him down as they also chase down Carlo. Bob, though, we expected this lane to be really difficult, Primal Beast, and in fact, it was. There was no shenanigans, no way to play. Oh, maybe if he does the praise. No, it's SF versus melee hero.
Yeah, it's still straightforward. Bob's just gonna have a good time. I think that's one thing that you can be really happy about. Like, your mid is going well for Bob lane. It's a frickin' Doom lane, so no matter what, you'll just farm. And they are suppressing Whisper quite well with Shanks here.
Oh, that snowball will save him as Palos can't reach him now. Panda coming in again. They have Tombstone. They will drop it. They're committing to Palos, utilizing the tag team as well. And they know they can't kill him. In fact, Bacchus went a bit too far, and Carlo just snipes him. Carlo might die for this, but he's more than happy to die for the enemy carry. Huge win for Execration.
Massive. You're at the point as well where Panda's all out of mangoes.
Okay, maybe they can kill Palos in exchange, but they're out of mana, like you said, in Panda, so now you can't kill off Palos, and he just heals back up with Boundless Strike.
And it goes back to that point. You drop the strength of Palos, but when he does get Jingu up in the Boundless, he'll heal back to full. And he's going to feel pretty good, relatively. Once the decay fades, it's not a bad feeling for the Monkey King. They're still maintaining the tri-lane, but I feel like that death for Picaz sets him back by a pretty substantial amount, especially considering the fact that Whisper solo is not having the greatest times as well. So all you're doing is focusing to keep Palos down.
Yeah, and this time they should kill him. He has one magic wand. Into the trees they go. Really? Not going to commit? Bacchus knows. He's afraid of Carlo. Already died once, and his Lucid Beam still level 1. So they're lacking a little bit of damage on this Lucid Beam, honestly. I would have liked the 2 points first in Lucid Beam, if you're playing this aggressively.
I'm surprised he still goes for the Blessing, because they're just running up and trying to get kills. Again, if you think about Decay plus how much output Lucid Beam gets with levels, like, it is a huge EHP burst potential once you soften up these targets, but with this, you're much more focused on, like, tag team rundown. It just takes more time, which gives openings for Expiration.
Smile. He'll die again. Auto attacks from Bob, and he got the 3 raises off. That's all 2 raises, actually, to kill him. And the top lane Whisper is going for Shanks. Almost finishes him off with a Crypt Swarm, but the Infused Ray Drops will save him. And now Whisper's running away from a scary, scary Doom. But scary, scary Doom does not have any boots. So he's a very slow, slow Doom.
Just find it, but again, the pressure onto Whisper, I think, is more than enough for you to feel happy here. Oh, Shanks playing on the
snowball
edge.
for Palos. Yeah. I see Palos dies in the bottom lane. Lay down the Tombstone, use the Vandal Strike before he had the lifesteal, but they can't chase him into the trees. They've learned this already. Palos has found a safe space as Matthew almost falls to the tower. As in the top lane, you were right. There's an aggression going on. Whisper healing back up. Dino close to falling. C-Smile's out of spells though, and that Scorched Earth will save him as Shanks will be the target instead. One last auto attack from Whisper. Not gonna kill Shanks. C-Smile is forced to overcommit here, but Shanks is just faster. Here's the onslaught. That will manage to finish off this Enchantress. As in the bottom lane, Carlo's also getting snowballed. Decayed. The snowball won't hit, but the decay will guarantee the kill.
There's so much commitment coming out from EG up top to find the Encha, and even to find the CM down bot. Like, you still have this issue of Palos in general just having a much better time in terms of EXP game. Granted, he is not finding as much farm as Picaz is. So your Luna is still having this ramp up. You're getting some recovery coming out here, but here comes Bob with a haste.
He does, and Bacchus needs to get away, but there's no chance for him. Now they got the Jingle Mastery. Bob says, hello! Oh, wait, I can do it again. Maybe Panda instead? No, they gave it to Palos, and Bob is just excited, zooming past the map.
And you don't mind that. You give Palos a little bit of that recovery he needs. You slow down the Luna a little bit more, and you just have rune control because no one's heading down mid. So you have a lot of free reign here for Bob to just get that big power rune and start these rotations out. Look at the level difference with Chris Luck and Bob. Bob is 7. Chris Luck is still at 5.
Down bottom, they want to kill Palos. At the top, they're also going for Whisper. We're going to concentrate on Palos for now. Whisper gets a counter kill into the Enchantress. Palos dies to the Luna. And thanks to C-Small's rotation, they also get Tino. So, it ends up being a pretty big win here for EG. Managed to stabilize a little bit as C-Small decided, my lane, not my lane. It's Bob's lane now.
Not like the SF pushes the fastest onto the mid. It is still a good amount of damage coming out. So you don't mind that too much, but you are bleeding out in your side lanes a lot more. The one lane Execration's winning comfortably is mid. I'd say top you could argue drew even, but you are losing out on bot by quite a fair bit with this committed tri lane from EG. And the kills, I mean, they're starting to pay off a little bit. I still feel like Execration don't mind too much because you're still going to have this Midas timing for Tino. Bob, he's level 8, still 2 levels ahead of Chris Luck somehow. And the one hurting point is Palos. Like, this is a very poor Monkey King. Still trying to work on the power threads, not quite up yet. He will find more.
C-Small goes for Shanks. Shanks is the label next to intendant. Oh, no, sorry, it was just the enchant. He has no healing. Shanks will die. And the Whirlwind pushes back Matthew, but the 3 raises miss. Bob, pretend like we didn't see that, as in the top lane. Whisper activated the exorcism, chasing down Tino. Tino still doesn't have level 6, so Whisper knows there's no Doom available. However, it's only level 1 Exo. We have to get a Spirit Siphon going. There we go. Infernal Blade. It's not going to be enough. Whisper will just chase him down. Exorcism is done though, so he's lacking damage. And Tino is surviving mid lane. They managed to get gank on Bob as top Whisper is forced to retreat. In fact, they're circling him now. Oh no! TP's everywhere. Whisper still has Spirit Siphons though. Has 2 whole Spirit Siphons actually. Has to get close for them. Also prevents the impetus damage. Matthew joins in. This team fight's eternal because of the Death Prophet here, guys. Shanks, again without healing, is getting mowed down with a Spirit Siphon. Cryptstorm as well to finish him off. Carlo in the trees does not have a safe space here because Baka has joined. And they should be able to take down a tier 1 now, I guess. Or not, no, they just leave. Okay, that'll also work.
That's an early rotation up from Pakaz. I mean, it does land in some good kill taunts to supports, but Tino still bails out.
Oh, there we go, that's a tier 1.
Yeah, they'll find a push. They'll commit for it. So they take the top. It's so interesting to see that move out. I don't know if I feel like that's completely worthwhile because now you free up Palos' lane, so the Monkey King can kind of rest easy, just try to play this farming game that people love, start to work towards his early item build-up. I'm still wondering if Palos will try to play greedier here and, you know, run for something like the Battle Fury. Good scan out from Execration, spots the smoke, and Palos breaks.
Carlo, against the tag team, they start hitting him. There we go. They will actually get the kill. Palos is joining. Of course he is. C Dota meets SA Dota. Street fight. Whisper dies already. They want to see the Wukong's command, but they decided against it because they didn't need that. Panda's also going to die here. A little bit of slow is all they needed as Panda finds no creeps to deny himself. They can even farm a tombstone here, but they don't have vision, so they're just going to have to let it go. Palos is fighting the zombies. Palos, just leave. There we go. Palos? Oh, he really wants his tombstone gold, man. And he did it. He made the jump. He found the tombstone, and he'll get the gold.
150 gold, you know, it's not bad.
Not bad. Creeps, man. Stick creeps.
Yeah, it's a good amount of gold for Palos. He had to drag his courier out. They are still trying to keep track of him here, though.
Well, they saw his jump
now. Could break the 3.
There we go. C-Small starts to trample, still has the Onslaught and the Pulverize. Not even using the Pulverize yet because he also doesn't need to. Onslaught for extra damage and stun. Palos will go down. All for a tombstone, John. All for a tombstone.
Good punishment coming out here from the side of EG, and they're starting to line up bot. This is the kill they were hunting for a while ago. He just got his Midas, Tino. He's not even going to be able to use it if he dies here.
No. The massive Pitus. As Tino will lose his life in the bottom lane. And they'll take a tower to boot as well. Was he devouring something?
I don't think so either. Didn't have that. He was just hiding in tree lane, knowing that there was a rotation coming in because of that flank on the Palos. So you miss out quite a fair bit of economy on your Doom. You find the objectives now stacking up for EG. They are getting really aggressive early on in this game in comparison to Execration, which has been playing a little bit more passive. You know, they're farming up. Bob has been rotating a couple of times, but you know, you're not ready on Tino, you're not ready on Palos just yet to fully commit in these movements out. Whereas for EG, I mean, even Pakaz was just jumping in. Like this guy's crazy, showing up in the Luna level 5 for that top move from a while ago. I guess there is one interaction we didn't really talk about here, Avo, where Lunar Blessing on Primal Beast does improve his trample by a fair bit.
Oh,
Like
right.
that's not a combination you think about, but it does work.
No,
So
you're right.
that rotation makes more sense, just to buff up Chris Luck.
Right, that makes sense actually. Yeah, and especially at nighttime, right, when it's global.
Radiant
Yeah.
structures.
Pakas
go.
might be dying. No way. Shanks gets a solo kill on Pakas. Pakas? Oh, the magic
Ooh.
one saves him. Dark Troll Summoner, though, is on the hunt. Is someone going to save him from the screen? Pakas? Okay, there is C-Smile. Gets rid of the enchanters. Pakas called for aid. It came. And the team fight continues, but near the enemy, or near the Radiant Jungle, as they kill off Bob rather easily here. Bob in the wrong position. He's still made out of paper. Carlo's being chased down now, but they don't have any slows. Ice Shards, though, will hit. Connect perfectly as Carlo is trapped with two big beefy dudes, and they want his life.
I think this is
Smells
the
going
big,
for more. Sorry. Oh,
the big
nope.
difference right now.
No, not yet, not yet. He didn't find anyone. He's fine.
The big difference for Execration here is their support duo. We talk about this in draft, but Enchantress CM, they can't make plays. They can't connect with a core in a very straightforward way, whereas for EG, you've got Tusk Undying. These heroes really just want to run at you. You've got the Primal Beast to play around with, you've got the DP with her early timing. Bob could just die for this TP.
Bob, Matthew, no, don't move too much, Bob. Oh, he's thought about it. Breaking the
Okay.
souls. There's Matthew going for Carlo. Carlo disintegrated. Oh no, Bob, he's dancing. He's dancing. He's hoping to save Carlo. He doesn't have a freezing field, but he still has the Wrecking the Souls here. Matthew, oh, the Wrecking. Bob, what are you doing, man? What are you doing? That's not gonna hit.
Oh.
They just need to jump forward. And see Smile, he's banging the monkey on the ground, but this time he will lose his life as Bob, he really wants to use the Wrecking. He's very excited about it, but he has nobody nearby to do it so.
Yeah, at the very least, Bob's not the one to die. You know, he TP'd right into the middle of everyone from EG, but he uses Carlo as bait, and they actually find a mid-kill in exchange, and they save their tier 1.
No,
So,
Bob can die, right?
oh.
Do we have detection? He
Oh.
got Wrecking, he got it! He got to use it, John, and he kills Tusk in the process. As now they're trying to go for Panda, but it's Palos who's taking a beating from the Spirit Siphon, so they decide to both retreat. Nobody wants to fight this, but Bob's happy. He's satisfied.
yep, he got to use the Requiem. And, you know, that's what he was looking for. That's what he was pumping up quite a fair bit. And now the smokes come out from Execration. They've got that Echo Saber on Palos, so he is ready to actually take some aggression with his team. He can just build up some early Jingus, run heroes down, has a few more stats to stay durable up front. They're not going to find anyone down bottom, though. So, EG, they're just using the space well to allow Pakaz to farm up. For Execration, I mean, you look at the scoreboard of 8 to 18, but Execration's only like 1k behind. They're keeping the game even. Somehow, despite bleeding out all those kills.
Yeah, it's impressive actually, considering that. I mean, I guess the early game did give him a lot of like a massive pillow to rest on, right? Now they're finally losing that extra they won in the early game. C-Smile finds another kill against Tino. To me, the most impressive part is the fact that C-Smile is actually having an incredible impact this game, despite being destroyed in lane. Like, no chance in this lane. And still doing a lot this game.
I think it's just the nature of Primal Beast. Like, this hero's kit is still pretty busted. I mean, it's been adjusted down, but I remember when Primal Beast came out, I had an interview with Mid1, and he just cursed the entire time. So I think we had to bleed quite a fair bit of that. He did not enjoy that here. That is true. There's the balance.
Poor Shanks, there's the Lucid Beam. Level 2 this time, by the way. They did take the second level in it, finally. Palos is still in the trees. And he is going to stay there forever, John. Palos is now one with the trees.
That's where he belongs when you do play the Monkey King. You know, you want to stay around there. That's like the core equivalent of having old Treant Protector when you could go invis. Well, or Treant Protector in general when you just invis.
Yes,
Just
exactly.
stay in the trees. Look at this, still jumping around.
Oh, look at this.
This could be it.
He jumps off the trees to try to kill Baka. Baka says the Eclipse is only level 1. It's not going to do much. And in fact, he just runs away from the Wukan's command. In the mid lane, though, Seasmog got a kill on Bob. And now, Execration, they got the whistle to retreat. They know they can't stay here. Carlo is going to start dancing. He's done. Don't come near me, he says. Please, let me TP. And he does succeed.
Alright, they waste a couple of ults there from the side of Exe. Losing Bob is actually pretty big. He's the highest net worth on Execration, so that pick-off super important for EG. And you don't have the output right now from Palos to do this by himself for the movement. Ooh,
I don't know,
he's gone.
Palos. Oh no, he wanted to stay on that tree, but deforestation, it's coming for us all. And that's gonna kill off poor Palos. That's 2 of your most important cores dead in quick succession. And wait, because Matthew wants a 3rd one. He wants Dino. Seasmall doesn't have the onslaught yet, but he has the pulverize. That sets up for snowball. The hood has been used, but it's ignored completely by a stronger primal. He thought about using the Doom there, but no cigars. All 3 cores died now. John.
Radiant structures are
Building up on EG, they're finding the kills they need to. Like, they're punishing Execration for opting for, again, a little bit of a slower style. Like, they have to wait for these items to come through. They might look for Crystallock here.
Okay, now I'm making them. Or the onslaught.
Ooh.
Ooh, nice job there, Shanks. Very well timed war stomp.
Shanks again, finding the intercepts. Last time it was his cookie. This time it's the creeps that he's dragging along with his enchant. And they will still drop their bot tier 2 for that, so it's a good kill. It doesn't make up for the map losses you've taken now. Bot outpost goes the way of EG, bot jungle control completely theirs, and Execration's running out of map space to keep that farm game going on Bob, Tino, and Palos. Like they're still just waiting. You know, Tino's not ready. He's trying to go for the pipe to mitigate some of that magical output in the middle of these fights. Palos still trying for the Maelstrom for a little bit more output and farm as well, but it just feels like every team is going a little bit too slow, which is weird to say, because all of Execration's cores are still fairly well farmed, keeping up nicely. The outlier is really just Bakas. Like his Luna is just getting way more, and this is something Luna excels at. She flash farms so fast when she's given room. She has so much room, like no invasion on the triangle at all this entire game coming out from Exe. It's gotten a lot of value just sitting back and, you know, doing what Luna does best, farm.
Execration will try to do a wraparound play, it seems like, with the smoke. And this nets him a couple of kills. Okay, that was a huge wraparound. Guys, you're wrapping around the world. Oh my god. Wait. Bob's like, guys, they're not here. I checked. We're good. And now EG says, you know what? We can check the same area. And also, nobody's here.
Radiant are scanning.
All right, this is a little bit of a circus right now. I don't think they're meant to do these things. These moves make sense, but none of these have vision in the right spots, right?
Yeah. They don't quite, but they still could be able to find a fight here.
Oh, no way. Palos was leading. He didn't expect them to come from there. And the circus completes in a kill on the monkey.
As that's where most circuses can go around, right?
That's what they
display
end,
of the
yeah.
monkey there. Yeah. And with that kill, they go straight into the Roche. No problems here for EG. They've got the physical output for the tag team and Pakas around. Tino?
He thought he could just walk in. That's not gonna work. Oh, they're breaking though. Look at that. Bob is happy once again. However, the snowball saves Seasmog from a lot of damage here, and the Fear's nullified. So now Tino will die as they have to cancel Carlos' freezing field. Nobody's stunning him. They're gonna kill him instead. There's the onslaught with Lucent Beam. Bob is kept in place. He has nowhere to run. Now swallowing all those Lucent Beams. They're gonna hurt on the way down. 3 deaths plus Palos' earlier one for Execration, and that's a Roche for EG.
Big wins for EG. Execration just not expecting that. Again, perhaps feeling safe because they did that a wraparound earlier on, checked around, didn't find anyone, so they just walk all willy-nilly and they get punished. First Roche for EG means that more objectives to fall. They could start to maybe knock into the high ground here if they were feeling confident enough. Execration, again, it's a waiting game for them. They need some BKBs to be up and running. You need one on Tino to feel safe. It's just a long ways off. Even Palos doesn't have the full Maelstrom up yet. Like, the progression for the cores, it's, again, relatively not bad, but it's just off when you consider how much EG can do with their own lineup. Like, they have so much control, they have so much play, and Exa just doesn't, by virtue of their draft. Like, again, you've got an Enchantress and CM. Like, they just can't do much for your cores, and your cores don't necessarily team fight in the same way that EG does. Like, their AoE control, their AoE output is good, but they all kind of need some setup, and they don't particularly set up for each other all that well.
Yeah, you're right. They lack this very easy initiation that EG definitely has. And also maybe a tank, because Tino has been crushed so much. Okay, this could be the initiation they're looking for though. Doom on the DP. Onslaught for the saving, but Z-Smile can be in a pickle regardless. He dies. This combination of Uga's command freezing field, man. This area is pure death as Z-Smile gets tired of the ice and stuns Carlo, but Bakas will lose his Aegis here. And Bob is like, guys, you know what time it is? Requiem! Oh no! Bob! He mistimed it! That was not as cool as he thought it was gonna be. And now Bob, he walks away in shame. C-Smile still runs him down. That's not gonna work. C-Smile sacrifices himself in exchange for Tino though. And as Bakas gets frostbitten, and Bob will now hit the raises to redeem himself.
What?
I don't know what this team fight was. It was
That
a
was
bait
just a
Requiem.
mess.
It was a bait Requiem,
It
man.
was?
That's what it was.
That's all Bob's been doing, baiting us in, baiting himself in, baiting his team in, and baiting EG in as well. He's just putting on a show. All he wants to do is, you know, just make a loud roar. That's it. It doesn't pan out, but the team fight goes their way anyway.
So
And EG, I mean, that was them with Aegis. So it's a good reset for Exa. They are still in this game. This allows some pretty good build-up to come out. You know, you can finally get that time for Tino's BKB to come on. Palos is finally work on his own as well. And once those BKBs are up, a lot disappears from EG. Right? Like, your Primal Beast is not a factor. Your DP, to a certain extent, is gone as well. Even the Luna's output, in terms of Eclipse, it's just nullified. So, very important for Execration to hit that triple BKB timing. And with that play, they have the time to do so. It's kind of crazy. Like, you are 13 to 30 in 23 minutes, and EG's lead is only 3k to show for it. And the farm distribution of Execration's a lot more even in comparison to EG's farm distribution.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point, right? EG is like everything on Bakas, so any moment that Bakas makes even the slightest mistake, like happened last game, right, with the AM, you just kind of in a corner. Not much you can do to cover him. Whisper can a little bit, I think, this game, more so than last time, but still not great.
It's, you know, for EG, I mean, this is still fine. Like, you just go for constant aggression, you smoke up again, you go hunting. You know Execration's gonna be trying to farm, pick them off when they're when they're alone, when they're there one by one. They get the scan here. So Tino should just fall. No TP.
Yeah.
Bye, Tino.
I mean, they have Water Spot just in case anyway, but there's then we have BKB. And use the Ice Shards. Like, easy saving the mana from the Ice Shards, man. Ultimate disrespect. I don't even need them for you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's, you know, efficiency is what it is, Avo. You save some mana, you can make another play.
Right.
They are all instantly TPing, so, you know, they've got a rough idea as to what they want to do. Palos, we've seen him dance around these trees with an Invis Brown Beast before.
Oh no. I've seen this one before. Bang Monkey on ground. Hit him with the power of the moon. Monkey dead.
Yeah. Power of Monkey. The Monkey memes are not strong enough for Palos just yet.
Yeah, Monk is not
Maybe
strong.
needs to, yeah, maybe needs to loop that video a couple times to learn why people save him. Show us Monkey, Palos. That's all you need to do. He'll reach there eventually. But
I mean,
EG,
he
good
is the
pickoffs.
person who would watch Power of Monk video before he starts games, honestly.
Yeah.
Remember when Execration said that if there's anyone in the team that's he's the dog of the family, that's what they called Palos?
Yeah.
That's Bob who said that specifically.
They actually like laying into Palos quite a fair bit.
Yeah,
when
yeah,
we were
yeah.
in Japan together, like they just, I don't know, something about Palos that they like to make fun of. I don't know why he's so chill.
He takes it very
the
well,
punch.
honestly. Yeah.
That is a slow ass punch. Love that.
The snowball's fast though, and this time they don't have ice shards, but they have a Lucent Beam, John. They also have a Primal Beast, and that's all they need. Truly, that is all you need in life, a Primal Beast.
Yeah, if you can somehow find one, cherish it for life. Very rare things to find, a primal beast in your life. You know, someone that you can trample with, someone that will trample for you, push you away from danger with onslaught, and hug you tenderly with pulverize.
Exactly.
That's someone you'd want in life.
Someone that's truly an uproar for your life, huh?
Oh, there you go.
Bakas takes the tier 2 pretty much solo here. Tino's like, guys, I think we can. Oh, damn it! I can't walk in without Palos' help. So I guess I'm just gonna let this tier 2 go.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, they're just gonna have to let go of the objectives. They can do high ground. EG without the protecting of Aegis will likely not attempt though. So you can just kind of hold back, farm up. And EG, all they have to wait for is this next Roche. Right? They've kind of fed away the Aegis in a very weird fight, which honestly it felt like Execration should not have found that, but I guess the Doom from Tino was actually massive in suppressing Whisper. But if EG gets the next Roche, I think this game becomes a lot more straightforward for them. I think expecting that same fight out from Execration is a lot harder of a sell for me. Again, especially considering how far ahead Pakas is starting to pull away. Like your net worth is keeping up. You do have your BKBs lining up here. Palos and Tino actually have theirs at the same time.
Yeah.
Palos is just flying out, but he's not going to join. Still, the smoke
They
could
saw
be big.
They saw it on the ward. So they're ready for this. However, you're right about the BKB timings being big. Let's see if they can still capitalize on this. EG, they're positioning themselves, preparing themselves for a smoke. And Execration's like, guys, I think they're moving in a weird way. They might have seen us. C-Smile, however, did not see them. He didn't get the memo. Or perhaps he's just baiting the whole time. And apparently that was the play as the BKB. He's saved from damage. There's the Wrecking though. However, the BKBs make it no. He only hits the support because the Wukong's command is set up, but they're running on circles around them. And EG will be able to hunt down Bob first, Cardinal as well. Nobody's died from EG yet. Perhaps Matthew might be the first victim, but he can't even get him with the Boundless Strike. Not enough damage.
Oh boy.
Panda heals himself over Matthew here. Matthew will have to suffer for a little bit longer. As Whisper tips him because Matthew's still somehow alive.
That's the high ground push. You expended everything. You expended your BKBs, the Requiem's down, Wukong's down, even the Doom's down. I don't see a big team fight play coming out here from Execration without those spells.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Palos is playing risky.
There's no Doom, like you said, so I don't know. I mean, even without Requiem, without Requiem you can win as long as Doom is available, I think.
Well, please backdoor kicks in.
Okay.
This wave is pretty far back. Shanks again stalling out the game for the team as the enchant creep just dragging creep waves off. So they stall the inevitable. They buy themselves some time here. Execration.
Time for what, John? What are they looking for? What is their next timing? Besides the cooldowns. I mean, give me an item that makes it easier, because they just got thwarted completely.
The Daedalus from Bob feels good. I'd say he needs some lifesteal. Like, even a casual Morbid Mask would feel pretty good for him to sustain these frontline fights.
Yep. There's a Luna. She's back at it, pushing your towers. There's a Luna knocking on your door, and Bob doesn't deal more damage than before. What does Execration have in store? A glyph?
Yeah.
Okay.
They have to
delay. Tito's dying to the glaze right now. Oh no. Oh, Tito's gonna die to the glaze alone. There's the onslaught committed too. Follows in position. The Solar though is on the right wing target this time. C-Smile will be saved by it. And Palos, Tombstone C, Tombstone take, he says.
It goes to Shanks as well.
Oh no, Tombstone robbed.
Yeah, he stole it away with the enchanted illusion of Pakas, which I guess is also one play. You know, just having this Luna for yourself can help you stall. But this game for Execration right now, it feels nearly impossible. I've said that multiple times in this tournament though, and I have seen comebacks. So I'm pretty sure if Execration keep banging their heads against the wall, a solution will come out. Again, Daedalus being farmed up by Bob. Tino trying to go for the blink, and that should help up with these Doom plays. Nullifier for Palos is a little bit different. I don't really see a direct reason to nullify here, but it does just kind of help you overall, I guess, with damage and control.
Maybe 4 steps.
I suppose you just stop the 4-stab saves coming out here. We'll see if it's useful when it does come true.
Okay, they do the Luna. That was the first 4-step coming out. Requiem, this time will hit. She can't be
Oh!
She's feared. They could kill the Luna in time, and they do. Now it's down to Whisper and C Smile. The BKBs are ending, however, on Execration, and C Smile is stomping. In fact, you come to this probably stomping grounds. Bob and Paul's both disintegrate in the face of this dinosaur as Shanks is being chased down by Whisper. The ghosts are just not fast enough to finally reach Shanks here. He's gonna get a huge amount of damage, but Matthew gets killed off in the sidelines. C-Smile's also been caught. Palos activates the Jingle Mastery. The Infernal Blade. C-Smile starts to pulverize. A little bit too late. The break, though, will hurt them and slow them a little bit, allowing EG to retreat on Whisper and Panda. Palos, though, he wants to hunt Whisper. He knows he popped back for this. Whisper cuts down the wrong tree, I believe, there. The silence will stop the Primal Spring. There is no Boundless Strike either. He can't use it in time. What a silence by Whisper, actually allowing him to TP.
So long in duration. He's just completely safe with the TP out. But Execration does find the angle they were looking for. Off the blink from Tino, and now they're going to try for the Roche. A lot slower without Bob around, though. At the same time, the re-engage from EG should take some time here as well. But they will buy back. They know they've got to contest, and that's enough to shove Execration away. Half HP Roche. EG could gun for it. They know that Doom is down. They know that the BKBs are down for a little bit longer, but with Doom down, there's no threat from Exa to make that same play once more.
Oh, wow. I was going to say, this is the only thing that I think Execration could get out of a team fight that felt good, right? Because overall, team fight was kind of even in the end. And the buyback feels bad for Execration, but they got the Aegis, so it's all worth it. However, the Aegis and the Shard go the way of Pakas.
It's
now I don't
pretty
think
scary.
Fight.
No. It's way too much coming out now from EG. Then again, we did see Execration waste the Aegis last time around. They managed to put Pakas in a very awkward position. So I think it's in these really weird fights where Execration shines, because that's one thing with Dota. If you don't know what's happening, Chaos can kind of balance out the odds, balance out the net worth advantage and level leads. So you just need some Chaos to come out for Execration here.
Yeah, Chaos breeds Chaos as well, so that's why both teams are feeding into each other's playstyle a little bit.
Yeah.
Where are you going?
They're holding off. I mean, this progress in Tier 3 is a little bit slower.
C-Smiles is clearing
expect.
trees.
Yeah. You just want to take out the King of Monkeys. Alice has been pretty pesky despite again, not having the most farm. Still a nuisance to deal with.
There's the Tombstone already dropped. That means he's kind of committing C-Smiles to break the tree to the sidelines, making sure there's no Palos hiding in them. The Tombstone zoning is very effective. Again, nobody can hit this Tombstone. Now Bob finally gets into position to do so, and Whisper's like, what? You what, mate? You think you can hit my brother's Tombstone?
Yeah, just disarm.
Oh, the BKBs, they committed, they doomed the DP as well before she gets extra off. Now the strike. Sorry, the Wukong's command, but Bob's already dead. And this Monkey King has no chance of surviving. Bye-bye Palos, bye-bye Bob. Tino joins him in the graveyard as they get the supports now. Only Tino has buyback. Carlo gets out to dial with the boys, but they know this is over. It's gonna be... they know it's over, there we go. It's gonna be a GG and a 1-1. Nobody wins. But, well, Execration, I guess, kind of wins because they really like ties, but they're a little bit stuck now. I think they have to go through tiebreaker, which is something they don't like.
There's potential for them to have to go through tiebreakers. I'm not sure about the possibility of that. I think it relies on TSM dropping, like, 0-2, and Aster not jumping above all of them by getting, like, a 2-0 themselves. So, a lot of things up in the air. But EG, they managed to rally really strong in game number 2. They play this draft a lot more aggressively, and it's Execration, I feel like, that kind of maybe messed around with the formula a little bit too hard, right? Like, they go into this Enchantress CM support duo, they don't manage to really run off with the aggression this time around, and that just impacts their timings. Like, they're not able to play the game that the way they did in game 1, just dominate early on and just constantly force the issue. And EG were the ones that were able to do that. I think for Execration, again, that's their last series. So it's all up in the air as to whether or not they have that shot at tiebreakers. Again, I think the formula is TSM going 0-2 and Aster going 0-2. At the least, like Aster going 1-1 also puts in the tie potential for both of them. So that's
we check
what
the
we have to
standings
see.
actually, so John can speak with something in front of him, even if they're not updated yet. John, you can fill us in of some of mistakes per se, or some of the things that have been updated yet.
Yes,
So execution is 7-8 now, right?
I believe I think there's 6-8. This was updated in the last match, so
Oh,
they
okay,
should
so
be
6-8.
6-8.
Okay.
And TSM has to lose their next game. Aster has to definitely lose their next game as well in their series. And if they do that, then it goes through. But is TSM playing Aster? If they are, that's really awkward. No, okay, no. They're
Okay.
not.
Who are they playing? Who's TSM playing right now?
TSM's playing Gaimin, and Aster is currently playing Entity.
Oof. Okay,
So
that's a rough one for execration.
It's a rough one. It's a rough one.
So
but if they do
either
drop,
win
there's
one
a
game,
three-way.
execration's out, is what you're telling me.
Yes, I believe so. Like if TSM and Aster both win a game, both of them will be tied, but execration gets out of the picture. So it's an awkward position for them to be in. Again, there's still a shot, but it's relying on certain things to happen here. And that, again, it's never a good feeling when yours up to someone else's results. So EG just kind of hammering down. Again, we talked about this in the first game. It's like, all right, theoretically, EG has this chance now to kind of pick and choose. If they give the series out, they have a potential to allow execration through. And if they feel like execration could be a major threat, then you just knock them out here. You don't have to deal with them further on. Like, I know no team thinks like this, but it's like this weird power you have when you're in that position of being locked in, that you can kind of decide people's fate. I don't think any player, any team is psychopathic enough to think that way, but the potential is there, I suppose.
The potential is there, but I agree with you. Like, most players just take it game by game, and they just want to win the game no matter what. I would be sad personally to see execration go, but I'd be sad to see any of these teams go. This format's pretty rough. Like, 4 teams getting eliminated off groups is really rough. But execration is one of those teams where, like, they just look fun. Honestly, it's not even good. It's just fun, man. Like, they embody C Dota, but the kind of C Dota that I the T1 C Dota, right? That kind of style of where it's much more about taking the right team fights, always coming back from behind, right? Play sources really well. They don't have the consistency just yet, but they are growing, right? And in the case of EG, I mean, everyone knew this team was going to grow. If you're a fan of SA Dota, you knew this. If you're not a fan of SA Dota and you thought EG was bad, then you're a fool. No, not going to lie. This team has superstars. Most of their players are incredibly mechanically skilled, and they have a special element, which I think not all teams have, and this is very intangible, but the idea of having people that I guess the moral support element, right? The good vibes element, which sounds stupid, but in my talks with TI winners, that's pretty much what wins you TI. Like, the good vibes element is major here. And Chris Luck and Matthew both have been noted to be that kind of position. They're both what is this thing they say? Key opinion leaders. That's the word they use, right? Of the SA community to some degree. A lot of players look up to them and respect them for their work ethic and for the way they deal with things. So I do feel like whereas Beast Coast might look better in the TPC, EG is the team to look for internationally. And I think the standings in the end prove it. And dropping a game to execration does not mean that EG is bad. It just means execration is good. That's what people should think, in my opinion.
For sure. And I'm looking forward to their journey moving up there. I'm looking forward to talking to them as well, which I believe we'll do after a bit of a short break, right?
Yeah. Do we? I assume we have an interview ready that can just be confirmed, or we're gonna have an interview.
Yeah, I think we should. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So we're gonna take a short break now as we set up the interview, but we will have an interview with one of the EG guys, and we'll come back with one of their players. Luckily, we don't need a translator for this one, so stay tuned, guys, and we'll be right back with some more with a cool interview with the EG guys before we see them in the playoffs. And we're back. Okay, there we go. We're back with an interview. There we go, with a captain and position 4 from EG, Matthew. Matthew, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Veo mucho ruido por ahí detrás, ánimos altos, supongo.
Sí, es como que estamos felices porque en realidad creo que hemos terminado primeros en la tabla. Y nada, están jugando ping-pong como siempre. Creo que en la World nunca tuvimos mesa de ping-pong, así que somos adictos ahora al ping-pong, sobre todo Whisper. Y ahí están jugando.
He says that they feel really good because they ended up top of the table in standings, so they feel pretty proud of themselves. They feel like it's a really good result. Everyone's pretty happy, particularly because they have a ping pong table behind them. Everyone's playing ping pong constantly, particularly Whisper. They've never had a ping pong table in their boot camps, so apparently that's a big element that they're all hyped about here. ¿Quién es el mejor, Matthew, en ping pong? ¿Quién se da mejor?
Whisper, o sea, con decirte que llegamos, se agarró una raqueta y dijo, esta raqueta es mía, y nadie la puede tocar. Entonces es como que todo el rato que alguien quiere jugar, juega contra él. Entonces como que todo el día está jugando ping pong.
He says Whisper's the best one. Let me just tell you that when he arrived, he literally grabbed the ping pong paddle and said, "This is my paddle. Nobody's touching my paddle." So whoever plays against Whisper. There's no other chance. He's playing the whole day. Hablemos un poco también de tus partidas, amigo, de tu Dota en sí, no solo el ping pong. Resultado muy óptimo para ustedes. Cada día, cada vez mejorando. ¿Cómo es el proceso para ustedes, particularmente en torneos internacionales? ¿Ves la DPC como parte de vuestro camino hacia la mejora? ¿O crees que de la Major a Dream League es como parte del mismo camino, las DPC son un camino separado, porque solo son equipos sudamericanos?
O sea, en realidad es como que el DPC se siente un poco más tranquilo. Es como que trata, o sea, en realidad das todo de ti, das tu 100%, pero no sientes la misma presión como cuando estás en un torneo internacional y te estás viendo con los mejores del mundo. Entonces como que, no sé, o sea, de verdad, es como que el año pasado yo no podía explicar por qué Viscos era malo en DPC, y en torneo siempre resultaba, creo que, un resultado muy bueno. Y ahora que es como si los papeles se hubieran invertido y Visco está que nos gana el DPC, y en torneos sí, tipo como que internacionales estamos dando buenos papeles, ¿no? Y no sé, se toca un poco raro. Y ni siquiera yo lo sé en realidad, pero es como que cuando venimos aquí es como que se siente el ambiente, se siente las ganas, se siente como que la conexión mejor y más fluida, por así decirlo.
So I asked him about the different paths that DPC and international tournaments or majors might be for them, and he says that it's hard to describe. It's more relaxed than DPC. Of course, they're still playing at 100%, and they're still giving it their all. But it's just a different feel. It's just a different atmosphere for them than when they're playing against the top teams in the world in this international setting, like right now. And he said, like last year when they were the ones that were beating Biscos, they didn't really understand why Biscos was the one that was doing so well internationally and why they would lose to them in the DPC. And now that the roles are reversed, he understands but can't really explain it. It's more like he's just a feeling. It's hard to describe why when you're in that LAN. There's an energy, there's an atmosphere, there's a will to play and just kind of beat yourself, be even better than you were even in the DPC, that catapults them forward like you're seeing in this tournament. Siempre he escuchado sobre ustedes que han tenido a veces problemas para cambiar de lo que es el meta sudamericano al meta internacional, ¿no? Os pasó un poco en la Liga Major a veces y también nos pasó antiguamente con Thunder. ¿Aún sientes ese problema viniendo aquí a Dream League o creéis que ya está solucionado o ya lo habéis entendido bien?
O sea, creo que ya está solucionado. Porque en realidad lo que pasaba el año pasado era que el cambio de meta era muy difícil por el pool de héroes. Entonces como que cuando recién se formó este equipo teníamos tantas ideas y teníamos tanto pool de héroes que yo me mareaba en el draft. Era como que había un héroe y todos me decían yo puedo jugarlo, alzaban su mano tipo como si estuvieran en colegio. Y yo como que, o sea, podían jugar de todo. Entonces al comienzo en la primera vez probamos de todo y jugamos de todo los primeros meses, pero en el primer DPC como que no nos funcionó muy bien y comenzamos como que a elegir héroes y cerrarnos en el pool y a ponernos en el meta nada más. Entonces como que ahorita actualmente estamos jugando nuestro meta y el meta en general, tanto en el DPC de Sudamérica como internacionalmente. Entonces ya no hay ese problema. Creo que eso como que nos afectaba el año pasado cuando éramos Thunder porque el pool no era tan grande, por así decirlo, de nuestros jugadores.
So, I asked them about the fact that in an earlier interview, they had told me that they sometimes had issues adjusting to what was the international meta when they came from South American meta, because this is very, very different. Their coaches talked about this vintage. Now they have two about this a couple of times. But Matthew says that he thinks, and I asked him if he thought the problem had been solved, and he says that he thinks it's been solved. And the way that it had been solved is very interesting. So he says originally what would happen is that people would just they could play anything, and they would try a wide pool of heroes, and they would just shout any heroes. He says it was like a schoolyard, and Matthew would get dizzy in the drafting phase trying to figure out like who could play what and how everything works together. He says in the BTS Pro Series previously they had tried a lot of heroes and they had really expanded their hero pool, and now they realize that it's just best to, instead of having this massive hero pool of anything works, to just concentrate on a few common strategies, and that is and to support yourself in the meta more so than to adapt completely to one meta or the other. So the idea now is that they have a much clearer, concise strategy that they execute both in DPC South America and in international tournaments like this, which works much better for them. And he did say that he thought that problem was more emphasized when he was on Thunder Awaken, because Thunder Awaken they had smaller pools of heroes, so it was harder to establish a role or a meta compared to now, where they can play anything. Bueno, Matthew, gracias por tus respuestas. Muy fascinante vuestra progresión. ¿Hay alguna región que estáis jugando aquí en la Dream League que os haría ilusión jugar, algún equipo concretamente, ya que todos habéis ido en Liga Major, pero algún equipo que hayas visto la DPC que digas, quiero probar su estilo, o algo que quieras experienciar tú mismo? ¿Hay una región que estés viendo tú mucho ahora mismo en tus replays?
Sí, Europa. O sea, a mí la mejor región del mundo me parece que es Europa. O sea, literal, Liquid, Gaming Gladiators, Tundra, es como que son los top de los top, ¿no? Es como que todas las majors, es como que mi intención es jugar contra ellos, es ganarle a ellos, es como que aplastarlos lo más que pueda. Y es porque me gusta como que medir ese nivel, ¿no? Pero muchas veces es como que en mi mente puede ser como que, ok, quiero ganarles, pero no es tan fácil como uno lo piensa. Entonces a veces como que te aplastan y como que solamente dices, bueno, ya perdí, ¿ahora qué hago para poder mejorar? Pero es como que se saca mucho aprendizaje cuando ganas o pierdes contra ellos. Y eso es lo que yo busco todas las majors, ¿no? Enfrentarme a esos equipos.
Every single international tournament, a major specific, which he's mentioning, what Matthew seeks to play, or the teams that he seeks to play against, are the European teams. He believes Western Europe right now is the tip-top region. He mentions Liquid, Gaming Gladiators, and Tundra. He thinks that they're just incredibly good. And every time he goes to an international tournament, he's just looking to beat them. He really wants to demolish these teams. But in your mind, this is what he says. In your mind, is quite nice and it sounds really good. But then you actually have to practice it. It's not that easy, obviously. And sometimes they destroy you. You're like, okay, well, I lost. What can I do? But no matter what happens, they try to learn from these defeats, and he thinks that the teams that you learn the most against, whether you win or lose, are definitely the Western European teams, which is why he definitely seeks them as opponents in these international tournaments. Ahora, finalmente, Matthew, no te tomo más de tu tiempo, te dejo jugar ping pong contra Whisper. ¿Tienes algún shout-out que quieras hacerle al público en inglés o a tu público mismo después de este gran resultado en la fase de grupos?
Oh, no puedes decir sin pollo.
Chris, la camisa, huevón. Chris, fuera. Nos van a banear el Twitch.
Nada, a todos los fanáticos en realidad agradecerles por el apoyo que nos vienen brindando. Creo que últimamente hemos sentido más el apoyo extranjero, porque siempre estamos acostumbrados a los peruanos, pero últimamente como que veo comentarios muchas veces en inglés, eso me está agradando bastante. Y nada, agradecerles al público en general, y todos son bienvenidos a apoyarnos, y se agradece de corazón que lo hagan.
He says that recently, since they became EG, he's noticed a lot more of the international audience, not just the Peruvian audience, actually supporting them. And he finds that those fans and everyone in the audience in general is lovely, and he really appreciates the support. And he welcomes anyone who's wishing to support them. If anyone doesn't have a team because they're eliminated, you're free to support EG. They welcome any and all support. He reads the comments, and he finds the support very nice, and he appreciates from the bottom of his heart that people choose to support EG. Muchas gracias, Matthew. Un placer como siempre. Y descansa hasta tu siguiente partido. Cuídate, amigo.
Chao, cuídense.
Hasta pronto. Every EG interview, previously Beast Coast, you have to stop Chris Luck from taking off his shirt. Yep. It's like literally the game ends and boom, the thing comes off. It's incredible.
Yeah, it's just what you do, if you're used to the heat in South America, you're used to the heat in the sea. It's something that a lot of sea players do. The funniest thing is, EG reminds me of old Army Geniuses when you had Wami and UK on it. That was the exact same vibe. They'd take a win, they'd hit the ping pong table behind. Wami would be shirtless, and UK's trying to do this damn interview seriously, and his team is they're just clowning. But that's a good vibe to see. Like you mentioned, good vibes are so important, because Dota to a certain extent is kind of figured out, I would say. Not really figured out, but there's an optimal way to play certain things.
Sure.
So it comes down to like, how well as 5 do you execute on that 1 or 2 or 3 or your optimal strategy? And a good reflection of how well a team does is how well they get along. And when you're comfy enough to be this goofy together, then that's a good sign. And I'm glad EG is just constantly sharing those good vibes. It's good to see them just doing well.
For sure. And John, there were a lot of good vibes today. You came in as a replacement for Richie, but you are not a replacement. You are an up. No, I can't say that to Richie, but you were a caster in your own right. You added your own spice, your own good vibes to the stream, and I really appreciate you taking the time. You will continue on this casting journey as our Cryptic will be joining you for the next match of the day, but I am done for the day and for the tournament in general. We hope you enjoyed the cast, guys. Thank you for tuning in for the Dream League Season 19, for watching us in the group stages, and for watching me in general. It's always a pleasure to cast for you guys and to cast for these audiences. See in South America, always from the bottom of my heart. Even though I'm European, they've took me as one of their own, and it's always felt really nice and comfy. So I really appreciate you watching me, whether now or throughout the years. Thank you so much for your time. We hope you take a good rest as you wait for the next game to begin. It's going to be Nigma versus Team Spirit, a real banger. And that's going to be with our Cryptic and John. I can't wait to hear you again, John, but with a different caster. Can't wait to see how you do. Even though you betray me, I love you not all the same. Thank you guys for your time, and we'll see you guys shortly with some more Dota 2. Take care.
you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back here to Dream League Season 19. We are wrapping up the final day here of Group Stage number 1. My name's Cryptic. I'm here with John X Fire, of course. Very happy to say we got a sick series on our hands, man.
Yeah, should be a good one. Liquid up against Beast Coast, right? Like, this is a very exciting series. We just had a really exciting one with Execration versus EG, the SA-SEA clash. Now we've got SA versus Western Europe. And we just heard EG, we just heard Matthew kind of talk about it. Like, coming into the tournament, they did expect that Western Europe would be the one region they'd really want to play. They really want to beat. A lot of these South American teams really want to play against them. And, you know, they kind of just want to go in and play. I'm sure Beast Coast shares that same sentiment. And this is a really important one for Beast Coast because there's a four-way tie right now on Group B. Group A ended up with a three-way tie, which the tiebreakers will be tomorrow, if I recall my schedule right.
Yeah.
But Group B, like, Beast Coast needs to at least find a game to secure themselves a good spot. And, you know, they need to go 2-0 somehow if they want to be in a solid position to stay in that top 4. Because if you get draws and if everyone else gets draws, well, that four-way tie continues. You know, none of these teams are playing against each other as well in the tie. So you're in a very, very interesting position for just having these relentless tiebreakers tomorrow. And I am so happy to see that, because the result on Group A for those ties to come out, TSM had to break their draw streak. And they did. They broke their draw streak. Execration and Aster found draws. So they got the situation going. Group B, I don't know if we'll get the same situation going, but it would be hilarious if we somehow did. I mean, none of the teams would want that, but as a viewer, you'd be laughing your butts off and you'd enjoy it. You enjoy watching these teams sweat a bit.
Oh yeah.
You know, as a viewer, you'd love it.
Yeah, it's really pretty cool how like well distributed these these groups ended up being. Like 3 teams at 10 and 4, of course, the 3-way tie at 6 and 8, and we just have this 4-way tie at 7-5. And it's pretty unique that none of these teams are playing each other, right? I think this might be one of the first times I've seen a 4-way tie going into the final day, and there's not a single one of them that are playing one of the other tied teams. So their fates are all entirely in their own hands, right? Like they're not hoping for one other team to win, to lose or something. It's like they all need to pull wins if they want to stay in this tournament.
Yep. They've got to get those 2-0s. And, you know, if someone gets a 2-0, everyone else needs to get a 2-0. So the top performer kind of sets that tone. If all of them go 0-2, there's still a tie. If all of them draw, there's still a tie. If all of them get 2-0s, there's still a tie. Yeah, if they all lose, then what a way to go into tiebreakers.
Wow. Yeah,
right? And even then, like, there's always like a couple of ties that still happens if just one team pulls up. Then there's still potentially like a 3-way tie. You know, there's a lot of combinations here for a tie. So we are going to have one either way. And, you know, for at least Beast Coast here, we've got to see if they can pull ahead from Liquid, because Liquid has just looked like a monster coming out. 4 wins, 2 draws, 10-2 on the score line. Like, this is a team that really isn't messing around.
Yeah,
they have looked strong in the DPC. They look strong here. They're maintaining that momentum. A good sign for them right before Berlin. But we'll have to see if Beast Coast can break that streak.
Yeah, and I remember when we spoke to Zai yesterday, like, they just seemed so calm about everything, right? Like, they were just like, yeah, we're playing our game. You know, we're getting wins. Everything looks really good. They got their 4-0 like they were hoping for. And, you know, it seems like they're just keeping it going. Like, they just have hardly slowed down. They took the 2-0 versus Nigma yesterday. They ended up tying Spirits, but for the most part, you know, like you said, Liquid has looked pretty much unstoppable.
Yeah. They've just been playing their game. And you know, Beast Coast is one of those teams that also just plays their own game. I think the South American teams in general just try to play what's good for them rather than focusing on the meta. Like there were times where they try to adjust, but SA is always at its best when it just sticks to its own guns, right? Like, and just plays this hyper aggression. So I'm keen to see what kind of mixture we get out from Beast Coast here. Yes, you do see the bans coming through on the draft. We've got the Brood being taken out by Beast Coast, along with the IO, and Liquid themselves taking out the Leshrac and the Tusk. So just very stable bans. You do have a lot of you still have a lot of the micro heroes in the pool. Now let's start off with the Rubik on Liquid. Just, you know, one of those solid supports. It doesn't reveal too much. We've seen Boxy play quite a few of those Rubik games for Liquid as well, to a spectacular degree, of course. So it doesn't reveal much in your draft. You leave it open. You can respond to what Beast Coast wants. For Beast Coast, they have a lot of room to get what they want here, especially on the off lane if they wanted to focus in. Like they don't have that Leshrac flex, but they still have stuff like, I don't know if they'd wanted first phase, but a first phase first phase Bat Rider for Dark Mago could come out if they really wanted to lean into that themselves. You know, to talk about that here, it just feels good. Maybe not into the Rubik. I don't think Lasso is like the hardest spell to steal if you play your cards right. So, and you always have like the Shard Liftback to sort of break the Lasso as well down the line. So there is some save, but it is still a strong hero in the right hands.
It really is. And there it is, man. The first phase snaps fire. Whoa. It is an early morning for me. Okay, you're going to have to bear with me. No, it's first phase snap fire, this is a classic South American hero, right? This is something that we see a lot favored, specifically by Beast Coast. A lot of times they pair it with the Monkey King. We could see that Bat Rider like you were talking about. I want to talk about the bans though from Liquid, which is actually pretty interesting. Like we see a first phase Lesh and Tusk ban, which you don't see very often, right? Like these are not heroes that we see usually banned out at the very beginning of a draft. They go back for the Tiny, similar, right? Similar hero, flexible and really solid opener from Beast Coast, but I don't know. What do you think about that? I think the Lesh is mostly a target ban because it is something that they like to flex with Sacred a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, they really do just kind of toss that around between Sacred and Dark Mago. So I think just taking away the flexibility in the draft early is fine. The Tusk as well has been a pretty key part for Beast Coast on Schofield. Like he's been playing that a lot. He's been really effective on it. And Liquid just get to pick up that Zai DP. The last time we saw this, like, Zai just had an insane game. So I don't mind this coming out from Liquid at all. For Beast Coast, the Tiny is an interesting one because Beast Coast in this tournament at the least has been mostly running that for Dark Mago mid. It is flex. Like I'm pretty sure they can just put it on the 4. I don't think you mind that too much. Maybe you run like a Snap 5, which is not ideal, but also not too bad. It is a little bit greedy, but it is still kind of playable. Or you could just flex like a Snap mid for Dark Mago if the matchup favors it as well. So it's open, it's flexible. It doesn't tell you too much about what Beast Coast wants to necessarily do here as well, because of that flex. So it leaves it open for them to just kind of build up. The one thing with flex drafts though is that at some point I do want to see, heroes with more established roles. Like you can say, all right, you maybe take something like the Disruptor, which I'm not sure if Liquid will really want to ban. They banned out the Silencer in Respect, but something like Disruptor can still fit into the lineup here for Beast Coast. Stinger's played it a couple of times now. Wouldn't mind that hero too much. I think with Snap Tiny on hand, it is actually really good setup, in particular for the Snapfire. Again, just assuming that you kind of flex the Snapfire Tiny. You could even flex the Snapfire Tiny as your mid and off lane.
Yeah.
Right? Like if you do run the mid Tiny, you can run the off lane Snap. And that is something we've seen Sacred do before. Mind you, not in this tournament either, but in other games he's played, we have seen that. So we'll see. I like the flex, but again, I just don't like too much flex, Ricky.
No, I totally understand that, right? And that's something that a lot of teams like wrestle with, is figuring out like how much do they want to be able to flex the heroes around versus how much do we just like have this set plan and this is what we're going to do. Beast Coast definitely seems like one of those teams that doesn't mind moving heroes around because they do share a pretty large of the hero pool. But it is one of those teams that like they probably also have a fairly set plan, and that's just what makes them a little bit dangerous when drafting. It's like they probably already know where these heroes are going to go, but that's kind of like the skill part of their draft, right? That's what makes drafting in some of these South American teams a little bit more difficult. One here that I'm a little bit surprised completely ignored here, the Nature's Prophet, especially by Team Liquid, right? They grabbed the Death Prophet right away. But, you know, I guess they just prioritize the DP over the Nature's Prophet for Zaya. It does make sense. Mickey could still take the Nature's Prophet if he really wants, but I don't know. How do you feel about that?
I think they could just sneak into it for Liquid. They probably don't expect Beast Coast to pick it up. I don't think Beast Coast actually have run anything like the NP in this tournament. So they have not picked the Nature's Prophet up. So I think they're just fairly confident in Liquid. It's like, all right, they're not going to take it. We can consider taking it ourselves. That does leave certain options open. But again, if you're already expecting like the tiny mid for Beast Coast, which they have done more often than not, then NP doesn't need to worry about something like the mid Batrider at the very least. You might still run the off lane, but again, the Snapfire kind of raises a little bit of a question mark, as you can run that in the core off lane. Liquid, they pick up that TA, so you're starting to shape in this really good tempo coming out from Liquid. Mikko on the TA, once he has a couple of items up, you can join in these early shoves from the Death Prophet. Your lane is solid overall. I do still feel like something like the Batrider for Beast Coast swung in the off lane could be a pretty good solution to that.
I feel like you take it
Batrider
mid,
coming out.
because it might be a mid TA as well, but I think you're right. It's probably going to be Mickey's TA. But if you take the Batrider mid, I don't think it's bad against the Death Prophet either, or the Templar Assassin. So you kind of force them to the side lanes, and you know then you just ban out your counters here for in phase 3, right? Because they can pick it on 18. But we'll see. I think the Enchantress, just generally a fairly strong lane hero. I just love Batrider in the hands of these South American teams. I think they're just super good. And a Centaur comes out.
All right. That's a little bit of a shakeup coming out from Liquid. That should be our off-lane scent coming out. So probably just running something like the Nisha mid DP. I kind of dig that. Like, you don't have hard lockdown right now in Beast Coast. You have Avalanche. That's pretty much it. So just seeing that, you can just stampede away from the Snapfire Kisses, no problem. You can steal the Kisses with your Rubik as well. You have a stable lane coming out here for Zai. And I know this never gets picked up, but you have decent cart riders, as the Batrider does come through for Beast Coast. But you've got decent heroes to put into your back here on the cart. You're never going to build that Ags, but you know, TA on the cart, that could be nice.
I mean, yeah, I see. You know, it's potentially. That is one of those Ags that it's gonna never get picked up for like a year and a half, and then there's gonna be one game where it's really good.
I think,
and then people are gonna be like, "Oh my god, is this good?" And then you know they'll realize it's still pretty bad. But
I think it's buffed up enough, right? Like if you use your cart during Stampede durations increase. That's actually significant. Again, probably not worth the 4,200 gold. But I feel like in certain lineups where you can just have this big range core riding at your back, get extra Stampede duration, then the value is there. And there is value here. Can you imagine a DP just being hoisted onto the cart while Exo is running, and they just run deeper into your team?
I mean, she's like almost hasted already, though, with Exo.
Yeah, but it's funny when she's on
untargetable, I guess. That is funny. Yeah. That is indeed funny. I'll give you that.
And then
I'm a big fan of the funny ha-has.
Like you get the cart going, and then you lasso the cart Centaur. So you're just dragging her.
You just drag two heroes in.
Yeah. Oh, you don't need the Ags on the back.
You don't even need Ags, dude. You're right. Dude, maybe you get Ags and you lasso 3 heroes and you just refresh. Boom. Yeah.
That would be so funny if it actually landed at someone else not in the cart. I don't think it would. But
I mean, it might, dude. You're untargetable when you're in the cart. You can't be targeted. Dude, all right, we're gonna have to do some fun theory crafting later. You know how to lose a game as Centaur versus Batrider.
I doubt it comes out, but you know, the fact that it could keeps my hope alive. But
Oh yeah.
it's an interesting draft coming out from both sides, right? Like, because now you've got this stable Centaur Rubik lane, so lift into Stomp, hard to shove away the Centaur. There are still a couple of options. I feel like something like Monkey King is still in the pool here for Beast Coast on the safe lane. So you get the Monkey safe up against the Centaur, feels good. Slark's there, Lifestealer's there. You don't mind a lot of those picks for Beast Coast if you wanted to go into that.
I feel like they have to go for Abaddon here, right? Like they banned Insania's Oracle, which he's one of the few Oracle players out there, right? You know, you pick Batrider, you have last phase bans, you get rid of 2 of the 3 dispels from the support. You know, do they go back for Abaddon as a 5? Is that too weak of a lane right now, or is there another hero that you have in mind? Because I feel like they need Insania's here, right? Unless they're planning on doing a weird DP5, which would be a real throwback.
Yeah, I don't mind the Abaddon coming out for their 5. I would. Abaddon TA lane is not bad. I guess you can just keep protecting the TA. You're not going to look to really be too aggressive on top. They'll go with a Quap instead.
DP5.
So yeah, it's the DP. The DP5 comes out. DPTA lane up against a Batrider. I can see it actually working a little bit. I think it just depends on how Beast Coast runs that lane. There's some counterplay on both sides. Like, there is threat onto the Batrider, especially by level 2. Like, you can try to be aggressive with your Firefly Napalm. At the same time, I think the DP can actually heal up with level 2 Spirit Siphon in that lane kind of fine and cop a few extra hits, distract away for Mike farm. The Quap pick here is also genius because Beast Coast does not have the best hold. Again, this lineup is relying on Avalanche, Cookie, and Lasso.
Yeah.
Not like the easiest jump in and stun, especially since we don't tend to see most Batriders prioritize a blink. So I'm keen to see what Beast Coast does to sort this out for themselves. What sort of safe lane? Because they know their matchup against a Centaur. CK is the call.
That's a stun.
It is. It's a K1 special. It's a Hector special, right? So he loves that hero.
It's 5 Centaur? Or 4 Centaur?
Because
it's Zion the Death Prophet.
Yeah.
So yeah.
All right.
Centaur 5.
Okay, we have a game. Could you justify Ags on Centaur 5?
No.
I think you might.
Still no.
I think you might
Dude,
purely for Stampede. I want to say just for Stampede, you know?
Dude,
I mean, it's probably not a high priority pick, but for added Stampede duration as a support, surely that's decent.
This is the Batrider counter, dude. You lasso my carry, I cart my carry. Easy.
Yeah, that's the save.
You're just going to go Aether Lens Ags.
That legitimately might be the save for Liquid. I am so interested to see how this game goes out because this is an interesting draft out from Liquid. It still has good tempo. Like all the strengths we talked about when we saw the TA picked up still stand. Like offlane DP is still good. DP against CK lane is solid, right? DP Rubik lane is actually not too bad. It can suppress that CK and make it feel a little bit less inclined to jump in with a Fade Bolt reducing your damage, with a Spirit Siphon for the DP. So you're not going to be able to run down as hard here for Hector. I think the one thing that you will have to work on is the Batrider lane, because the last pick Quap does make it a lot harder for Dark Mago. That is like a lane where you would favor Quap a little bit. So you do set yourself up for a good time for Nisha, and you get to slow down Dark Mago by a huge factor. So I want to see how Beast Coast kind of play it, and I'm still so intrigued with what Liquid will try to do. Like, what's insane you're going to be up to here, man? Like, I can see them running maybe an early tri lane and then rotate out, right? Like, you just maybe try to get one kill, go back to your lane, and put your body forward for the TA, because theoretically, a support Centaur, it's kind of like those big tanky melee supports anyway. You run up, you cop all the attention, you ensure your safe lane, ranged core, glass cannons just farming up, no problems. So the Centaur can do that. I hope Insania is a madman enough to go for Ags, just as the save for Lasso.
It would be just the Uno reverse card of Lasso, right? Like you just lasso a hero, and Insania is just like, nope. just pulls him back the other way. He's like, I tell my carry where to go, you know, not you. It'll be interesting to see. I don't think you'll get the farm on a 5-position Centaur unless he gets a decent amount of space. Like, Centaur is a hero that does farm fairly quickly, you know, but it's usually from abusing the early strength of this hero. Like, you can definitely just cut waves bottom. You can like drag it into the jungle and just like clear creeps super fast. And that's what gives this hero like usually a lot of net worth in the early game. But he has this like massive fall off in the mid game, and that's what worries me about this Centaur pick, because I feel like Centaur is one of the absolute weakest heroes in all of Dota, like barring Stampede, in like the 30 to 45 minute mark. I feel like the hero is almost useless. So I really hope, you know, they find a way to fit this into their lineup, because if they don't, like, I don't know what it's gonna do.
The Ags, man. I mean, think about it. A 8-second ride Stampede duration.
He needs a beak, or he needs a blink, though, you know? Like, how do you play Centaur without blink?
Stampede in, and then you
hope they don't walk
Stampede
away.
in. Yeah, you Stampede in, and then if they're trying to lasso, you cart in the Stampede, then you're using your cart Stampede out. That's it.
Okay.
That's the save. Like,
Just
you
hope that
mentioned
they
it,
don't-
Insania's the kind of player who loves the Oracle. He can make this just to be like a pseudo Oracle. It's insane. It's madness. It's quite the
Oracle at
game
home.
to have on your birthday here, Ricky. Happy
Yeah.
birthday, by the way, my friends.
Thank you. Yeah. It was you know, busy life, you know. Just moving, you know, in the middle of casting a tournament is hard, but we're making it happen. Bottom lane Zai is taking a beating here from K1 and Stinger. They've got a Chaos Bolt in 5, and honestly, K1's just following him to the tower, making sure he cannot get away. And that is going to be it. First Blood goes the way of the Chaos Knight, and Boxy now coming in to try and offer some assistance, and, you know, help a little bit of damage, but overall, I mean, that's a great start for the safe lane.
It is. Again, the DP in this lane feels comfy by level 2, level 3. Like, when you get level 2 Spirit Siphon, that's when you can kind of stand your ground, but at this point, with just the Crypt Swarm up, with no lift back on Boxy yet at level 1, your level 1's just a lot weaker. I like that understanding coming out from Beast Coast. Hector gets that kill. It's comfort coming out from Beast Coast, right? They've played so much of this CK. Hector's played it so much over the years. They know how to work it in lane. They just get hyper aggressive with the enchant low and just run down. Although Stinger is dropping fairly low here, but shouldn't be able to die.
Oh,
he gets the heal creep
He gets
as well.
the heal creep. This is some cool gaming moves here. You could just body block Boxy with it too, but we'll see. Yeah, looks like that's what he's going to do. So Stinger should be out quite fast on the Enchantress. That's some good stuff. Top lane, some juking around in the trees here. It's Mickey starting to fall low. A nice cookie on forward, and does have the level 2, so he's got those refractions available, and he will be able to just walk away. Insania looking for the stomp here, though. He will connect into the double edge. And okay, there it is. Centaur gets the kill on the lane.
I mean, yeah, it's still that big, beefy frontline support. You just run in front of your core, you cop the attention, you punish them when they dive onto your core, you've got control, you've got the nuke. The one thing with Centaur is his slower move. You've got a Tiny with no boots, you've got a Snapfire with no boots, he can still keep up. So it's not a massive problem for this hero, despite the lack of a mobility spell in the lane. And they're going again.
Yeah, Schofield in a lot of trouble. Does have the Avalanche here, so he's holding it as long as he can. Will be able to get away with that. But bottom lane, they did manage to find the kill onto the CK, and Zai is diving here behind the tower, trying to grab Stinger. Won't be able to do it, though. Ends up barely escaping.
At level 3 timing for Zai. This is when it's a lot harder to try to make those burst plays on the DP. And whenever you're up too close as a melee hero, the Spirit Siphons come in. You've got the lift back ready on Boxy, and Zai can start to play his game now.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah. Zai's playing a different game.
Oh, God.
Oh, you know, sometimes you cast a curse on, you know, what can you do? That was good timing, John. I'll give you that one. That was poetic.
I try my best to boost these players as best as I can, you know. I think that's one thing the viewers don't understand. Us casters, we're here to even the odds sometimes. We curse everyone. Just for the funsies. That's it.
Gotcha. So we're gonna look at the mid lane. It's pretty good here for Nisha, which is expected, right? The Queen of Pain pick into the Batrider is one of those few matchups that Batrider just does not win. And he does bottle the water in Nisha. Yeah, he has to TP out immediately. So, yeah, anytime you play for that water rune, you're going to play with fire as well.
Yeah,
Bottom lane,
yeah.
more aggression coming out here. They've got the Mud Golem as well as Zai. Second Spirit Siphon does get spent, and Stinger enchant in one. Oh, nice telekinesis. The double boulder toss almost gets the kill. But instead, he's going to turn around for the Rubik. And one rotating in as well does drop that Reality Rift. Can they actually find the kill? Zai needs to be careful. He just gets popped by an Impetus. And Boxy, hello. Oh boy!
Oh my
Stinger
God.
gets some double kill.
No. That is just nuts. East Coast coming out with such a strong bot lane. I mean, they're finding balls. I don't know if that's enough for you to really feel that good, as the other lanes are just coming out a little bit stronger for Liquid, like the top lane. Mika is still farming. Nisha is just suppressing Dark Mago by quite a decent margin, not by too much. So Dark Mago is not too far behind. And I guess overall then that does feel like laning phase is coming out on top. It's coming out. All these trades up top.
Yeah, beautiful Avatos combo, pulling Insania under the tower. Doesn't manage to finish him off, but they do get him quite low. And that was the thing that was kind of allowing the Centaur to play so aggressive earlier, is the toss wasn't up yet. Now that it is, Centaur does need to be basically in toss range to make his plays, right? So always needs to be very careful when he's near that tower.
Dire's courier has been killed.
The good news is Centaur has insane regen. Top lane, Dark Mega with a rotation. They're looking for Mickey's TA, and they're going to be able to burn down this hero pretty dang easily. So Sacred does grab the kill. Good rotation there from the bat. And in the jungle, they're looking for Zai. They do catch him with the Stomp as well. Can they actually finish him off, though? He's still got a Spirit Siphon available. Stinger trying to just outrun this as much as possible. Nice dodge there on that Crypt Swarm, and Zai. One more auto attack. Gonna go the way of K1. He TP's back to his tower.
Insania?
Dude, it is just non-stop blood here. They do grab Schofield. Now Nisha on the Dark Mago. Yeah, he has 6 Napalm stacks and a Sonic Wave, making a triple kill, baby. That's what you want to see out of your Queen of Pain.
And he got the ward down, passed on to him. He gets the movement out for that blink play, and he manages to turn it around. This is such a sick game. 7-5 already at 6 minutes in. It's insanity coming out. Beast Coast, they're finding these kills onto Zai. They're suppressing this DP quite well. Zai is underfarmed. Zai is at the same farm as Sacred on our Snapfire right now. So, I mean, it's not too bad. The offlanes are kind of evening out. At the same time, you're pretty happy so far. It does feel like it's very sensitive for the DP to meet its early timings. And now that you have level 6 on Hector, like, he shouldn't be shoved out. And his farm just accelerates at this point. So the Armlet timing should be coming online soon. The one thing that has kind of slowed down for Liquid is how much Insania can do. It's just the nature of that Centaur support.
That is a lot of damage coming out in bottom lane. You've got yourself an Alpha Wolf amplifying the CK damage. Insania does need to be careful. He's going to turn it around on him, and he could just lasso for the free kill, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Insania, no real way to get out of this. Nisha did blink in aggressively for this, as in comes Schofield and Stinger. Nisha's gone. 2 kills turned around in the mid lane.
That's just madness. I mean, Insania's trying to play so aggressive on the CK, and he does have the Tumbler's Toy, but it's not enough to gap close effectively onto something like this Batrider. Zai now?
Zai TP'd in to steal the rune. That is actually such commitment. They were so worried about this being like a really powerful rune. You know, Invis, I guess, good enough since they have the wards they're scouting out. Like, yeah, we need to take that away from Batrider.
It makes sense considering just how aggressive Dark Mago has been, with the early rotations coming out already. And he's just going to be forced to jungle a little bit more. You are getting some space out for Mika to farm now. He is hitting that jungle up, working on the Dragonlance first. But the side of Beast Coast, I mean, they're just shoving in bot.
I would say,
and not the biggest objective to take, but they're going to take it anyway. No contestation so far from Liquid. Oxy around to stop this. K1 he just digs in front of the tower.
I mean, he's got level 3 enchant. Like, this creep does a lot of damage and is really tanky, so we're able to get quite a bit of work done on these towers with it, and now he grabs the mana burn creep as well. So they're going to continue to just kind of apply pressure bottom, and then whenever they see Zai leave this lane, top lane, they're looking for a dive. The Mortimer kisses come out. The Centaur War Runner is going to go down as Nisha TP's in. A cookie stun there from Sacred. He does have a TP out. I don't think Sonic Wave will be enough damage, so he's gone. Bottom lane, though, we're going to see the Exorcism out from Zai as they try to get aggressive here onto K1. The armlet did just get delivered, but he's got to get away from this DP. I don't know if it's going to happen. Hold the body blocks? Nah, still managed to find it. Beautiful play there from Zai and Boxy. That's a big kill.
Find a punishment onto Hector after a long time, but they're not able to use the Exo for their own shove in, so you're not going to be able to find an objective off the back of that for Liquid. And Beast Coast still want to fight this.
Yep, Dark Mago is here. That Exorcism is coming through, and the lasso will stop that TP out. And Zai, he's going to try and heal himself with his last Spirit Siphon here. If Dark Mago can get back on top of him, should be able to finish him with ease. And there it is. Going to be able to burn down that Death Prophet. His Stinger just playing hard to get.
Pain without consequence.
It's just kind of getting caught there. Boxy did try to stall with the enchant, but and clear out that Firefly. The slow is still pretty annoying for the hero, though. 12-6, 2 times the kills on Beast Coast already at 10 minutes in. What a bloodbath of a game.
South America's Dota, man. This is what they do. They run at you. It's great.
That's what we love about them. You know, they just play this hyper-aggressive style. And again, I feel like it's developed into such a good balance of hyper-aggression and discipline now. And we saw it throughout the years for South America. They've started to get sharper and sharper. And they're looking really damn sharp here. For Liquid, and this is maybe where you start to stare at your Centaur. He's got Stampede ready. Liquid can actually play fast now. They're going for a smoke play.
Yeah, I like this rotation top, going for Sacred here. They have these traps that are going to be able to just provide a lot of like utility if they manage to slow them. They are going in under a ward. It's about to expire though. And Sacred, yeah, they're going to be able to grab it. So Snapfire into trouble, does manage to grab the cookie stun there onto Insania, pops the mech, but definitely just way too much damage coming in from that Queen of Pain. And Boxy does steal the level 4 Scatter Blast in the process. So. Avalanche, toss, back onto your Bathrider. They will burn down the Rubik. Because now they look for more. The Centaur Conqueror here being rotated in. Who said, did he steal this with Enchant?
Yep.
That's pretty
was an earlier enchant use. Like he did have enchant earlier, probably dipped into the jungle, got the Centaur. And that's massive. They invade the stacks as well.
Oh boy, Insania pops that Stampede. You were right, he can do that. But will he be able to get away? The cookie comes through, just needs 1 or 2 more auto attacks there from K1. Yep, there it is. Slaps him on down. They do take the stacks on the hard camp, which is really good though.
That's still a big resource to take away. They even had Mickey around to steal some that way, so a good injection onto the TA, but Hector is still ahead. They are sharing the farm between Dark Mago and K1, so no one's getting a massive injection off the back. I think Dark Mago really needed a large camp for himself here, but the Travelets are up. The BKB is going to come up next for him. Zai does have some room to use his second Exo to just push in that bot tier 1. Fortify is out just to stall a bit more, but no one really coming in for the defense as of the moment. Schofield's there.
Schofield,
not much he can do by himself.
He was like diving on Zai here to try and find this Tiny, and Schofield managed to just barely survive. But I mean, that Exo's expired. They could look for a kill here, otherwise Schofield looks like he's just going to clear up the wave instead. He just wants to be able to kind of reduce this tower pressures. They are going to TP in the Batrider. Schofield trying to bait Zai here, it looks like, is Dark Mega with these boots of travel just being super active on the map. He pops the mech, pulled back in with the Flame Break, and Zai will just burn down here again potentially, but Insania comes in as well, trying to offer some support, just toss back into the flames as well. In comes Nisha, he has the Sonic Wave, looking for that opening, lets it rip, does only connect onto that Enchantress. The Mortimer Kiss is doing some work, but Dark Mago falling is a much bigger kill. As Nisha, he's still looking for more, finds Schofield onto the backside, the trap there with the vision, and Tiny will fall. So it's being a 3-for-2, beautiful trade here for the side of Liquid.
And they're finding opportunities to just collapse on top of this commitment coming out from East Coast. Mika shows up, he gets to soak up some EXP and some gold for himself. His Desolator is not too far off from being fully finished. So your early TA timings are lining up. And that's where it gets scary. You connect with your DP, you go for pushes, you go for team fights, and you can go for Roshan super quick. If they find another fight like this on Liquid's end, that Rosh will just melt to Beast Coast. Beast Coast, they have to be a bit weary about dropping kills like that. Does give openings back. Like, yes, you're keeping Zai down, but with the mech and the casual cloak, he is durable in these fights. He heals up a ton with his Spirit Siphon, so it takes a lot of commitment from Beast Coast to constantly get this DP kill.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a lot of times, like, what you'll see sometimes is a, like, you know, Spirit Vessel comes like mid-death profits because, you know, they're not the Guardian Greaves builders, but it feels so bad to build Vessel against offlane DP right now just because of how strong Guardian Greaves are. So you can't really do much to stop this hero from just being really strong, really farmed. Mid lane, looks like they are going to try and make a push here and bring down this tier 1 tower. It goes pretty quick and there is no fortification available. So, see if they can actually hold off for now. Witchblade done here on the Queen of Pain. On his way to his BKB, and he's not that far.
It's going to be big timing for Liquid to play with. That's only going to leave Lasso as their one piece of control to pierce through that. And you've got it on Mika. So again, one team fight here for Liquid, and the Roshan opens up if they find it successfully. And that's scary for Beast Coast. But for Beast Coast, I don't think they mind too much. As long as they kind of play together, that's where they can kind of shine. But here comes that smoke again from Liquid. Stampede is ready as well.
The Ward doing a lot of work here, and Stinger, he's in a position to definitely break a smoke, but Zai just turns around, drops the exorcism, the drums come out from Stinger, and there's going to be the Stampede, and Sania looking to find this Centaur. He Tumblr toys over the wall.
Ooh.
They actually have no idea where he is. They turn around,
what?
maybe they've got the Mortimer Kisses. He grabs Insania on the Centaur, but can he finish him off in time? Nisha will TP out. Zai's already dead. A beautiful catch here from Beast Coast, the turnaround.
They cancel off that smoke kill. That was what Liquid needed to go into Roche, but they get punished for it instead. And all of a sudden, Beast Coast, they're in control of the game again. 2k lead, not the biggest lead for them, but they stall out this Roche time. They can go for their own smoke. They don't have the kisses, but they have this blink ready in Schofield. They can keep running.
I was trying to figure out how the Death Prophet died. They literally just cookied the CK illusion onto him. And, like, the illusion and Enchantress just destroyed the Death Prophet.
It's actually a ton of output. It's fairly durable as well to have that CK illusion on your side. So, it's a little bit shocking, to be fair. Zai really needs those Guardian Greaves up just to feel a lot safer in these fights. Maybe even the full BKB on top of that as well. Ignisha does have his BKB coming in now, so perhaps this fight changes once you have Spell Immune Course that can sit up front. And Beast Coast aren't going to wait for that. Their own BKB is up on Dark Mago. They go for the smoke play. And if they find this one, they might be able to go for Roche after.
You have the Blink here on Schofield now, so you have Blink reveal and Bat Rider's BKB. Like, this is as good a timing as you're going to get. The Ward here will scout Insania. That's not really the target they want to go for, but as they continue to wrap around here, I mean, Dark Mago and Schofield, where are they going to find? They see Mika. That's the catch. The Stampede is there. He has that lasso. The BKB still being held for the moment. The toss on the other side as they can get the TA here. Dark Mago now on the run. The tree toss, unable to do some work, but Sacred should just TP to safety. There's no more cancels. They get the murder.
That's such a massive sneak around from the side of Beast Coast. They
Not
take
done.
the tier 1 12. They're not done.
The Avatos in, they get the Rubik. Nisha, however, pops the Bat Rider on the backside as he got a little bit greedy. Double kill for K1 with the commitment of the BKB. Ends up being a 2-for-1. I mean, is both supports worth the Bat Rider, I guess is the question there.
I think it still arguably is. The big issue is those kills just went straight to Hector. Like, he just rips through those two supports. They are squishy. Centaur has no armor with no items.
Schofield.
So just
Nisha gets the BKB. Very nice response from him. He's going to probably give his... Oh, actually, just TP. He's too tanky. What a thick boy.
I mean, he's got the armor in comparison, right? Like, you look at the difference with the tiny support and the Centaur support. Insania has 1.5k HP, 2 armor. Our Tiny, at level 10, has 15 armor and 1.7k HP. So much more to rip through. So he actually lasts a fair bit longer than the good old Centaur, which we think is beefy, but that 2-level advantage, 3-level advantage is more than enough. And again, Grow is absurd in boosting your EHP. So he knows his limits here. Schofield pushes it to the max. They've got some good neutrals. Grove Go for Mickey is going to feel really good. Insania was queuing up the blink, but he just opted for the drums. Like, he can't even save up to that full item.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. I was like, I don't know what you farm on this hero. You're 0-5. Oh, man. I feel bad for Insania, but, I mean, they're obviously trying something with this, see if they can make it work. Stampede is a great utility spell. It's just a very long cooldown. And you do need the extra levels, right? Like, you need it's only 3.5s at level 1. Like, level 3 is where this spell gets very strong. Roshan, number 1, will go the way of Beast Coast as K1 will grab that Aegis. He's queued up an Assault Kuros now after Mage Slayer, so he's getting very happy. Nice initiation on the backside. The cookie away, though. He's got to be careful. Dark Mago with a rotation on in. Trying to find an opening. The question is, will he? Nick TP's in as well on the TA here. They don't have any vision to play with. Meanwhile, Liquid's sitting behind this high ground ward. Really, actually a pretty smart decision here for Beast Coast to not commit. They do need to be very careful still. Dark Mago goes in. BKB comes out right away as a response, so he knows something's up. They'll just back away, it looks like. I say that, but K1's going for a wraparound. At least he's thinking about it. Oh boy. All right, he's like, okay, maybe I won't, maybe I won't.
Yeah, he walked right under the ward, so Liquid were like in position to intercept it on top. No one trading anything except for that BKB usage out from Dark Mago. So they get to rest easy for a little bit longer here on Liquid's side. As they will just get what farm they can. They've got control down bot. They can't pressure this tier 2 so fast with the EXO up. No, Mika is not directly committing, but EXO is just making short work out of that, and these Coast aren't actually going up for the defense. So that's bot jungle control going the way of Liquid for free.
This is a really, really good push by Liquid, because Beast Coast does not want to be on this side of the map right now, even with the Aegis, and so they kind of just dodge them out, get themselves to tier 2. Like, they have such a good push with this Death Prophet. And Zyzie then is looking to chip mid a little bit. Yeah, I mean, they actually get bottom tier 2 before either tier 1 towers and the other lanes are gone.
My sprites are with us.
They hit that's a pretty good stride, granted.
Knows there's a ward up there. Tried to get the D-ward. I mean, he's alone. It's just a bait here by the Enchantress. The Mortimer Kiss is coming through. They got him. Almost TP's out, but barely not going to come through. Foxy. Just be a little bit careful. Dark Mago. He sees blood, man. He wants to keep fighting. Doesn't manage to stop the Rubik Blink, though.
The one napalm might be enough to cancel.
I thought so too. That being said, K1 just 3-shotted the Centaur. He does go into the high negative armor territory there with a single reality rift. Goes to like -4.
Yeah.
So, took just a classic 1200 damage crit from a CK. You know, just your usual crits.
And just the typical. That is Centaur's shortcoming. One agi gain. You really don't get too much wrong with that guy. Oh.
They get a toss back from Schofield. Beautiful ward placed onto the high ground, and with 2 dead, being the supports though, can they actually get this like tier 3? Fortification for the moment. Still 2 minutes left on this Aegis, as they do have the Halberd Smasher here, which will help this push quite a bit. And Schofield, he sees an opening, he might go for it. The Avatos, pretty easy for them to follow up with. They're just dumping salves into the CK. The second fortification is available. There is the toss back. They've got Zai. The cookie doesn't actually connect. He's able to get the BKB, but K1's just too strong. Bursts him down anyway. They get Schofield here on the Tiny. The question is, can they get out? Do pop the drums, try and just disengage. It's a 1-for-1 trade. I think Beast Coast are okay with this, but Liquid do manage to defend the high ground, and that's important.
They hold on to the racks, even range racks, not quite being chipped up in time by Beast Coast. I mean, losing Zai is still pretty damn big. You're still happy on Beast Coast for finding these pickoffs. getting all this momentum your way, having to force out the Stampede as well, giving you some leeway from some run-ups from Liquid, which we still haven't seen. Like the best showcase of offensive Stampedes in this game. But again, it is a support Centaur, so maybe it's just harder to maximize. They are starting to group out down bot once more. Want some control up here, but not going to be able to find anyone to punish. Good read from Beast Coast to just back off, invade top instead. There's a tier 2 for them that they could take with relative ease. They've got only about 30 seconds left in the Aegis, so not too much time to make big plays, but certainly more than enough time for the objective with a fresh AC on Hector.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you got the AC coming out right now. This minus armor is really gonna start being a problem for these heroes on Liquid. I mean, outside of like TA, right? All these other heroes are fairly low armor. So it's gonna, I mean, Centaur especially. Did you use the Exorcism in the mid lane and the Death Soul to bring down the tier 2? We're gonna see ourselves a little bit of a base race. Dire do have fortification at the moment. They will get a refresh on Beast Coast when this tier 3 goes down, so. Is this worth it, is the question. Like, I actually don't know. Like, Liquid are pushing so damn fast. The Stampede comes through. If you manage to stun down this Centaur, he's going to buy back. Queen of Pain, King, and Foxy as well. The tier 3 still under siege. Your whole lane of Barracks mid, it's gone on the side of Beast Coast. Zai finishes off.
Nuts.
Nikkei's coming back as well. They get the Centaur. That's a dieback. Mortimer Kiss is trying to clear up these back lines as well. A1 did pop the BKB to lasso. It's caught Nikkei. If they can kill him in time, and they do. His buyback will come through right away. Still has the BKB available. Zai on this Death Prophet needs to be careful as well. So you trade racks. You get like a dieback and a buyback out of the TA. Beast Coast coming out a little bit ahead in that exchange.
And they still hold on to their range racks mid, so it's not as doom and gloom as well. And they can just kind of equalize with the tier 3 gone mid. I think that's what Beast Coast understood. Like, even if we lose mid with the tier 3 gone, we can just invade anyway. No problems coming out there, and the next time we take a fight and push. And it's just super confident from Beast Coast. Like, the dieback in Insania, stalling out these center support timings once more. It's just trying to go for the Boots of Bearing. And it just feels nearly impossible for Insania. He will eventually find it. But this Centaur 5, man, like, it's not feeling great for Insania. Like, Hector just rips him apart. And maybe if he had the blink, it would be a little bit better. But again, he was forced to go drums because he couldn't save up for it. He needed something up.
Yeah.
It's just not paying off.
He needs those Boots of Bearing eventually. Boxy gonna get caught by a stray napalm and some toss shenanigans there, but does manage to find the kill anyway.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, everything was flying around. And this is where Beast Coast can equalize the high ground. Just take the range and melee racks. You're still ahead.
A little one tap there from K1, and without fortification, this building is dead. That being said, they do manage to grab Schofield. A little bit of a nice pick off there. His Stinger will walk onto the high ground, catches Insania, but who's caught who? He might need to run on the Centaur here. We'll see, starting to heal up, plus the Glimmer Cape, and they will just walk away. And that Centaur Shard is a lot of damage as well. They need to be very careful. End up smoking here. See if they can find anything. The thing is, they have Vision of Dark Mago's Bat Rider, and this is a huge opening if they can catch him. The ward on the backside, though, they just lasso up Nisha. The Mortimer Kiss is coming through as well. Nikkei's gonna have to BKB and run. There's the Stampede, but can Insania survive? He has no blink. He's a slow Centaur, but do they get Vision is the... Yeah, he got him. Dark Mago, reading it perfectly, knows exactly where he's going to try and dodge through, and Insania is going to fall the 11th time this game.
Yeah, this is, I guess, why you don't run Centaur 5. You know, we theorycraft quite a fair bit there, Ricky. Or we're having fun with the idea. It feels like that timing of Ags is definitely not there anymore.
Don't worry, he's gonna
honestly,
get it. He's gonna get
I mean, if he did, again, that could be the comeback play. Although, I guess if your Centaur dies in like 2 hits from a CK, then it really doesn't mean too much. The Centaur cart ride will not last for that long, unfortunately. So, yeah, a little bit unfortunate for Liquid. The side of Beast Coast, feeling great. Full Octarine up, along with a haste for Dark Mago. As they start to go through the back door on this tier 2, go onto the high ground. Who needs Roshan? I love Beast Coast. They don't even need to wait for it. They know they're ahead. They won't take that risk onto the high ground. You know, they go back, Rosh only a minute away.
I can't believe he's still using Tumbler's Boy on Dark Mago. Like, there's a Dragon Scale this game. There's a Cloak of Flames. Like, there's like 2 items that synergize very well with this hero, and he's like, I'll hold the Tumbler's Toy. It's fine. 30 minutes into the game, we're cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's so good. It's a nice little hop. Who wouldn't want the Tumbler's Toy? I would have loved this damn toy when I was a kid. I never had anything like that. Like I don't know what you call them, like the wooden horse sticks. They always look fun.
Yeah, it's just a wooden horse, a little rocking horse.
I just never saw them in my city. You know, like I guess we just couldn't afford to have those things. Ricky, my childhood was going to something.
Sounds like something, you know, for sure. There's something there. Scuffle goes in, they pop the drums, but they need to get away as Olive Liquid's ready to fight on the backside. The Glimmer can buy him a little bit of space, but they get the kill onto the Tiny as K1 in some trouble here. There's your Stampede, the 5 Centaur, he's coming in, but now K1 with his OPK field, Centaur's gone. Now it's time for the Mortimer Kiss as they turn around, they get the start on the TA, Mickey! He just gets burned down. Zai as well. You pop the BKBs offensively. You get massively punished as the lasso comes in. Finds Nisha as well. He blinks out, steals a TD. But you have lost his whole team. Can he even escape? It doesn't look like it. 5-4-1. The GG comes through. And Beast Coast taking game number 1.
In very dominant fashion as well, coming out here for Beast Coast. Liquid. They try something different in this draft, and that Centaur coming out flexed into support, and that's something. I don't think that's what they expected it to do. I mean, to be fair, I honestly don't know what they did expect the Centaur support to do, but certainly not that. In the first 2 levels in lane, it did look decent, right? They were running down. Theoretically, it's that big tanky melee support to kind of be able to rearrange your glass cannon, but once level 3 and 4 were hit by the side of Beast Coast, it didn't really work out that way. So I'm wondering if they run it back. If they do run back the Centaur, I would have a lot of questions when I see Insania next time. But
yeah,
theoretically, again, there were some theories that could have worked, but it required your Centaur to actually have farm, and on support that feels next to impossible. So we'll see how they adjust, but I don't know.
Yeah. I think it's very possible they didn't want to run this as a support Centaur and then maybe had just overlooked the Bat Rider. Like, it's very possible that was the case because Centaur as a core doesn't do any better against the Bat Rider either, or the CK, right? So it's possible that, you know, that was just a little bit of a draft oversight and then they had to go back for a new mid lane hero. But overall, yeah, a little underwhelming performance there out of the CK, but for the most part, I mean, Beast Coast, I mean, this was from minute 0, just playing super aggressive in the lanes. I think we had a score line of like, 9 kills in the first 6 minutes of this game or something. It's just a bloodbath from minute 0 with these guys pretty much every single time. And it's so enjoyable to watch. 37 kills in a 30-minute game from them. Good stuff, man. Overall, really happy to see them do well. And we talked about it at the very beginning of this series, how important these games are in this group, right? Like each of these teams, you know, Beast Coast, OG, Spirit, and Thunder, they're all tied, right? Every single win gets them further and further away from potential tiebreakers. So if Beast Coast gets the 2-0 here, they're looking incredibly good. A draw, you know, still depends on what happens with these other 3 series, but a win to start out this series is really important for them. So we'll see what ends up happening.
Yeah, we'll have to see, but it's a good start for them. We'll see if they can maintain that momentum, and for Liquid, whether or not they can, you know, correct by game 2. Again, the Bat Rider probably just slipped their minds, and they got punished for it. Along with the CK last pick, that was pretty genius to just have a good lane, force that shift out on the CK, so on the Centaur. So we'll have to see, but I'm looking forward to that game too, Ricky.
I am as well. All right, everyone, we're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back. It's our final game here of the evening. It is Liquid versus Beast Coast. Stay tuned. We'll see you after the break.
picture with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool, it's not like I'm expecting something new.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
Hey everybody, welcome back here to Dream League Season 19. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with John X Fire, and I am so excited, man. We're going into such a cool game 2 of this series. It is Beast Coast versus Liquid, and Liquid drop another game. I mean, surprisingly, I think a lot of people looked at Liquid and they're like, this team is almost unstoppable, but you can never count out the South American powerhouses. Beast Coast looking really good in game number 1.
Yeah, for sure. Like, they play their game amazingly well. I think they managed to outdraft Liquid to a certain extent as well, forcing out that Centaur is a little bit of a flex. Just running it as the support instead of like a DP5, which might have been a little bit better. Insania couldn't contribute as much. Even like the Stampede didn't feel all that useful. And of course, he never made it to the Ags. That was the key thing there for our Centaur. We didn't have the good old Ags out for Mika to just stand in. Not that it would help when you die in 2-3 hits from a CK. So I'm keen to see how Liquid adjusts in draft, whether or not they first phase ban something like the Snapfire, whether or not they remember to ban out that Bat Rider as well, because again, these are specialty picks for Beast Coast. These are things that they love to play. So you have to take it out, make them feel a little bit more uncomfortable if you're playing against them.
Yeah, I mean, 100% agree. I think Bat Rider, like we talked about in one of the other, I think it was the EG series we were covering. It's like, this is a hero that South America loves to play. It's the #1 most contested hero of Tour 1 for them. Like, it's either picked or banned in 90% of games. So it's kind of surprising, that they allow them to get the Bat Rider in a really good Bat Rider game. And then, of course, just this last pick, CK, like having second pick that game just turned into such a massive problem for Liquid because they just could not get this Death Prophet off the ground. And at first phase, Bat Rider ban. Overall.
There you go.
Okay, there's the respect. It makes sense, right? This does kind of all stem from the Bat Rider. Even though they picked the Queen of Pain into it, they thought they could handle it. Turns out you can't. You can't deal with it, so they're going to ban it this time.
Yeah, you have to respect it. Just does too much for Beast Coast. It's also a really good answer to a lot of heroes, something like the NP. Ranged cores really don't enjoy it. Even the TA in that game just doesn't enjoy it. So good protection out from Liquid. They do ban the Clockwork instead of something like the Snap. So you do still have that strong pickup for Beast Coast if they want. And for Beast Coast, I mean, they just take care of the standards. They take care of the IO as well. Up against Liquid, a must ban. You have to kind of remove. And Liquid takes the Enchantress for themselves. So, and they, just going back into it, there were some decent things you can do with the Enchantress. I don't know if it's really a high priority. Beast Coast managed to make it work really well.
Yeah,
I'm sure Liquid can have a lot of impact with that. But in as much as it's funny to say, I want to see a support center succeed. I'm pretty sure Liquid have now kind of gotten out of that notion of trying to flex it.
Ooh, they get Schofield's Tusk now.
We'll see it.
So this was first phase banned last time.
Yep.
Instead of the Clockwork. So they managed to grab the Tusk this time. Snapfire still in the pool, which is, I'd have to imagine, one of the top picks here for Beast Coast. They could look for that. You don't really want to pick the Tiny at this point, right? Because it's like this Tusk is almost guaranteed to be Schofield's, and then you're kind of locking Dark Mago into that mid-Tiny.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the Snapfire is still great. It's flexible enough for Beast Coast. Kind of make them think, all right, are we going to have to deal with the offlane Snap again? Are they just going to run like a Snap 5, which is still a possibility, although again, you kind of enjoy it. And there it is. Yeah, don't shy away from it. Just go into that combination. Feels pretty good to play in the lane. I am wondering what Liquid builds up now, and they'll go to Storm early on, so they just give a big hero out for Nisha. And now they can ban to protect it. They take out the DK. They can maybe take out the Ember. And, just kind of run away with it. I do feel like Beast Coast could gun for an AM. It's like you see the Enchantress. It's not a big solution to AM. Granted, Impetus can be annoying, but you don't really have the lockdown to stop an AM outside with Storm itself. So you still have this big target to kind of blow up. AM has picked up in popularity. I don't think we've seen Hector be one of the cores who played AM in this tournament, but he could dive into it if he really wanted to, if Beast Coast felt the need for it.
Yeah, I'm trying to think like what Dark Mago heroes are in the pool that are like really good Storm counters, because I think that's one of the reasons we see the Storm picked here is Dark Mago has a very specific hero pool that is pretty different from a lot of other mid laners. We could see something like the Lesh still come out. The thing is like I said, a lot of times that's flexed between mid and off lane. They still ban out the Tiny. I think you have to, since it is into the Storm Spirit now. The other hero that kind of comes to mind for me is Shadow Fiend here. It is one of the most devastating heroes against the Storm mid. Like, you can't play the lane. It's not bad once you get level 6, but you're gonna need some massive assists from these side lane supports in that Storm versus Shadow Fiend matchup.
Yeah, like I do like the idea of the SF coming out here. I think that's something Beast Coast can certainly maximize if they wanted to kind of get that out for Dark Mago. If the Ember's not banned, you could still gun for like the Ember matchup, which again isn't too bad. It's all down to how far you push your heroes in that lane. If you really wanted to, I think it still ties in pretty nicely with your Tuscan Snap as well. And again, the Enchantress doesn't really punish that all too badly, so you can kind of gun for it. But we'll see. Like they do ban
I like
the Tiny, they ban the Puck. I do enjoy that Morphling as well, just to ensure that you don't have to kind of deal with that in the lane. I don't think the Snapfire has the most amazing time against that. You don't have the best lockdown for the Morphling, or nor do you have like the best nukes to just be on top. I say that, but in the last series we saw, like something slippery like the AM was constantly pinged down by the Cookie. So maybe you do have enough just off the Snapfire, because there are some interesting angles you can take with that Cookie.
Yeah. I'm curious if they're gearing towards like a Terrorblade or something here for K1. Like with these bans, they kind of make sense, but there are some things you have to be worried about. And that's the other thing. When you want to like look at an anti-mage game, it's like you kind of have to ban the Terrorblade. This is a classic Stinger hero, man. South America loves playing the Silencer 5. So this is pretty strong. The Clockwork is already banned as well, but there is a Lycan in the pool. And if Zai gets the Beastmaster or the Lycan here, I think he's going to be feeling pretty happy about playing into the Silencer, and then it kind of forces your hand to pick a one position that can deal with those heroes.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. Like, that is just the perfect way to punish the Silencer, run him down, kill him off really early with your army. Doesn't take too much effort from the Lycan to do that. You also don't mind it too much in the lane against the Silencer. You can still just keep using your wolves. The Silencer's not going to really clear them out all too fast. So, could be big for Liquid. I mean, last time around we saw Zai going to DP. It's still cool as well, but probably not the best pick. They go with a Pudge first here for Liquid, along with a CM. So they're grunting it back, going for a very stable lane coming out here. Pudge CM lane is pretty stonks. I mean, it does work out really nicely. Frostbite into Hook, slow with a Nova and a Rot. Like, it is painful. At the same time, Beast Coast does have output on Snapfire Tusk, and the first 2, maybe 3 levels to kind of run down to Pudge as well if they're not careful, and definitely enough to run down to CM as well if you do go for like an early snowball to just run up gap close. So you have some counterplay on both sides, and it should lead to a much better game for Liquid on hand. Like, you have some natural supports now, not like our Centaur 5 last time, so I'm sure Insania's impact will be felt a little bit more here.
I will say Pudge and a Silencer is a surprisingly rough matchup for the Pudge because late game it's like your whole build, the whole reason this hero exists is to like blink BKB dismember the enemy carry, and like that is how you find kills, and you can't do that now because you're playing into a Silencer. So that is a little bit scary for the Pudge. I am really surprised they go for the Ember Spirit here. This is the freest Shadow Fiend game I've ever seen in my life. Like, if you just pick the Shadow Fiend, you crush the Storm Spirit. It absolutely owns Pudge with how much minor and right-click damage it has. But they grab Ember anyway. It is a Dark Mago classic. He loves this hero. And it's like kind of Storm, or it's kind of Ember favored now with how they changed the Flame Guard. But Pudge does remove a lot of the Flame Guard damage eventually. So you got to go the physical damage build here.
Yeah, for sure. I don't mind that too much. I don't think it's too bad for the Ember to kind of go into that. We've seen some Desolator Embers come out as well. And it's a pretty good game to justify Desolator Ember just because you've got the CM an inch you can instantly burst down in the back. So you can just kind of clean up the supports a lot faster. Pudge doesn't have too much armor net. So until some armor items come in, until the plate mails start to come in, Pudge can just melt despite having that flesh heap as well.
Yeah, there's your Beastmaster.
I can see the value in that.
I feel like I have
they
to
can now ban out
again.
for sure. Just ban out the zoo. Take it away from Zai. Just force him to play something else. You are leaving something like the DP in the pool, but again, I don't think you mind it. Yeah.
Bait the DP and you can go Drow.
10 seconds remaining.
Like, it's there's a lot of options, right? Like Storm Spirit, is a little bit difficult for the Drow Ranger, but it's not bad if your off lane is DP. Like you get hypothermia and suddenly this game just gets so easy. So I'm not too worried about the Death Prophet because they do have answers. I think Silencer Drow might be a little bit of a weak lane, but they have a lot of like you'd be playing against double ranged as well. So there's the Ricky. Oh. Okay, that's a really smart pick. I like this a lot.
Yeah, it's a shakeup, but that is some good control now to kind of jump onto the Ember. It still jumps onto your supports really nicely here. It's a way to punish the Tusk. If they snowball in, you just smoke screen, and suddenly the Tusk can't just punch someone, try to go for the burst play. So I like that coming out from Team Liquid. That should be, of course, Zai in the offlane. And I like it. I like the shakeup in draft. It's maybe a little bit more lacking in team fight. That's where it kind of gets scary. And Beast Coast go into the Alchemist. So it does pop on true. I mean, it's not going to be stopped in lane. I don't see any situation where Hector's going to be shoved out by Zai and... Oh, actually, Zai's playing the Ench. All right. And Boxy's on Ricky.
That's not... I was actually curious. I saw the Ricky and I thought to myself, you can actually just run it as a support because it does really punish the Silencer from the forward position, and then you don't have to like actually, you can kind of 1v1 the lane with the 3, but that puts you as an Enchantress 3, which is not super great, but we'll see. Maybe they can make something work with this. I think overall Hector's Alchemist should have a pretty good game.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be slowing down too much. I can see the Enchantress lane being pretty annoying, especially if you just go Impetus level 1. Like, you have the range advantage. You can twack away at Hector. You can just farm up your creeps safely as well. And I don't know if Stinger's going to be able to do enough if Boxy's shoving away. So there's a lot of back and forth. It's a much more solid draft coming out from Liquid. I think there's a lot more they can do with this in comparison to Game 1. And I'm keen to see whether or not they can sort of bring it back to Beast Coast. Because Beast Coast with the Alk, there is some really, really good tempo from Beast Coast. If they hit this early stride in their lanes, they can get these early timings in Hector. You get this good 1v1 for Dark Mago on Ember versus Storm. That sets a really good foundation for you to run down. And then you still have the stable offlane coming out with your Snapfire on hand, which Beast Coast has enjoyed. So I don't mind it too much. Sacred's on comfort. Dark Mago's on something that he's played a couple of times now as well. Along with Hector on his Alk. There is play. And for Liquid, I can see their lineup being really explosive though. Like if they come out, hit level 3 in their lanes, start finding kills there, rotate around the map off that, it starts to get a little bit scary when they find those kills.
Yeah, it is indeed. I'm super excited, man. Let's go ahead and jump right on into this game. It is game number 2 of Liquid versus Beast Coast, and the last game we're going to have here today and could potentially decide the fate of Beast Coast, either getting themselves stuck in some tiebreakers or advancing directly into group stage number 2. So a lot on the line here. And it's going to be on the back of an Alchemist safe lane. And if there's any carry where you're, you know, feeling like it might be okay to put a lot of pressure on the back of him, Alchemist, pretty strong. Pretty strong.
Yeah. Very strong here with some early timings now, especially with a buff to Radiance. So pretty sure Hector's just going to be queuing that up, and he does have it on hand in his item queue. Good position here to force something out too, but they both have wards in good spots here.
I wonder, they might offlane the Alchemist into the Pudge lane. Oh, the nice 2-hero curse. Mickey gonna get caught by the tag team. Not a lot of armor on Pudge. Not historically known for having that. And they will just slowly give the first blood on over to Alk instead. Okay, they aren't gonna offlane it, but they will just walk their way back top. As K1's gonna be very happy about that. They do end up losing out on some of the bounty runes, but Alk doesn't have that Grievous Greed anyway, so not the end of the world.
Yeah, it's not too painful. We're pretty happy with that start for Beast Coast. Of course, this lane for Hector is going to be fairly annoying. Impetus can just give free pot shots at the Alk, and it doesn't feel like you trade all that well as the Silencer up against that. You can slow down the spam with your Arcane Curse, however, so it's pretty fine. There is still some ways to prevent that from just being overwhelming. That is until Boxy's just constantly on the Silencer. That's where things can go south for Stinger. So, have to see how well I think that Liquid can run that. If they apply that pressure early on, it can slow down the Alk timings just a bit. And slow Alk timings just feel awful.
Mid lane, we're going to have Dark Mega. Ooh, bottom lane, they get the Frostbite into the hook. Always a classic. So this is something that is a little bit scary. And top lane, Silencer just being dove underneath the tower here by Boxy. He tries to double tree plant to dodge this out, and it does not quite work. And K1 is really far down the lane as well. I mean, K1 might just die here. I think he's just going to go for some CS. Come back to the lane. Yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen.
Better luck next time.
I mean, what can you do? You know, the Impetus pot shots are pretty painful for the Alchemist. And when Ricky runs down your support, you just can't do much. Although down bot.
A little bit of a trade, but I mean, definitely favorable here as Sacred gets the solo kill onto Mickey. Doesn't have to split the XP. Meanwhile, mid, Dark Mega, nice dodge on the Remnant, but taking a lot of damage from Nisha. And there's the Blink Strike in from Boxy. As they will be able to run him down. The Ricky getting super active already this game as he's looking to try and dive for the bottle. And Boxy will end up just dying to the tower instead.
Yeah. Just fading out a little bit. You're still happy with that movement out from Ricky. Overall, a really strong early game coming out from Liquid this time. And maybe a little bit more passive out from Beast Coast. 7 kills at 2.5 minutes in. It's what you like to see. This is a game of Dota.
I love it, dude. I'm so glad we're seeing some fast-paced stuff. Now, again, bottom lane. You get the hook out. Tag team doing a lot of work here as they're trying to finish off Insania, but they have a Frostbite coming off cooldown in a moment. And we'll hold it, though.
No, you don't.
Dude, these side lanes are so deadly.
They are. Like they've got a lot of kill potential, mainly on the off lanes for both sides. Maybe a little bit more for Liquid safe lane in comparison to Beast Coast top. Like you don't really expect the Alk Silencer to really gun for kills here, but for sure down bot, like Mika with the levels can start to connect. They aren't really able to find too many angles with Frostbite into hook. It is fairly hard considering how close to the creep wave they play here. Cool.
Sometimes you hook your own creep is bottom lane. They're going to turn it around. They get the kill onto that Crystal Maiden. Is now Mickey trying to make his way under the tower, and he's going to be fine with the stick. But top lane, you get a kill onto Alk once again, and Stinger getting ran down here to the tower. Does have Impetus trying to chase for Stinger. Boxy looks like he's going to give up his life once again happily for that one.
This is
some more aggression coming through as a Slide of Fist does connect, but Nisha does connect onto the Remnant, and the high ground comes through. He gets the kill. Bottom lane, more kills. What is happening, dude? We are 4 minutes in.
4 minutes in, 8-6 already, 14 kills on the board. You gotta love it. And yeah, these exchanges are just feeling a lot better for Liquid. You've got this really good start coming out for Nisha, and it does feel like, yeah, I honestly don't think it's as favored for either side in comparison. Like, I do think it's easier to play the Ember, but the Storm, like a very skilled Storm, can still run you down. Like, you still have that good double overload time that can just be overwhelming. They finally tried to get Stinger in, but he doesn't see the opportunity for the kill. And these losses on your Alk is really the big issue. All stemming from this support Ricky that just constantly runs down the silencer, and all the output from Impetus maxed out. 3-0-2 for Zai.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to try and turn around, maybe find a kill here on a Boxy, but the damage from Zai is just too much. He pops the stick. He's got the healing tricks of the trade to buy himself some time. Is this just another series of kills? It is 10-6 now. None of these lanes going all that great. I mean, I guess bottom lane's going okay, but I mean, mid lane is a disaster. Nisha over a full level in front of Dark Mago here. He's forced to go 3 points in the Flame Guard.
No.
And that just doesn't feel good for Ember. Like, you really do want to play with early Sleight of Fist. I feel like that's just the best build for the hero right now. With your timing into Phase Boots and even just a Blightstone or the full Orb of Corrosion, you do so much in these fights. And Flame Guard just doesn't feel as good for burst. Sustained fight, sure, but the reason you get hit here is really just that defense against Storm, and even that doesn't feel like it's doing enough. So Liquid just on top of things. Your bot lane as well for Sacred isn't winning hard enough to compensate for how badly your Alk lane is going. So you're just going to have to really stall for Hector to go into that Radiance timing, flash farm, and get what he needs to have that presence. But Liquid will have answers at that. Like, you have no solution for Zai now at 6. He's not gonna melt at all. You don't have magical burst to finish him off with the untouchable.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a little bit worried because I think Nisha is going to be the one that could blow this game open for Liquid. Like, you're going to have an Alk that can recover almost guaranteed, right? They're making stacks in the jungle for him. He's going to be able to get a Radiance eventually. But if Nisha gets his item timings and the levels he needs to start being able to just solo kill this Alk in the jungle or potentially, like, just kill this Ember Spirit over and over, I feel like that's like your win condition almost for Liquid. You're just slowing down K1 that way. Bottom lane, a more aggression coming through as Insania will die here to Sacred as Schofield trades for Mickey. He does have the Vanguard completed now on the pledge, so a lot stronger than he was just a few minutes ago. And another kill onto the Alk. There it is.
Yeah, it's not great to see that for Hector. Like, he's just not able to farm. He's just being stalked. Guy doesn't need to join in. He just needs to keep running down, keep being a nuisance. And this start for Beast Coast is worrying. They aren't too far behind on paper, but look at the farm distribution. Nisha's number 1, Sacred's number 2, Zai and Mikke are up there. Dark Mag was severely behind. Like, this Ember timings are just so key for the play on Beast Coast. He's the one that is going to have to run around the map, and he's just not ready as Nisha. Going out with the smoke. You talked about the early timings for Nisha as well. He has the Falcon Blade up. He could just go for a very fast Witchblade and he's set.
I mean, Alk TP top, they know he's here, so they are just going to try and dive this tower. Like, the smoke's going to pop. Nisha's going to start scouting here in a moment. The question is, will they find him? They don't know. He's dug his way through the trees further in, and this might end up benefiting Beast Coast as they're starting to rotate bottom now. But this ward will scout this rotation. Stinger as well as Schofield gets scouted, and Mortimer Kisses able to connect. So they're just going to focus onto the tier 1 top instead as Dark Mago tries to push in mid.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Get a little bit of a shove going. Does have the full orb corrosion up, so there's some damage coming through. They'll try here though.
And top lane, or bottom lane rather, Nisha TP's in. Man, dude, Alk had a full like stack and a half of creeps and had to back off because Boxy showed up and left them all at like almost no HP.
Yeah, it's a toughie. Have to play so safe, Dark Mago.
they have the chainstun onto the Storm Spirit? I really doubt it. I mean, maybe they can, but the silence is there, and Sania just gets dove instead, so you managed to find something. And this curse from Stinger, man. It's only level 2, still really annoying to play around.
Yeah, he's just severely under-leveled on the silencer at 9 minutes in. This is a rough feeling for the Beast Coast supports, but
Dark Mega
enough
mid.
to do its job.
In some trouble. Yeah, he's gonna get picked off once again. I think just a good read. They had this ward right at the outpost that scouted him walking mid, and just TP immediately on this Riki.
Radiant's bottom
Pick
tower
off.
is under
We don't have a
attack.
solution for the silence coming
Dire's
out here.
middle tower is
So
under
we'll just
attack.
get run down. Look at Zai. He's just free to keep farming top. Like, he has not joined anything. He has not left his lane. He's just farming.
He's going
gonna have an Orchid. It's gonna be scary. More catch for the Storm. More ways to just pin down this Alchemist until defensive items are up. You have no solution here.
Oh, nice hook from Mickey. Mortimer Kisses are coming through, and with the rotation from Dark Mago as well, they will find that kill. The question is, can they get out? Foxy rotating in. Schofield's gonna help find him. He gets that Link Strike out, down to the low ground. He's gonna be fine, but Dark Mago looking to chase. The cookie on forward does trap Insania. So we'll look for the Crystal Maiden, and Dark Mago gets the slight chains on Nisha. I don't think he can get to the rune in time. The shard block, he gets over the wall.
Oh, God.
He's gonna be safe. Very close there.
Dire's middle tower has been denied.
They still find the mid. I mean, it's denied off by Stinger, but just the objective being gone opens up so much. And how is Zai getting away with just being solo? Like, these ghosts just don't even bother hunting down that inch just because most of their damage is right click. Like, they don't really have the big spells unless you commit your kisses out. Boxy?
He's trying to get away here, but the snowball from Schofield will be able to help secure it. You're still pretty far off the Radiance from the Alk, right? Like, you're 11 minutes in. He doesn't even have 5k net worth. It's been a rough game for K1 so far. The Alk, only 2 points in the Grievel's Greed, though. So he's gonna start, he's gonna start catching up, or rather, surpassing some of these other cores here eventually. For the moment, a little sad. Hook comes through, does at least pull Schofield out of the way, and Cookie over to the far side will stop Mickey as he tries to just turn around, bring down this Pudge, and a nice smokescreen in from Boxy might allow Mickey to get out. Nah, Slight Chains ends up catching two. Instead, in comes the Storm Spirit. Nisha, beautifully done, will able to help find Sacred, but can he get the kill? He does. Trades at the very end. Snowball comes on through. The Walrus punch is there. Can they get Insania? It's so close, but not enough. Nice rotation in from the Storm, helping salvage that team fight.
Yeah, it's just a little bit scrappy for Beast Coast. Like, they still managed to get the bigger kill in slowing down Mike. So I think you're overall happy. Mike is bottom network 4. And you don't lose Dark Mago, but Sacred is up there in net worth. It is going to feel a little bit better about just building up on Nisha. We talk about those timings on him, and the Witchblade doesn't look too far off for him if he wants to go for it. He only has a Blitz Knuckles, just
looking for Zai. Huge kill here. The Mortimer Kisses do get canceled onto the backside. They do have the damage, and Nisha needs to be careful. Does have an illusion rune to play with. Oh, a beautiful freezing field in from Insania. Can they cancel it? It's going to be the Alchemist that finally does. This Dark Mago needs to get out of here. And Boxy, he's still hunting to drop the sentry. Can he survive? The snowball's going to buy on the space, and he's out. Boxy gets punished for that one. A beautiful hold there from Beast Coast to get 2 kills. And the Enchantress is the big one.
Yeah, finally getting some punishment out onto Zai, who's just been AFK farming up top. Okay, that's one massive kill to allow himself to get back in the game. And you know what? The recovery for Hector is there. Number 2 in net worth, only behind the Storm. Grievel's Greed now at level 3. Radiant's not too far off. Like, this is him ramping up. As long as he doesn't get picked up, he will start to hit that mark on the Alk and start scaling up now from this point forward. Side of Liquid, it does feel like you'd want to see them just maintain aggression. And like, you have the full Witchblade along with a Falcon Blade onto Nisha. It would be really cool if that was like an SMY, but it would be too strong. But I digress. It's the big spike for the Storm now. So you can sustain a lot more. You can go around with the damage. We've seen Nisha do a lot with the Storm already. East Coast are opting for a smoke play.
They can find Nisha, would be huge. The global silence is there, and that's a great kill. They find Nisha. Can they turn it into more, though?
Radiant's middle
Sania?
tower is under attack.
Ooh, he's looking for the frostbite into hook, and Mickey's like, nah, man, I'm out. I'm gonna hook you to safety as well. Alk just gets soloed by Zai. That's the Orchid reveal.
That is not good.
Nature
You find the storm, yes, but your Alk needs a gold lead. And so far, every single time, Hector's been denied from getting to that point. We just talked about it. Just work towards your Radiance, not get picked off. But he feels safe top, doesn't recognize that item timing out from Zai, and the punishment is immediate from Zai himself. Have nothing to dispel. You just melt the impetus damage. It's really just starting to stack up. And for Beast Coast now, and it's not dire straits, but when you have an Alchemist at 15 minutes in and you don't have the network lead, even though it's only a small margin that you're behind, it's not a good sign. Like, this here is, it just needs to be the hyper carry with early item advantages, and at this point, you can still hit that, but you need to not bleed out any further for at least 2 to 5 minutes here.
Yeah, I mean, he just really needed the Radiance. He does have it completed now, clearing up an Ancient stack, as well as some extra creep. So this will get him, you know, closer and closer to that BKB, which is absolutely essential now that he does have that Orchid. But the evasion does go a long way as well, so this might keep him alive in the next engagement. Dark comes out mid lane. He ends up getting the invis off of the smoke screen, preventing the snowball. Schofield trying to find an opening, but he just can't. The freezing field just destroying them. Stinger gonna try and TP on out. He should be able to. As Boxy, he's got another dart. They find the Snapfire, no hook for another 9 seconds, but he's just got to make his way under the tower. It does connect into a nice dismember. They're going to buy back into the snowball. They might be able to turn this around onto Mickey, but it's just too damn tanky. They've got way too much damage coming out from Zai.
That worked. Utility coming through. Like the smoke screen to break off that snowball. Save was there, but there was an angle outside and then just the instant Orchid out from Zai. He's just using this to stop anything from coming through. So even in that re-engage as well, it's just way too much. And Dark Mago is playing with fire here.
This is my problem with this Ember Spear pick, is like you saw this Storm mid. It's like I thought they would just pick Dark Mago, a more favorable matchup. It is a really good Ember game in general, like outside of that. But then the Riki comes out and suddenly you're just like, well shit, you know, like this is gonna be hard.
Yeah, there's no easy game when the Riki's on hand for the Ember. It's challenging for sure. Like the fact that he was also forced to just go all in on the Flame Guard, so you're playing a little bit more passive, just trying to farm. You don't really have any big connections with your Searing Chains for stuns as well, unless you'll try to risk it with a Cookie. It's a little bit less reliable on those movements out for Beast Coast. It's just all in and kind of hitting these timings with Hecker, and he does have a network lead now. So he is a good 1.2k ahead, starting to ramp up. BKB timing for him should open up the game more and still try for a smoke play.
They drop the Sentry. Silence comes down to the mid lane on the cut. They try to cookie him away. The Global Silence is there to turn it. Maybe they can get the kill onto Nisha. So Walrus Punch is there. Plenty of damage inside. This is the big boy. If they can find... He just kills Stinger. He just doesn't care. The Mortimer Kisses should help clean up the Enchantress, but... My goodness, Zai just giga chatting up this game. Insania will get dove here. Alchemist finds that kill. Finally, Beast Coast finding an opening as the dust is still here onto Foxy. Do they have the damage? It looks like it. Okay, it ends up being for the mid tower as well. And Pudge farming towards that Ag still. He's not having a good time.
Yeah, it's been slow going for Mika. We talked about how painful the game was for K1. Mika has had a rougher time. Like, his bot lane was not the best. We saw a lot of aggression out from Beast Coast there, and they've done a great job of just suppressing Mika. You know, they're just ensuring that he's not going to be eating as much as he possibly could want to. His Ags is still sneaking up. That timing can still be a little bit scary, but it does feel like you've got the damage to deal with a Pudge. Your main issue is really just Nisha and Zai. Like, if this Storm and if this Enchantress are left alone with a Riki running around, that's where trouble starts to really sprout up for Beast Coast. But as of yet, I don't think the Pudge is a major factor. So you're all right with just kind of leaving him alone for a little bit longer. 22-22 at 19 minutes in here, Ricky.
I love Dota,
What
man.
madness is
It's
this?
44 kills in sub 20 minutes. This is great. The BKB's done here on the K1 as he's closing out on his Blink Dagger. And this is kind of the timing you're waiting for, right? You need this initiation from this Alchemist where he can just go in, kill these heroes, not really worry about a whole lot. Bottom lane, Nisha does get silenced up, stunned underneath the tower. I don't think he really cares all that much. He's going to have to back on out eventually. There is a smoke rotation here. They're going to hope to maybe find this Storm Spirit hiding in the trees, but it doesn't look like they will be able to.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Still hanging around here, though.
Is under attack.
TP is off cooldown now. He'll actually cut the creep wave without any punishment.
Yeah, Stinger's like trying to get
Just
all
hanging
around
around.
the tower.
Radiant's bottom
Doesn't even
tower
find the
has
last hit,
fallen.
Look at the
unfortunately.
smoke around. They know they're going right into Roche. They see this. The slight chains and catches. Insania, the Mortimer kisses are just raining from the backside. And Boxy's got to help find him to stop this. The global silence is there. They can't get the smoke screen. But Dark Mago took a lot of damage from this pudge already. And Boxy throws the dart. He will take down the Ricky. A lot of ultimates committed from Beast Coast here. You only get this support. Like, it's actually not that bad from Liquid.
Not the worst thing in the world. They stall out this Roche rush with the Ags timing up on Mike. Prevent that from coming out comfortably. The Ricky being down is also a big part to enable Dark Mago to just play his game while his BKB's not quite up. Oh, the hook!
Hooked. Beautiful play there from Nikkei. They just smoke immediately. They look top as Enchantress in some trouble. Schofield walks in, gets the Walrus Punch, but ends up just dying to the summons. And finally, here comes the Alk. It eventually helps burn him down. Stinger gets the kill, awarded with a little bit of intellect as well. But in comes Liquid. They're looking for the Alk. He's got a BKB to play with. The slight chains are there as they might turn around on Tanisha and staying Sadia. Needs to be very careful as Mickey comes in, gets the rot, just bursts down this Ember Spirit. Insania will channel that freezing field. They blink away. It's going to be a big win from Liquid. They managed to secure 4 kills across the map.
It works out in their favor massively.
Yeah.
On the reset, you're not going to be able to go Roche just yet, but you're building up so many stacks on Mickey after that slower game. With the Ags up, with 10 stacks of a flesh heap, he's a lot tankier. He does so much more damage now as well. And for Beast Coast, it's still a matter of growing bigger on the Elk. 4K lead is present, Blink BKB is up. Trying to go for the Mage Slayer next for a little bit more durability coming out here. And no, he's actually just skipping, going for the full plate mode, which I respect as well. I think your big issue is still Zai if he's left alone to get 3 hits. Like, he's just going to come out with a surprise Hurricane Pike soon. That's where things can get really scary for the Elk. Once the BKB fades, you are just going to get pummeled down by the impetus, and it is not a great feeling. Like, even the AC is not going to help you there. The mischance might, but with a Hurricane Pike, it probably won't.
We'll see indeed. Roshan definitely something that like Liquid is ideally looking for right now. Like if they can get this, it would be huge in these fights. Obviously, Aegis for Storm is amazing.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Beast Coast, I mean, the read on it last time was really smart. The question is, if they can do that again.
Tower is under attack.
Gets a little bit harder with this blink up on Mika, so you can just jump in and get instant control out. This point still stands though, as long as Stinger has global silence, that play is just completely removed from the game. So you'd have to kind of bait out global silence first, but Stinger's been really patient with when he uses that now, knowing that the Pudge is a threat. Liquid's vision is damn nice though. They've got really good wards up here in the jungle, so they know when Beast Coast is running around for a kill and they just back off, wasting some time from Beast Coast when they want to widen this lead. And just not giving opportunities. They're able to farm much more effectively, knowing that Beast Coast on the clump up, so they're using the map well. They're splitting up. They're rushing that build up. Full Hurricane Pike up for Zai into the BKB. Oxy's just scouting around. He is under vision.
Yeah, was under vision and managed to jump away. So they know that there's going to be some wards behind them here on Beast Coast. Like there's no way he would just like run away like that. So they're going to start trying to figure things out. Bottom lane, will self-stun again as he TP'd in to maybe try and find a cheeky play there on Denisha.
A little bit optimistic. Although
Top lane.
Dark Mago,
They've got Dark Mago for sure. That is just way too much damage coming out from the Inch. They even popped the Global Sciences mid lane. They jumped onto Sacred as well. He's already popped the Guardians and Nisha. We'll just jump on through. The Alp goes bottom. Liquid collapses all on top of East Coast. It's going to be 4 now as a beautiful hook from Mickey finds the Tusk as well. Huge wins, as now that's just going to lead right into that Roshan.
that's the opening they need for that objective take. And Beast Coast just showing themselves a little bit too much, still not taking care of these wards that Liquid has. The constant vision is just hurting them. Full BKB up on Nisha now, so Global Sound's not going to feel as potent if he saves that usage. The Roshan just melts Zai's output on top of Nika's Rod. It's just too much. 2 lives on Nisha, very hard here to pin down. East Coast, it just doesn't feel like they've gotten enough with K1 just yet. Like full AC is up, going for the Abyssal right after that. That could still be a turning point, but outside of this Alk farm, Sacred and Dark Mago have been sacrificed way too much to get that going. Like, look at the even distribution on Liquid. Nisha, Mikke, and Zai, all at 13.6 or roundabouts there, with Zai lagging slightly behind. Like it feels like you do so much more when your cores are equally farmed in comparison to just having one hyper-farmed core, at least in this game so far.
Yeah, they definitely recovered on Mickey's Pudge like quite a bit because he was struggling. He was the 6th net worth in the cores probably up until about the 15 to 18 minute mark. He did have a really slow Aghanim Scepter, but he's been given a lot of space recently to kind of recover. And the downside is everyone's been having to baby K1. Like they have to just kind of sit around and wait to find something. Do they see Boxy, dude? He's actually just underneath the trees. There's the Walrus Punch. He was hiding in the little cubby, but they got a glimpse of him for a moment. But yeah, K1, like they had to just kind of all sit around him and watch him farm so he could get to these item times. He's got that AC completed, but Dark Mago with his BKB, maybe we see some plays out from him here as they're looking for Mickey's Pudge. As he makes it to his tier 2 tower, instead they do not find him.
Nighttime vision just kind of ruining that movement out as the smoke broke. Nice little blip up and run down from Mikke. On the side of Liquid, 2k lead up against the Alchemist. It doesn't sound like much, but you have to remember, it's the Alchemist. He's at 20k and there's still 2k ahead on Liquid. Farm distribution's just hurting the side of East Coast because of that babysitting. The investment can still pay off, but the game becomes really hard to execute on considering this gap. It's just difficult for Dark Mago and for Sacred to get as much done. I like that Sacred is already queuing up the Chrysalis, so he is just trying to rush up to that level 20, but he's still a long ways off from that. He's 15 right now. That's 5 levels of talents you have to wait for.
Yeah, absolutely. And Liquid, again, just smoking up, wanting to get active. They're going to find Stinger on the backside as beautiful ward, scouting that one out. The BKB comes out from the Ember Spirit. Schofield will be able to save him with a nice snowball. It's Insania channeling that freezing field. Dark Mago should be able to help find a kill, but K1, huge shot under 3. The cookie connects as well.
What?
They're gone, baby. A massive play there from the Alk, as now they've just got to find the Storm. Nisha has his BKB, going to be forced to use it to escape. So nicely done there from Beast Coast. Nisha, there's a few moments left here as well. K1 unable to chase. It's a slight change, just slightly off the mark.
That is massive for Beast Coast. They take that fight without their silencer as well, so no global sounds to even do much in there. But the BKB reveal from Dark Mago is more than enough for them to get that opportunity. A couple of key items that came out as well. Zai has his BKB, so he's going to be pumpier in the middle of that kind of engagement. Again, all down how Stinger manages to use global sounds, or if he doesn't, then how do you manage to bait out and wait out some of these BKBs?
Well, Schofield with the self-stun, in some trouble here. Orchid will catch Snapfire. Perfectly timed enchant there. That was actually pretty cool.
They don't manage to find much more, but just finding himself a cheeky Schofield kill, not the worst thing. It's been a little bit challenging for Hector to follow through from this movement out. Like, he has the blink, but he's been preemptively using the unstable quite a fair bit. And it just means that if he doesn't see himself coming in, he actually just backs off. It probably wasn't a fight they'd win that way, though. But if they find this weird positions for Liquid where they're just mega clumped up, that's when you can really shine on the Alk. You get that AoE unstable under the acid spray. It's a heck of a lot of damage for the spell.
Yeah,
the
it really
minus
is.
armor just stacks up. Along with the AC minus armor, it's actually surprisingly a very effective move. Especially with that talent, plus 400 damage. With all the minus armor, that's nasty.
I'm just kind of surprised he went for that. That's not something I really see all that often. Like the BAT reduction on the Chemical Rage is honestly really good. But yeah, 400 more max damage. That's 760 damage.
760 physical.
Yeah, physical
So
damage.
you have -7 on acid spray, -5 on the AC, -12 armor. That's a huge amp on that spell. It scales pretty dumb.
There's no armor
It's so
builders on
funny.
the side of Liquid, right? Like you have an Alk
No.
who needs to get a Lotus Orb or a Shiva's, and you know Storm just has his Agi gain. Same with the Enchantress. That's about it. Mid lane, they're
Cito.
looking to try and get aggressive here. Boxy will get scouted by the sentry, so just back away. They pop the drums and they run.
Dire's bottom
Mid lane,
tower is under
working.
attack.
Just go. They're fine. Another concoction thrown ends up finding the Storm Spirit. The Abyssal Blade is there, but there's no follow-up. And on the other side of the fight, they cap Sacred. That's the big opening. He's going to buy back into this game. It's a trade as the Ricky will die, and Stinger pops the global silence now as the BKBs have already been spent. This could give them a moment, but the pike damage, Dark Mago can't dodge it out. A huge win for Zai as Stinger just isolated out. Alchemist starting to burn down here, trying to finish off the storm. The Mortimer Kisses will help him do it as he gets the blink to safety. Buybacks galore. 4 spent in this fight as they gotta look for more. Dart once again to buy some space. Mick gets the hook, finds Sacred instead. That's going to be a dieback. The freezing field is there. Not what you want. The snowball on through. K1 needs to get out. The damage here from this Enchantress is way too much, and it's not going to work. The buyback this time from Nisha leads into some more kills as now Dark Mago has to get out. You got no remnants left at Boxy, though. Finds him with the dart. The hook into the perfect time dismember, and that is it, man. Diebacks on 2 cores, a 7 for 3, I think.
Yeah, it pretty much is. Huge win coming out for Liquid. It looked a little bit rocky. It felt like Beast Coast were finding more, and then they just kind of overchased. They get punished for going back in. That cookie save onto the Alk, probably worse for Sacred more than anything else. He wanted to get A1 out of the way, but just opened himself up, and that instant dieback, just not a good feeling. Being able to take this objective rather quickly as well. The respawns are still a ways off. Gonna have Sacred up, but he doesn't have Kisses on that spawn. And there's really not much scope for him to stop this on himself.
No, not really at all. I mean, they could move for top, but they will just back away, which I think makes a lot of sense. You get a massive advantage in this game. I mean, it was dead even before this fight, you know, in terms of net worth. We were within only a couple hundred gold, but now an 8k gold lead for Liquid as they just take the mid lane of Barracks and can now kind of take over the map as well. They have the gem finished on Insania, which he did steal from Beast Coast in this last fight.
You're feeling good right now on Liquid. Beast Coast, though, they'll try to dip outside once more with smoke. They're queuing up the Ags on Hector as well, so have a little bit more coming out from him with the bonus damage and spell amp. Gift it over to Sacred, or just Dark Mago down the line, but doesn't look like their smoke's going to be effective again. Liquid just backs out at a time. I am keen to see this, though. Like, Ags on Alk. It was buffed a little bit, so you don't need to have the Ags on yourself, right? So you still get the active feeding someone else.
Yeah, I just don't know who you give it to. Like, do you just play for high ground defense with Tusk and just give him the Walrus kick and try and like bait heroes in? Like, is that your actual play here?
You know what? That's probably the best. I was thinking of more like either Sacred or Dark Magos, the Snapfire or Embers coming out. Ember Shard, Ember Ags kind of feels good. There's more mobility, dance around, juke around, try to make some plays. And for Sacred, it's a little bit of a save. So you have some way of saving someone that's being dismembered. we'll see down the line as Liquid, they're going for their own smoke play now.
Radiant are scanning.
It's a really good intercept here if they can manage to find anything. The
Radiant's
scan
top
is
tower
off
is
the
under
mark, but
attack.
Dark Mago might get caught here. They just blink this member up. The silencer, no one to save him, and Schofield gets caught as well. He's going to be able to try and find Dark Mago. The BKB comes out. He gets the remnants up to the high ground, so he's going to be fine, and Schofield not going to be as lucky. This is, of course, just really good rotations from Liquid. They have that newly finished Aghanim Scepter on Storm Spirit as well. So multi-hero vortexes are going to be the name of the game here for Liquid.
The mini black holes online. It's a lot to have done. In fact, that combination with smokescreen on top is devastating, especially if you catch them out with their BKBs down. It's going to be really painful coming out here from Liquid. Beast Coast, they're being shoved away. I mean, at this point, again, relying on the Ags is going to be a little bit funky. Like, you do have some good Ags pickers, but it feels like you need a lot of them to have Ags. So you need Hector to farm a lot of that up. But I'm keen to see that Spell Amp, though. The bonus damage feels nice. The Spell Amp is kind of good. Like 2 Ags, 10% without eating up a slot. It is expensive, mind you, but you are an alchemist, so that shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, the Spell Amp could be kind of funny with Concoction as well. So we'll see.
Yeah.
I mean, 10% is, like you said, a lot of damage, but he's pretty far away from it. He still doesn't even have his first Aghanim Scepter. They're really trying to get him to it. At this point, it's either got to be the Ember Spirit or Tusk. I think now that Ember has Kaya Sanj, they will probably give it to him just so that he has this extra damage that he can bring to these fights. It is really important. Like, it is a huge upgrade for an Ember Spirit to get an Aghanim Scepter.
This allows you to make some big plays to keep trying to stall the game. Like, you can try to pick off the backline a lot more as well. It'd be a big part, and again, just playing the stall game, make it uncomfy for Liquid to kind of come in. Without the Ricky around, they lose quite a fair bit of control, though.
There's the instant vortex, the smoke screen as well. They get him with the nice snowball save. The BKB comes out, and he's out. Schofield, cheeky little force staff. That was cool. Does end up costing the global silence, though, as a result. So he gives his life for the Ember Spirit. And with a pretty minimal commitment from Liquid once again, right? It's just Dismember.
Not the longest cooldown spell. It's a little bit interesting. I do forget you can cast spells and snowballs.
K1
So I saw a hook come out.
in trouble. Gets hooked up, dismembered again. He gets the BKB actually instead. The question is, can he actually get out of here? He's going to continue to get chased through these trees. He gets stunned up as the Orchid comes out from Zion. They've caught Silencer as well. They do not stop. The Arcane Rune giving Nisha so much mobility.
Oh boy. We've got the Sproink coming out as well from Zai. That is actually such an annoying spell to deal with. It is a ton of damage. So much damage. These guys will just knock the BKBs down. You have fresh Ags finished up on the Alk, but that leaves him with no buyback as well. So a free set of racks coming out for Liquid. Maybe just even onto the tier 4s if we were to have confidence here.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to pop the Mortar Kisses here to try and slow things down, but you're not clearing up a creep wave or anything. Like Enchantress, like, still has her own creeps. There's creeps in mid, so they're fine. Just a slight stall tactic, but not much getting out of it. You have the Bloodstone finished up on Nikke as well. I mean, you're not a lot of armor, but still super tanky. He's sitting at 4,100 HP on this Pudge, and having that Bloodstone active is always nice.
He's just going to be able to sustain himself so much in the front line. East Coast, they hang on here. So they managed to stall for more time. They can gift this Ags out. We'll finally see who gets that blessing first. 5% more spell damage. Not the most. 25 damage as well. Yeah, not the most considering a 4.2k item, but the upgrade on Dark Mago could turn the tide at this point. Maybe even Schofield. Although he doesn't have the blink, so I guess you can't get the kickback. Roche comes out for free for Liquid. No big surprise there. Free shard coming out for Mika as well. So a much lower cooldown Dismember. Way more uptime. Save potential now online as well for Mika.
Yeah, absolutely. So the fact that you could potentially just save a hero, like in a situation where, you know, if they manage to like burst down this Storm Spirit or something, is pretty huge. Well, Illusion did see them smoke, I think, in K1. A little bit worried about self-stunning himself again. He's got the overwhelming blink queued up. Sacred has his own ags queued up. It's getting to a point where you're kind of grasping for anything here on the side of Beast Coast. Like, they don't have, like, an opening. Every single hero on the side of Liquid is so dang hard to catch.
It's just too slippery. The Ricky, the Storm, hard to pin down.
Oh, they jump in aggressively. Mickey, the hook ends up connecting on a Boxy, unfortunately, as they're looking for Schofield, but Invis will protect them. Super aggressive blink up onto the high ground, and behind the tower, they're looking for Schofield. It will just be a trade for the supports, but Mickey goes in, finds Dark Mago, gets to dismember. The Global Signs comes through. K1 trying to just run onto this pudge. A reflected Abyssal Blade. He's got a BKB, but he doesn't. He never gets it off. Dark Mago on the backside trying to kill Insania, but he's just too tanky. He's got that shard protecting him. He continues to channel that freezing field, and another silence comes through from Zai. Just bursts right through Dark Mago, and it's Mickey crushing these heroes up onto the high ground. The GG comes out, and that is going to be a nice win for Liquid. Reminding everyone why they are #1 in the groups.
This time around, they have a solid draft. They don't get any surprises out from Beast Coast, and they managed to play the game that they want to play. You know, last time, getting caught off guard just a little bit with maybe some of those specialties coming out from the side of Beast Coast. You know, they have the Centaur support that doesn't work out this time around. Again, stable supports coming through, stable lanes, a little bit of a slower start coming out from Mike, but I think the big issue for Beast Coast was just that Hector could not farm as fast as he wanted to. Like, his timings were just a little bit too late for you to feel good on the Alchemist, and you didn't have this overwhelming start for Dark Mago as well. Nisha just outright won that lane. Yep. Which, again, is a little bit easier to execute on the Storm, but he was forced on the Ember, but Nisha just bullied him. Like, the level 3 comes up, double overload, he just ran Dark Mago down, and that just really pushed the tempo back for Beast Coast. They were trying to take these fights, but because of that as well, Stinger and Stinger and Schofield were really low in levels. It took them a while to hit their 6s, and it just felt too hard to deal with. Like, Zai's offlane Ench was a really great solution to the Alchemist there.
That's pretty cool. Like, you see this first phase Ench, and we're thinking like, okay, it's probably a little bit of a deny pick / like just a very good support. They'll take it. They end up getting this last pick Ricky in the support role, which has a lot of value this game in general. And like you said, yeah, Zai's Ench just completely uncontested for the first like 15 minutes of the game. He was allowed to just kind of sit top, continue farming, gets that super early Orchid, finds solo kills on the K1, on the Dark Mago. Just has a ton of impact here from the offlane. And you don't really see that out of Beast Coast other cores, like, right? It's just K1 who has farm. Dark Mago, like I said, I wasn't a big fan of the Ember pick at all. Like, it felt really rough. Like, just in the lane, you're not like guaranteed to have a good lane against the Storm Spirit, and then of course made worse with the Ricky pick. So Beast Coast, you know, they get the game 1 win. What we're gonna have to see is what ends up happening with these other series, and if we end up in some tiebreakers. But we're gonna go to a short break, and we'll be back hopefully with an interview from someone here from Team Liquid. So stay tuned, everyone. We'll see you in just a bit. everybody, and welcome back. As promised, we said we're going to have an interview, and super happy to say we've got Nisha with us. How you doing, man?
Perfect. We win. I'm happy.
Good to hear. Good to hear. Game one was a little bit of a rough one, but a great bounce back here in game number 2. And with that one, you guys were already, secured into playoffs. This confirms you guys are going to be absolute number 1 seed from your group. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah. John, go ahead and hit the man with some good questions.
All right, Nisha, I'm curious, what happened in the team comms with the Game 1 draft? I'm curious, did you guys really plan to run center support from the start? Were you forced to flex it? That's not a troll, that's a genuine question.
We wanted to try it on post 5. We weren't forced to flex it. We just wanted to try something out since the games didn't really matter for us as much.
Okay, and that's fair enough. In game 2, you guys looked like you were kind of taking it a little bit more seriously. So I was just figuring out how far we were going there, but really interesting to see. I am curious, can you share with us what the theory of Centaur 5 is?
You need to ask my ZJ, I think. I mean, I have no idea. I have no idea. I think it lanes well. It has stun and it has a stampede, so it's decent, but didn't work out. But maybe we made some mistakes with play because skill issue. Yes, skill issue. The pick was great.
All right. Skill issue. Sure, we'll accept that. I'm curious. You guys have done amazingly well here in DreamLeague 19. You guys had a pretty strong run as well in your DPC. Coming out of this inter-regional tournament, what do you feel like is something that you yourself have learned from these games? Is there anything that you might have picked up on that you didn't quite pick up during the DPC? What insights have you gained from these games?
I mean, you learn the hero. What's the best meta heroes, I guess, mostly, and you get to experience different meta as well from C, SA. Everybody plays different Dota, so you get to adjust yours, I guess. I adjusted mine a bit.
Right, and Okay, that's fair. I am curious, you guys have played, you guys in Group B, you're missing out on at least half the teams on the other side. Is there any one team that you really wanted to play that's in a different group here?
I would have to check, but maybe Spotify Rebellion, I guess. Just for fun.
That's fair. Just for fun.
Why shop? Okay, just for fun. All right.
I think we've played teams from C. I don't want to play any EU teams anymore. SA I've played, and there's not many China teams, I guess, here. So NA is left.
NA is left, indeed. That's fair. I do have a question for you. Was there any of the regions that kind of surprised you with some interesting play style that maybe you guys weren't really expecting initially?
No.
No, you guys fully prepared, confident coming in from the start.
Yeah.
Working machines. I love it. Well, I do have to say, you guys have looked super clean. When we were talking with Zaya the other day as well, it seemed like you guys just kind of unwavering. Is this just the benefit of just a well-oiled machine at the team, the Liquid facility in general? What's the environment like there for you guys?
I mean, it's pretty good, yeah. You can't complain. We practice a lot, and it makes us good, and we can get some good practice games in, and then we win.
Super straightforward. I love it. Okay, that's fair. John, do you have anything else for him?
Let me try to rack my brain. I had one question. Is there any one hero without maybe revealing a strat? Is there any one hero that's out of meta that you would like to play again? Maybe by the next patch. Is there any one hero that you miss?
I miss the Aghanim Stinker the most because the Shivas is kind of cringe.
Okay.
Or Mirana mid.
Well,
Okay.
Okay, that I accept. That is a classic. Tinker, well, if I see you playing Tinker, then well, hats off to you. But I will be disgusted the entire time, Nisha. But that's a mid player for you. It is what it is.
I feel like that hero is going to get quite the change in this next patch anyway, so you'll probably get some time to play it. Who knows? Anything that you would like to say before we let you go, Nisha?
Not really.
Not really. That's fair. Just going to get back to practicing, preparing for your your next series, watching tiebreakers, I'm sure.
Yeah, probably.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Honestly, it's great to talk to you. And again, congratulations. Good luck in Group Stage Part 2. We'll see you then.
Thank you. See ya.
Bye.
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 Man, a few words, but always to the point. He knows exactly what he's feeling.
Absolutely, all about winning. He loves winning, and
true.
who can fault the guy? Maybe game one, he's like skill difference. That's the explanation the rest of his team is giving him. But they play around a little bit. I'm telling you, the theory behind that is really the Ags at some point. Like the first 2 levels look good for Insania, but the Ags down the line, an 8-second stampede carrying around a TA, theoretically, very nice. Maybe you've had the Alchemist to farm your Ags. That could be.
That's what you need. You need a TA.
That's what you need.
You need an Alchemist and a support Centaur. Not greedy at all. It'll work out.
No,
I promise.
It'll work 100% of the time.
That's how we make it happen. I love it.
Yeah, but it's good to see this kind of closer out for Liquid, cementing their position #1. For Beast Coast, of course, to close out the tournament, they aren't out, but they are depending on certain results happening. They at least have this safety net with Team Spirit, where if they do go 1-1 on Spirit, that's still a tie with Beast Coast. And if Spirit somehow loses 0-2 to Nigma, then they are completely in. So regardless of what happens with OG and Tundra, Beast Coast are still in a position where top 4 finish is still very likely. At the least, they guarantee themselves an opportunity for at least one tiebreaker here.
Yeah, and I've been kind of bouncing around between some of these games, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news for Beast Coast here, but it looks like Team Spirit is gonna win. They are currently up 19-0 against Nigma, so it's very likely that we're gonna see a potential tiebreaker for that 4th position. Regardless, like we said, Tundra and OG already got their 8th win, so whatever happens for them in their next series, which it looks like OG is also about to lose, so we might have another 3-way tiebreaker for Group B, potentially even a 4-way tiebreaker, depending on what happens with Tundra. So a lot of games still to be played tomorrow, right? We have the 3-way tiebreaker in Group A. It'll be a 3-team round robin best of ones, and Group B, at least a 3-way tiebreaker, looking like that's going to be the case as well.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting day to close out this first phase of the groups in DreamLeague 19. But it's been a fun journey here, Ricky. I've had fun casting with you. I've had fun watching these games. And it's very poetic that the last day comes on your birthday. Chat, just spam some happy birthdays for Ricky. What a way to celebrate another year, Ricky. And it's been fun. Thank you for having me.
I appreciate it, man. Yeah, it's been a good day. It's been a busy week for me, but we're getting things done. And yeah, big shout out to ESL. I mean, thank you guys so much for putting on the tournament. I just want to say thank you for having me in general, because it's a first. So it's been really cool. And it's a massive pleasure to work with you, John. We've known you for a while. We unfortunately never really had some time to actually cast, so it's been cool. But yeah, that's going to bring Stream Earth to a close, and we'll hopefully we'll be back tomorrow. I don't know if you and I will, but there will definitely be more Dota played tomorrow. A lot of tiebreakers, so stay tuned for that, everyone. As always, have a wonderful day, and we'll see you next time.